The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Bewitching the Crowd. Shen Feng didn't receive any orders, so he simply took Chu Chaoyan to stay in the hospital, preparing to wait until the situation stabilized a little bit before taking action. He wanted to leave the hospital, but the dean kept asking for help. Serving tea and pouring water, he looked at himself eagerly, obviously not wanting himself to leave. Shen Feng was also helpless. Left and right were here to save people, and now they are staying in the hospital, so let's save a few more people at this time. Chaos appeared in the city. Shen Feng recalled the riots he encountered in Rongcheng before. At that time, only a few zombies rushed into the city. As a result, some thieves on the edge of the city took the opportunity to make trouble, leading people to beat, smash, loot and burn. The damage caused was greater than that of the zombies, and the difficulties Yanjing encountered now were similar to those of Rongcheng. So, Shen Feng sat in the lobby of the hospital, and said helplessly, "I'm afraid that besides the zombies, there are criminals who fish in troubled waters, just like the time in Rongcheng." Chu Chaoyan frowned and nodded, and after thinking for a while, he said, "I'm afraid that the Corpse King will keep dropping zombies into the city by air. In this way, there may be crowds attacking the defense line of the city wall." In fact, the worries of Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan are not meaningless. Even Yanjing, even this so-called largest city with a population of tens of millions, there are not a few criminals in it. The army and the police suppress them, so these people dare not expose them casually. But now, the small half of Yanjing city is already in chaos. If we don't fish in troubled waters, when are we waiting? Ever since things like taking advantage of the fire and looting appeared, many burly men rushed into other people's homes, snatched the previous things and food, and then continued to spread rumors to create chaos at the same time. The zombies are rapidly gathering. Under the secret instructions of the Scar Corpse King, the zombies aimed at the power plants in the city. There are 3 large power plants in Yanjing City, all of which are thermal power plants. The black smoke from the chimneys lasts all night, non-stop, and the existence of the power plant provides electricity for the entire city. In the end, Yanjing can still be brightly lit. The existence of the power plant is very important. The searchlights on the city wall were also powered by a power plant. Even in the middle of the night, the lights near the city wall were brightly lit, which frustrated the zombies' plan to fight at night. Therefore, the Zombie King first set his target on the power plant. Now it is night. As long as the power plant is destroyed, the lighting on the city wall will also be affected. At that time, as long as a gentle slope is formed, tens of thousands of zombies behind can rush into the city at once. The Corpse King had a good idea. He wanted to break into the power plant now, but the purpose was discovered by the people in the command center, so he quickly mobilized enough soldiers to defend the power plant. Now there are millions of soldiers in Yanjing, although less than half of them are civilian forces, but the number is real, and there is no lack of combat effectiveness. The command center is already mobilizing the resting soldiers on the front line to continue fighting. The number of zombies in the city is always only 10,000 to 20,000. If you mobilize a few troops to take action, you can definitely eliminate the zombies in the city. The only tricky point is the chaotic situation on the street, which cannot be stopped if there is chaos. It is easy to create a dangerous situation. The Zombie King mobilized many zombies to attack the power plant, but when the zombies came around the power plant, they were hit head-on by dense bullets. After leaving behind 3,000 corpses, the Scar Corpse King chose to retreat, and the power plant had been destroyed. The defenses have been raised, and many streets have also been blocked. The army's strategy is very simple, that is to give priority to eliminating large-scale zombies, and then deal with a few zombies in the city. The Scar Corpse King felt that something was wrong, took out the map from his body to look at it, and murmured, "This is to make dumplings, what a bastard." The team that was finally formed has now become the target of the army. If this continues, there must be danger. Scar Corpse King volunteered to come to Yanjing to become a commander. His idea is very simple, that is, he seeks wealth and wealth. Anyway, the ordinary zombies under his command are basically dead, and the power will inevitably decrease in the future. It is better to capture Yanjing performed well in the action, so that Ma Jingshuan can still pay attention to it in the future. The Scar Corpse King looked carefully on the map, and suddenly found a new target. which was the TV tower. It happened that there was no army protection near the TV tower. As long as he could pass by, he would definitely be able to occupy it, and the TV tower fell into his hands. The role it can play will be enormous. The Scar Corpse King will do what he says. Since the army is besieging and suppressing the large army of zombies in the city, then he will simply do what he wants. The tide of 12,000 corpses suddenly began to move towards the city center, and the army immediately followed such an obvious direction. They mobilized the army to block the streets, and then they were about to besiege the small tide of corpses that appeared in the city. The number of mutated birds in the sky was around gradually decreased, and fewer zombies were dropped from the air. However, when the army focused almost all their attention on this small wave of corpses, hundreds of mutated zombies broke up and escaped from the army's blockade. After breaking out of the blockade, they united again. Scar Corpse King appeared in this team of hundreds of mutated zombies. With a smile on his face, he knew that the strategy of attacking east and west was successful, and the army certainly did not expect that the tide of corpses was just a bait, and everyone was focusing on the tide of corpses. He himself led hundreds of elites to attack the TV tower. The people in the command center didn't expect that the corpse tide composed of tens of thousands of zombies was just a tool used by the Corpse King to attract attention. They were still mobilizing soldiers, and after setting up a siege net, they began to wipe out the corpse tide. The plan to wipe out the tide of corpses went smoothly. The battle only lasted for half an hour, and the entire tide of corpses was wiped out. The zombies opened their teeth and claws, looking particularly ferocious, but after the bullets hit, no matter how vicious the zombies were, they would fall down. Next, and the fangs and claws of the zombies before seemed to scare people. The mutated bird no longer flies to Yanjing, because its casualties have reached 8,000, and many birds have poor eyesight at night, so the zombie bird stopped flying after successfully transporting enough zombies. Some of the mutated birds were resting in the wild, but the mutated birds did not leave the vicinity, and seemed to be preparing to continue helping the zombies in the next battle. When the tide of corpses is wiped out, there are at most 2,000 or 3,000 scattered zombies left in the city, which means that most of the zombies that appeared in the city have been eliminated. Now as long as the remaining zombies are eliminated, the situation will definitely be stabilized. The people who participated in the command couldn't help but feel complacent. They were very satisfied with their command, because under the command of themselves and others, the threat posed by the zombies was eliminated. Such a great contribution will definitely be rewarded in the future, right? But the bad news came at this moment. The TV tower was captured by zombies. When the people in the command center heard about this incident, they all wondered if their ears had heard it wrong. Haven't the large-scale zombie tides been wiped out? Then why are the remaining zombies still alive? An orderly capture of the TV tower. The people on the front line received news that the zombies that captured the TV tower were all mutated zombies, and traces of Corpse Kings were found among them. Some Corpse Kings have entered Yanjing. The Corpse King? The Corpse King has appeared in Yanjing. Hurry up and prepare the missiles. We must kill the Corpse King. The abominable Corpse King is playing tricks. The people in the command center were about to go crazy when they heard the news from the front line. No wonder the zombies can occupy the TV tower. It turned out that the Corpse King was causing trouble. Knowing that it would be dangerous to follow the tide of corpses, he played a game of escape from the shell, and even occupied the TV tower at such a critical moment. If the Corpse King is not eliminated, then he hiding in the dark and continuing to use intrigues and tricks. Wouldn't it bring more trouble? Ever since, the commanders wanted to use missiles to directly kill the Corpse King, so that the situation in the city would be completely stable. But at this moment, news came again from the front line that the zombies had captured hundreds of people in the TV tower as hostages. Once missiles were used, they would be wiped out together with the hostages. Therefore, missiles must not be used now, otherwise it would be accidentally injured civilians. Damn. The Corpse King, he even learned how to take hostages. The command staff felt that it was difficult, and seemed to be in a dilemma. The command center started a discussion on whether to give priority to rescuing the hostages, or to hit them with a missile. Rescuing the hostages is the most important thing to do. However, the time to stabilize the situation will inevitably be prolonged, which is very detrimental to ending the war at any time. It is difficult to choose a hostage, because it is not good for both sides, especially at this critical moment. If you are stubborn and kill the hostages together, you will definitely be condemned, but if you rescue the hostages, it will lead to the continuous deterioration of the situation in the city. This kind of responsibility is also unbearable for ordinary people. Dilemma. When the discussion in the command center started, the Corpse King in the TV station found the director instead, and said contemptuously, "I heard that the TV station has been promoting the evil of zombies. For guys who are not on the same road, they will be crazy about shitting. If you want to kill, you have to do what you want, don't preach in front of me. I'm Ba." The director also had a strong backbone, and spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm, not wanting to talk to the Corpse King at all. The Scar Corpse King wiped the phlegm from his face, opened his mouth to emit an ultrasonic wave, and asked the mutated zombies around him to take this person away, and then changed to another person to continue asking. The second person was soft-boned, and when he was brought in front of the Corpse King, he knelt down and said, "Hero, spare your life." The Corpse King shrugged, sat on the chair and said, "I want to use TV to broadcast some words, can you help me? As long as you can do it, then I will let you go. What do you think, Cartilage?" Nodded immediately, and said with ecstasy on his face, all right, a good man can do anything, I will definitely help you with all my strength." 10 minutes later, the TV station started to broadcast new content. Sitting in the studio, the Scar Corpse King opened his mouth and said, "Everyone in Yanjing, I am the Corpse King. In fact, we should not be hostile to each other, because I retain human beings. I still have the memory of a human being, so I don't want to increase the killing. We should be able to coexist, because the existence of the Corpse King can restrain the zombies under his hands. You should agree to this." When the number of zombies in the city was gradually decreasing, many people calmed down, because the zombies that could threaten their lives were being cleaned up, and there were soldiers walking on the street. Once they found the existence of zombies, they would be killed immediately. Many guys who took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters bumped into the muzzle of the gun, and were also cleaned up by the soldiers. Ever since, many people who have calmed down hide at home and turned on the TV, preparing to get information from the TV. For a long time, communication has been regulated, and the best way to get information is to watch TV, so the smartphone has become a decoration instead. TV is becoming more and more popular. However, when the surviving people turned on the TV one after another, they found that the Corpse King was talking on the TV. This situation was discovered by people, which immediately caused panic among many people. Has it been cleaned up? Why is the dead king still appearing on TV in a grand manner? Is this a spoof of the TV station? Since the emergence of the zombie virus, 9 out of 10 people in the world have become zombies, and the survivors' fear of zombies has risen to a particularly high level. After seeing a zombie, the first reaction is to run away, no matter whether the zombie is in the end or not. Powerful. In short, it is right to run away. Now that the Corpse King appeared on the TV, many people's first reaction was to turn off the TV, but then they learned the incredible news from the Corpse King, and they were stunned. Can zombies coexist with humans? How is this possible? Can it really be done? Is this kind of thing really possible? Zombies can also coexist with humans. This is the doubt in the hearts of many people. If they can really coexist with zombies, wouldn't it be unnecessary to continue fighting? Will the world be peaceful in the future? In desperation, as long as there is a little bit of hope in front of them, people in desperate situations will grab it crazily. Even if the thorns are handed over by others, they will be dripping with blood after catching them, but this has nothing to do with other things. Chapter 252. Surrounded by 3 missing 1. The headquarters was outraged. Unexpectedly, the Corpse King would say these absurd words through TV, which made people crazy. Hurry up and cut off the signal of the TV tower. We can't let the Corpse King continue talking, otherwise people's hearts will fluctuate. The headquarters issued an order. Although the zombies entered Yanjing by air, it was not a complete crisis, because the number of zombies entering the city was not large. As long as the zombies were cleaned up, and then deployed to empty the force, then the zombies would not even think about entering Yanjing from the air. But the headquarters never expected that the zombies would start to confuse people. If the people in Yanjing City were fluctuating, and some fools believed in the words of the Corpse King, it would eventually lead to chaos in the city. Wouldn't it be self-defeating? The most urgent task is not to let the Corpse King talk nonsense. An artist once said, "You can control me, but can you control who the audience likes to watch?" Of course, many people also have their own views on such remarks. That is, I can't control who the audience likes to watch, but I can control who the audience doesn't see. Isn't the Corpse King going to publish rumors to confuse the public? Then I'll cut off your signal directly. I don't believe you can continue to talk nonsense. All in all, You can't disturb people's hearts because of the remarks of some young people. The idea of the headquarters is very simple. As long as the signal of the TV tower is cut off, then the Corpse King will stop talking nonsense. But the signal base station of the TV tower is set inside, and it is impossible to destroy it in a short time, and this for a while. What the Corpse King wanted to say can already be said. Scar Zombie King sat in the studio and continued to express his point of view. I know that there is a deep hatred between humans and zombies, and I also know that this hatred will not disappear in a short time. But I can only express my regret about it. Because the emergence of the zombie virus is a complete natural disaster. Under the natural disaster, the appearance of the zombies is pure helplessness. It is better to put down the hatred and explore how to coexist in the future. Scar. Corpse King started to change the subject. Of course he knew that zombies had killed and eaten a lot of humans. Even at dusk today, zombies were still biting people. The small half of zombies in the city were actually all humans infected with the virus became human, but this does not prevent him from transferring his hatred. As long as the humans' hatred of zombies is transferred to natural disasters, then the crimes of zombies can still be absolved afterwards. The Corpse King continued, now, on behalf of the zombie side, I will express our request, which is to request negotiation. Our zombies only need a piece of land that can survive. As long as Yanjing can guarantee that we will not enter the gathering place of zombies in the future, zombies will not attack human settlements casually. To show our sincerity, starting tonight, zombies will no longer surround the city in the south of Yanjing City. The Corpse King then wanted to make his own remarks, but the screen on the TV suddenly went black, and he could no longer receive the TV signal from Yanjing. It turned out that the army had found the cable used by the TV tower and cut it off physically. Cable, if there is no electricity, the TV tower will not be able to broadcast live. The TV signal was cut off, and people could no longer hear the Corpse King's voice, but taking advantage of this opportunity, the Corpse King has already said what he should say, that is to seek coexistence with human beings, and open the passage to the south of the city. So first, it is not impossible to leave Yanjing from the south of the city. In the city, people dare not discuss what the Corpse King said in public, but they are all talking about the zombies in secret. Many people are enlivened by the Corpse King's words. Since the south of the city is no longer surrounded, wouldn't it be possible to leave from the south of the city? Everyone has been hiding in the city for almost 4 months. From winter to spring, they all hide at home, and everyone was worried about the direction of the war during the daytime. The soldiers on the city wall suddenly discovered that the tide of corpses in the south of the city had disappeared. It seemed that the zombies were not prepared to defend the south of Yanjing at all. Standing on the city wall in the south of the city and looking down, you can see that there is no one in the south of the city, and the zombies have disappeared at all. In the other 3 directions of Yanjing, corpses are still densely packed, ready to attack at any time. Shen Feng took Chu Chaoyan back to the station. After hearing what happened in the south of the city, he couldn't help but wonder. He didn't watch TV, so he didn't know what the Corpse King said last night. He asked, is it possible that the zombies are about to retreat? Did you leave the south side unencircled and instead retreat, so you don't have to worry about people running from the south side? Yang Chang, Lu Xian and the others didn't understand why. They shrugged and couldn't answer Shen Feng's question, but at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Didn't you watch TV last night? This is the conspiracy of the zombies. Shen Feng looked up, only to find that Zhang Ju had descended from the sky and landed right next to him. His supernatural powers were quite flexible. He could go up to the sky by waving his wings wherever he wanted, and he was free to fly in the sky. I almost forgot that you can fly. That's fine. When the next time the mutated birds come to Yanjing, you just guard against them. Lu Xian stepped forward and said to Zhang Ju with his shoulders on his shoulders. When Zhang Ju heard this, he curled his lips and said, at least there are tens of thousands of birds. If I go to the sky, I'm afraid I will be torn to pieces on the spot. I went to kill zombies last night, so I dare not go to the sky. Zhang Ju is not a fool either. When he flew into the sky last night, he was either torn to pieces by the mutated bird, or he was mistakenly killed by the people on the fighter plane as a mutated bird. So although Zhang Ju could fly, he didn't dare to fly at all. He chose go clean up the scattered zombies in the city, and prevent them from causing further chaos at this time. Shen Feng looked at Zhang Ju and asked, are you talking about it? Why is it a conspiracy? Also, what was broadcast on TV last night? I was in the hospital last night. Zhang Ju sighed, and told Shen Feng what happened last night, and said, by the way, now the Corpse King still occupies the TV tower, and the headquarters is still discussing whether to rescue the hostages. In short, this time things are very complicated. Hearing that the Corpse King said a lot of things through the TV tower, Shen Feng was immediately puzzled, and asked Lu Xian and Yang Chang beside him, it's already reached this point, the battle has lasted for 4 months. It's time. Do the zombies really want to reach a settlement? Why do I think it's unrealistic? Lu Xian shook his head, expressing that he didn't know what the Corpse King was thinking, but Yang Chang said in a low voice, I think the Corpse King is a typical circle with 3 missing one, leaving a gap for cowards to escape from here. Zhang Ju nodded, and said seriously, that's the reason. This is the conspiracy used by the zombies. They know it's a trap, but they can only jump into it. Please explain. I don't quite understand. Shen Feng asked. Zhang Ju didn't hide his secrets, and said directly to Shen Feng, the Corpse King said these things, in fact, to confuse people's hearts, because as long as people unite with one heart, even if the zombies enter the city, they will eventually be beaten out. But the Corpse King said that they want to coexist, and then some people can be divided, such as those who want to escape. The Nanchang Gate can already escape. Isn't this an opportunity? But the army just needs to block the South City Gate? Can ordinary people still pass through the city wall? Lu Xian continued to ask. This is the brilliance of Yang Mao. Zhang Ju said seriously, once the army blocks the South City Gate, many people at the bottom will make trouble. After all, they can leave the South City Gate. The Corpse King has already shown his posture. There will always be fools who will be fooled. However, if the army does not block the South City Gate and allow ordinary people to come in and out, the zombies will attack through the South City Gate. There are only millions of zombies at the South City Gate. There are too few directions, and the zombies only need to remove 1 million zombies to shake the hearts of the people below. This method is really not easy. After hearing Zhang Ju's analysis, Shen Feng also felt tricky. He really didn't know how the headquarters would choose, whether to block the South City Gate or not, but at this time, Zhang Ju leaned into Shen Feng's ear and said in a low voice, I came to you for another matter. The headquarters issued a reward. As long as the hostages in the TV tower can be rescued, then you can get rewards, power potions and evolutionary bases. I know you have the ability, so how about our cooperation? As soon as Shen Feng heard it, his heart was moved. There was only one Corpse King and hundreds of mutated zombies in the TV tower. Such a little power could not pose a threat to him. If he could get the reward of the evolution potion, it would be quite good. However, there is still a new question. But the two of us have completed the mission of rescuing the hostages together. Who will give the supernatural potion? Shen Feng doesn't pay much attention to Corpse Kings and mutated zombies, but the link of distributing loot is what Shen Feng cares most about. He doesn't lack evolution potions for the time being. What he lacks now are supernatural potions. Not too few. Shen Feng also hopes that a more supernatural beings on his side, the better. Zhang Ju said with a shy face. Well, Shen Feng, you are the lord of Yazhou City, with a big family and hundreds of thousands of people under your command. There must be no shortage of supernatural potions, so how about the evolutionary base for you? I want to give my daughter-in-law the medicine. Zhang Ju used the supernatural potion that Shen Feng promised to give to his younger sister, but Zhang Ju's daughter-in-law didn't want it, so why give the good things to my sister-in-law first? So when he was sleeping in the middle of the night, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he kicked Zhang Ju under the bed. Zhang Ju had no choice but to wait for the opportunity to find a supernatural potion for his wife. After much deliberation, Zhang Ju found Shen Feng and decided to cooperate with Shen Feng. He couldn't beat the Corpse King and hundreds of mutant zombies, but Shen Feng was so strong that he could definitely do it, so he found Shen Feng. Explain the situation. Shen Feng rolled his eyes at this time, shook his head quickly, and said to Zhang Ju, well, you'd better find someone else. My girlfriend is not in good health. I have to take care of her. I don't have time to do this for now. When Chu Chaoyan heard what Shen Feng said, she quickly patted her chest and assured her, Shen Feng, you can go at ease. I am in good health. Didn't I still kill zombies last night? Zhang Ju also nodded quickly, and said seriously, yes, Miss Chu is fine. Besides, staying in the army is very safe. Shen Feng, let's cooperate once. I can fly. I will carry you from the TV tower. If the top layer launches an attack, the task will definitely be completed. While speaking, Shen Feng put his hand behind Chu Qiaoyan's waist and pinched her lightly, but his expression didn't change. Zhangju, I'm really sorry, I have to do it for Qiaoyan's sake. Think about it, I can't promise you to participate in this mission, Zhang. Zhu shook his head regretfully, and said helplessly, okay, I'll go find other people. If you've figured it out and are ready to rescue the hostages, you can come to me anytime. Shen Feng quickly agreed and watched Zhang Ju fly into the sky again. At this moment, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help asking, I said I'm in good health, why don't you believe me? Also, please don't be a hooligan in broad daylight. While speaking, Chu Qiaoyan shook off Shen Feng's hand on her waist. She was still very ticklish, and she was a little angry when Shen Feng pinched her just now. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, always felt that Chu Qiaoyan was too naive now, so he explained, didn't you listen to his conditions? After cooperating with him, the supernatural potion won't reach our hands. Since it's a reward, we can't you do it yourself, oh, eat alone. Chu Qiaoyan reacted instantly, don't say it so harshly, it should be called fame and wealth. Shen Feng said proudly. Shen Feng thought for a while, took Lu Xian and Yang Cheng and set off. Since the hostages were trapped inside the TV tower, they could always be found, and there was no need to rely on Zhang Ju to rescue them at noon. The tactic of siege of zombies with 3 missing 1 worked. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the area of the South City Gate. They asked to leave Yanjing. On these people, all the big and small bags were luggage and dry food. It turns out that these people want to leave Yanjing wholeheartedly. The soldiers did not receive orders and could not let them go, so they resolutely refused to allow the citizens to leave Yanjing, and the two sides soon confronted each other. Chapter 253 Grab the Weakness. The war in Yanjing has lasted for 4 months. During such a long period of time, ordinary people can't go out of the city at will, and the food they can eat every day is rice noodles. They can't see vegetables or meat. Well, I felt that if we persevered, victory would come, but after 4 months, not only was there no victory in the war, but zombies fell from the sky and entered the city. This is a terrible situation. If safety is guaranteed, everyone will stay in the city honestly even if they eat chaff, but now the zombies already have the means to enter the city, which means that Yan Beijing is not the safest place anymore, but the Corpse King even made a guarantee, but once he let people leave Yanjing freely, if they don't leave now, who knows what will happen in the future. The mutated bird that appeared in the city last night has left a psychological shadow on many people. Under the darkness of night, it is not clear when zombies will fall from the sky. Once bitten by a zombie, it will soon turn into a zombie before it can be treated. Therefore, the casualties caused by the zombies are too great. After all the burning buildings in the city were extinguished, after a brief count, 20,000 people were injured in the chaos. Such a huge number of casualties was unprecedented. Zombies will not be afraid because of excessive casualties, but human beings will be like this. When human beings acquire super intelligence, they will naturally become less and less courageous. As long as there is a little trouble, as long as it can threaten their own safety when something happens, the first human reaction is to stay away. The idea of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages has long been engraved into human DNA, and it cannot be resolved overnight. When tens of thousands of people with big bags and small bags brought their luggage and supported the old and the young in the south of the city, the headquarters immediately felt a headache. If the gate to the south of the city was opened, it might cause even greater chaos, but it couldn't be more sensitive to the current gathering. The crowd who got up ignored it. This group of people had already been terrified to the extreme, and they were driven into a hurry. Who knows if they will cause trouble in the city? After much deliberation, the headquarters really came up with a solution. The train from Yanjing to Jingmen is passable. The train enters and exits the city through the viaduct, and will not be threatened by zombies, and there are not many zombies found in the Jingmen area. Zombies, if you really have a choice to get out of the city, taking the train is the best way. Congestion is worse than sparseness. The headquarters decided to open the trains and allow personnel to leave Yanjing, but they could not go from the south of the city. Instead, they had to leave by train. There were 10 trains a day. When the gathered people heard that they could go by train, they flocked to the train station immediately. In less than half an hour, the whole train station was packed to the brim. About to pick up the train, the decision of the headquarters seems to be reasonable, allowing those who want to leave Yanjing to leave at will, but they have forgotten one thing, that is, the blind obedience of human nature. People ran blindly in the street last night, but at this time today, everyone is blindly following. Fleeing from Yanjing, when the others heard the news that they could leave Yanjing by train, They immediately called their friends, and all set off in the direction of the train station. As a result, just in the afternoon, the air defense sirens sounded throughout Yanjing, and the mutated birds came. Woo! The ear-piercing siren echoed continuously in the air, and those who were still on the street immediately sought shelter in the surrounding buildings, and fear permeated everyone's hearts again. Both the satellite and the radar detected a bird flying towards Yanjing, and immediately issued an alarm. This is different from the air raid last night. At night, the mutant bird's vision is not good, so to hovering I left in an hour, but it is afternoon now, and the sun will not set for a long time. At this time, the airstrike will start, and it will definitely last for a long time. The headquarters is not without any preparations. After a night, the headquarters has set up large caliber machine guns on the roofs of many buildings. There are special people responsible for blocking the mutant birds. The pilots are also ready and can set off at any time combat. On the ground of the city, countless soldiers were also standing on the street with live ammunition. All of them were on guard against the mutated birds today. The size of the mutated birds has increased by 10,000, and all of their claws are holding zombies. A new round of air raids has begun. The mutated birds approach Yanjing City from different directions. After approaching the ground, they immediately put down the zombies. The fighter jets took off, and many machine guns on the roof also ejected countless bullets. After the mutated bird was hit by the bullet, it immediately fell to the ground, with blood holes appearing one after another on the wings. After being shot down to the ground, the soldiers on the street rushed up to kill the mutated bird. However, the preparation time was only one night, and Yanjing's air defense force was still not fully deployed. More than 20,000 mutated birds dispersed and entered Yanjing. Only a small part of the mutated birds were shot down, and most of the mutated birds still entered the city. Many mutated birds directly dropped the zombies from the sky, fell to the ground, and turned into a puddle of meat on the spot. After this situation was discovered by people on the street, many people were puzzled. Didn't throwing the zombie from such a high place kill it on the spot? Why do you still have to do this? The behavior of the mutated bird was too abnormal. If he just dropped the zombies high, wouldn't he die immediately? Which would not help the siege at all. As a result, when people got close to the dead zombies on the ground, they were stunned at that time, and they could smell a foul smell as soon as they approached. These zombies didn't die when they were thrown down, but zombies that died long ago. Plague. These corpses are all plague-infected zombies. Everyone panicked at that time. They didn't expect the zombies to throw their corpses into the city. The method of these zombies is really low. They actually use the plague to attack Yanjing. It's bad if the zombies are thrown into the city. The soldiers are not worried. They can kill the zombies with just one shot, but if they throw down the corpses infected with a plague, they don't know what to do with them. The soldiers don't have professional knowledge. Protective equipment. If you touch the corpse casually, you may be infected with a plague. The soldiers hurriedly reported the matter. The headquarters was so busy that they continued to mobilize professionals to move the corpses in the city, and the plague could not be allowed to spread in the city. The commanders of the headquarters did not expect that the zombies were so wicked and threw their corpses into the city of Yanjing. If the level of medical treatment is not good, the whole city will be plagued by outbreaks. All the people in the city became tense. The timid people hid at home, and the courageous people also hid in Tibet because of the airstrikes. The soldiers were killing the zombies in the city, and the medical staff were carrying the corpses of the zombies. At this moment, there were zombies set fire to the city and continued to create chaos. Shen Feng led Lu Xian and Yang Cheng to the direction of the TV tower, but they encountered an air raid from zombies. While listening to the bleak sound of the air defense siren, the three of them struggled towards the direction of the TV tower. At this time, the streets are full of people hiding in Tibet. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of people. Even if Shen Feng and the other three are supernatural beings, it is difficult for them to move forward in the crowd. They have to walk slowly against the wall, never facing each other. Civilians are killing people. This is not something normal people can do. Yang Cheng couldn't take it anymore, and said to Shen Feng, "City Master, let's walk from the roof. Although I am not as good as you in flying over the eaves and walls, I am not too bad. I am so slowly exploring, I don't know when I will be able to get to the TV. Near the tower, the crowd is too chaotic." Shen Feng quickly shook his head, and said seriously, "If we start from the top of the building, we will be easily spotted from the TV tower, so we can only approach slowly from below, trying to enter the TV tower without anyone noticing." Shen Feng didn't want his whereabouts to be discovered by the Corpse King, otherwise, it would be very difficult to complete the task, and it would be best to sneak in without anyone noticing. Yang Chang had no choice but to go forward with Shen Feng. He held a big silver ingot in his hand. This was his weapon. After all, his ability was to manipulate silver products used. When Li Qi heard the air defense alarm, she sighed helplessly. She knew it was time to set off. She is an evolutionary, and the evolution potion was not given to her for nothing. Before obtaining the evolution potion, a contract must be signed. When encountering danger, an evolutionary must go to fight. Even if she is a member of the research institute, at this critical moment, she has to go to fight. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the evolution potion to fall into the hands of Li Qi, but Li Qi used the reason of experimental research to convince the leader that after she uses the evolution potion, she needs to constantly challenge the supernatural beings, so as to test the supernatural beings' physical fitness. Also tests where the evolutionary's limit lies. Li Qi found the long sword from the bedside, carried it behind his back, and told his parents, "You guys stay at home, don't go out casually, I'm going to fight, you must take care of your health." The parents also understood Li Qi's actions, nodded quickly and said, "You can go at ease, we will never go out casually, we will wait for you to come back. You must also be careful, if you can't beat the zombies, run fast." A look of contempt flashed across Li Qi's face, and then he said, "It's just a zombie, I won't lose, believe in my strength, there is no zombie in this world that can hurt me." At this time, Li Qi was very confident. She knew how strong she was. If she was only fighting zombies, her combat experience was not something to brag about. Moreover, she was a third-order evolutionary, and her combat ability completely surpassed that of ordinary people. Li Qi went out to kill zombies, drew out his longsword and began to charge in the street. No matter what kind of zombies, they were no match for Li Qi. The speed zombie jumped down from the roof and wanted to sneak attack Li Qi, but Li Qi reacted quickly, turned around and stabbed out with a sword, killing the speed zombie on the street on the spot. Moving in the direction of the city, the number of zombies in the city is the largest. The strategy of airstrikes was always ahead of Yan Kaiochi's progress. When more than 20,000 mutated birds entered the city, they immediately caused huge trouble. At the same time, the tide of corpses outside the city rushed towards the city wall, as if they wanted to take advantage of the lack of combat power in the city to rush in. As long as the tide of corpses can enter the city, the victory belongs to the zombies. The soldiers defending the city fought quickly, killing all the zombies that rushed over. Even if the troops near the city wall were mobilized, the strength of the defenders was enough to deal with the tide of corpses. There are zombie waves attacking the city on three sides of the city wall, but there are no traces of zombies in the direction of the south city. In fact, the zombies in the south of the city had suffered heavy casualties. In winter, the poisonous gas attack had killed most of the zombies in the south of the city. When the plague broke out underground, it killed a large number of zombies. So in fact, there are not many zombies in the south of the city, and a wave of 1 million corpses is the last force. The Corpse King evacuated the tide of corpses in the direction of the south of the city, just like the favor of the river. Anyway, the number of zombies is not too many, so withdraw as soon as possible. However, there will definitely be riots in Yanjing City this time. The zombies that entered the city also began to gather. After forming a small wave of corpses, they rampaged again in the city. Instead, the mutated zombies were broken into pieces and moved towards the direction of the TV tower. His purpose is simple. Ordinary zombies are tools to attract firepower. Only mutated zombies can exist as elites. The more than 400 mutated zombies that entered the city are all heading towards the TV tower. When the mutated zombie approached the TV tower, his hands were not idle. He grabbed a person and walked towards the TV tower. It turned out that the zombie king felt that there were not enough hostages. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to continue threatening hostages. Yanjing's command center, the Scar Corpse King, is very proud. He thinks he has captured the weakness of the human side. As long as the hostages are captured, the army will not dare to attack the TV tower. Otherwise, the human side will be alienated. This is indeed the case. The army surrounded the TV tower last night, but they were afraid that the Corpse King would tear up the ticket, so they dared not attack. Chapter 254. The streets around the TV tower have been blocked by the army. No one is allowed to approach here, and no zombies are allowed to approach. Those who were close to here were persuaded to leave, but the attitude towards zombies was more enthusiastic. Fiery bullets were fired and sent him a bunch of peanuts directly. The mutated zombies couldn't get close to the TV tower, so they immediately resorted to their old tricks, which was to drill into the sewers, and came to the vicinity of the TV tower through the sewers, and entered inside with the hostages. When the hostages were carried by the zombies, they also kept resisting, but there was no way. The power of the mutated zombies had far surpassed that of ordinary people, and the hostages were finally taken to the TV tower and tied up in the room separately. People who are really disobedient, the mutated zombies bite up, directly infecting people into zombies. Shen Feng, Yang Chang, and Lu Xian came to the vicinity of the TV tower, saw a zombie walking into the sewer with their own eyes, and immediately realized that this is a shortcut. Since the zombie can pass here, so can he himself. Come with me, attack the TV tower from underground. Lu Xian, turn on your heat sensor, don't expose us. Shen Feng whispered to the two behind him. After Zhang Ju was rejected by Shen Feng, he didn't lose heart. The wife is still in trouble. If he doesn't find a potion to ease the relationship, wouldn't it be 10.5 months of Cold War? So Zhang Ju found other supernatural beings, searched, and chose Li Xiankang. His supernatural power is to manipulate carbon elements. He is powerful, but he is stuck in the position of a third-level supernatural being, and he cannot break through even if he dies. Evolutionary barriers, so the two headed off, rescued the hostages, and killed the corpse king. Li Xiankang gritted his teeth and said, I've been stuck in the third-level ability user for a long time. No matter how much mutant meat I eat, I can't advance to the next level. I regret it. If I had traded with Shen Feng, I would also be a fourth-level ability user now. Already, Zhang Ju has some experience with this. No matter how talented a person is, if he hits an evolutionary barrier, if he can't find an evolutionary base, he will never be able to continue to evolve for the rest of his life. Therefore, for Li Xiankang, he doesn't need an alien potions. On the contrary, our evolutionary bases that value rewards and rewards more. The clothes on Zhang Ju's back are open, and there are 2 slits on the clothes. His wings grow out through the slits. His wings fan the wind in summer and keep him warm in winter, and he can take off anytime and anywhere. The only downside is lying flat. Sleeping on your back is easy to be crushed. Zhang Ju flapped his wings and flew into the sky, while Li Xiankang jumped up and squatted on Zhang Ju's back. In order to stabilize his figure, he even grabbed the clothes on Zhang Ju's back. The two faced the TV tower. Flying over, in order to get the reward, the two of them were desperate. The army is still blocking the streets, and the city is in chaos, but the soldiers near the TV tower are completely unmoved. Their task is not to clear up the zombies, but to block the corpse king's retreat and wait for an opportunity to rescue the hostages. As long as he can stop the corpse king and prevent him from running around, the mission has actually been completed. In fact, the rewards issued by the headquarters have already attracted many people's attention. No one would dislike supernatural potions and evolutionary keto. They can be used by relatives and friends even if they don't need them. It's better to have better self-protection ability in troubled times. More than a dozen supernatural beings all stared at the TV tower, and all of them immediately set their targets on the body of the corpse king. The sign of completing the reward is very simple, that is, take the head of the corpse king to the headquarters, and the reward will be completed. Follow up. There will be someone who will deliver supernatural potions and evolutionary bases to those who complete the task. These people used different methods to sneak into the TV tower. Shen Feng came in later, but he was not exposed during the period can be accurately perceived from a very long distance. Lu Xian could find the zombies hiding in the TV tower, and he either took a detour or assassinated him, without revealing himself at all along the way. Shen Feng can do it silently, but others can't. Among them, Wang Aoi rushed into the TV tower with 2 subordinates. Fortunately, the supernatural being who followed her was Hulik Su, and her supernatural power was hypnotic waves. On the road, radio waves from the opposite side were being released all the time, hypnotizing all the mutated zombies and humans, and there was no sound during the march. However, Hulik Su ignored the mutant zombies hiding in the dark. The hypnotic waves she sent out would be blocked by the concrete wall. The mutated zombie woke up instantly, and quickly notified the Scar Corpse King on the 10th floor. The TV tower has more than 30 floors. Normally, if you don't take the elevator, you will be exhausted. But now the power supply of the TV tower has been physically cut off. It is impossible to continue to use the elevator. People who sneaked into the TV tower can only go 1 floor. Climbing up 1 floor, The Corpse King has been alarmed, knowing that someone has entered the TV tower. The Scar Corpse King was very calm. Faced with the current situation, he issued an order to directly let his mutated zombies grab a dozen people and throw them from the window, and then grab 2 loud people and put them at the window. The 2 people caught were almost scared to pee. They watched more than a dozen previous colleagues being thrown downstairs, but in the blink of an eye, these people had already turned into meat paste. If they didn't call for help, could it be that the next person to die is himself? After the 2 were escorted to the window, they immediately yelled, "Help, I don't want to die. I'm still a young man. I haven't been in a relationship. I work overtime all day long, and my salary is too little. Haven't enjoyed life yet." Don't attack. The zombies will really kill us. Stop quickly. After I got married, I was bullied by my wife every day. I dare not save my private money, and I have to rub other people's cigarettes to smoke. Please. Do me a favor, don't provoke the zombies. Although our lives are miserable, we must continue. I haven't seen my son get married yet. If he dies like this, I will die with regret. The soldiers blocking the street in the distance first saw a dozen people fall from the building, and then saw 2 hostages being taken to the window to shout, and had to come forward to explain. Brothers and sisters in the TV tower, listen to me. A man in a suit came out from among the soldiers. He was a negotiator and had been in charge of persuading people who wanted to jump off the building before. It was the right opportunity. The man in the suit walked a distance below the TV tower with a loudspeaker, and shouted loudly, "Tai Shigang said that a person is mortal, which is heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Please consider the overall situation and don't make things difficult for us. Believe us, we will remember your contributions in the future, and after the war is won, we will hold a solemn memorial meeting for you, and hundreds of thousands of people will thank you for your efforts." When the 2 people at the window heard such words from the people below, they couldn't help but yelled, "You fart, what about a memorial meeting? If we are all dead, even erecting a monument is useless. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get everyone in the TV tower to leave, too. Brothers, listen to me." The man in the suit continued, "It's an eventful time now, and you must also see the big picture. Sacrifice is inevitable. For the sake of the country, for Yanjing, and for the majority of people, you should be considerate and considerate. I sympathize with you, uncle. You were not the one who was killed. You won't hurt your back when you stand and talk." The person at the window couldn't help cursing. Now that his life and death are hanging by a thread, the people outside are still making sarcastic remarks. "How can you actually want to sacrifice the hostages in the TV tower?" The man in the suit continued to shout while holding the microphone, and the rescue operation in the TV tower was still going on. More than a dozen people with supernatural powers attacked at the same time, and it took only a moment to break into the 7th floor. Of course, the headquarters will not just watch the hostages being killed by the zombies, but it is impossible to negotiate a peace with the zombies. The battle has reached a fierce stage. Wouldn't it be a waste of all previous efforts to negotiate a peace at this time? As a result, the headquarters decided to also make a move that zombies are best at, and let people shout out frontally to attract the attention of the zombies, but secretly let the most elite supernatural beings assassinate the Corpse King and rescue the hostages. As long as the Corpse King is dead, then the hostages will be safe. The number of mutated zombies in the TV tower is at most 600, and the manhole cover of the sewer has been blocked. Don't think about increasing the number of mutated zombies in the TV tower. When Scar Corpse King heard the voice from downstairs, he thought that the human side was willing to negotiate, but then he felt something was wrong, because judging from the reaction of the mutated zombies below, the human side's attack had not stopped, but became more powerful now. At this time, the Corpse King realized that the people shouting downstairs were just trying to divert his attention. The human side didn't want to negotiate at all. They were attacking. Then, let's burn everything together. Let's see who can bear the consequences of turning their faces. Scar Corpse King sneered. He knew that his actions this time would be more dangerous, but even at this time, he should bring as many people as possible. The guy on the pad, the Corpse King, was so determined that he had the 2 yelling guys thrown out of the window. The 2 screamed after being thrown down from the 10th floor. However, there are many people with supernatural powers entering the TV tower, and they also have their own tasks, which is to give priority to ensuring the safety of the hostages. So on the 8th floor, the supernatural person was already standing at the window. When he found someone falling, he immediately reached out and rescued the person from the 8th floor. Fortunately, the supernatural person had a strong reaction ability, otherwise, it would have been impossible to catch people as they fall. The Corpse King has been throwing humans down to the window. When he threw more than 30 people, he felt that something was wrong. Why there was no sound of humans falling to the ground? He didn't dare to approach the window. He knew that as long as he was close to the window, the sniper rifle would probably just shot at this time. The main force of the supernatural beings has already entered the 9th floor. The speed is simply jaw-dropping. Dozens of mutated zombies will be killed in the blink of an eye. The Corpse King has to make a choice. Do you want to fight so many supernatural beings? The Scar Corpse King weighed his own strength a little, and chose to leave the TV tower, but before leaving, he must make human beings pay the price. The mutated zombies were immediately mobilized, and a spray type entered the room where the hostages were locked up. They opened their mouths and sprayed out large streams of acid. The strong acid immediately began to corrode the body of the hostages, and screams came out of the room one after another. There are even stronger zombies that catch the self-explosive zombies and throw them forcefully on the wall of the room where the hostages are. The self-explosive zombies have almost nothing but the fat in their bodies. After hitting the wall, they explode immediately. The grease was flowing wantonly, and the Corpse King walked out of the room, lit a match and threw it in an instant. There was a raging fire burning in the room, and the fire spread to the entire 10th floor in an instant. The captured hostages are actually on the 10th floor, so that no one can easily rescue the hostages, but now that the supernatural beings are attacking, the Corpse King simply smashes the cans and smashes them. Negotiations are useless, so let's tear up the tickets. And I have already prepared a way out. The moment the commanders on the streets saw the TV tower on fire, they put down their binoculars inside. The rescue failed. Now, we will see if we can catch the Corpse King, and we can't let the Corpse King continue to run around in the city. The casualties will increase. Get bigger. In fact, the commanders also felt the difficulty, and they couldn't let the zombies continue to survive in the city, especially the Corpse King. But as long as the Corpse King is attacked, hostage casualties are inevitable. With the damage of the hostages, the scapegoat must be the command staff. Chapter 255 Crazy Before Dying. In fact, the Corpse King is ready to retreat. The streets around the TV tower are all blocked, even the sewers are all blocked. It seems that there is no escape route at all, but now the city is full of mutated birds. The ground cannot be random transfer. Just in time to walk from the sky, the Corpse King took the remaining 200 mutated zombies with him to the top of the TV tower, setting fires all the way, and the whole building was on fire. The flames stopped, and taking advantage of this opportunity, the Corpse King came to the 32nd floor of the TV tower. The mutated birds also gathered at this time, circling continuously over Yanjing. After they dropped zombies and plague-infected corpses into the city, they did not leave in a hurry, but stayed near the TV tower. When the Corpse King appeared with the mutated zombies, he swooped down immediately, grabbed the Corpse King and the mutated zombies, and flew away. The gathering of hundreds of mutated birds is very abnormal, and the fighter jets also noticed this. 5 fighter jets flew towards the direction of the TV tower, and the powerful engines left bursts of roar in the air. The shot was fired, and a string of bullets began to shoot at the mutant bird. First, the mutated bird immediately swooped down towards the street, dodging the machine gun fire extremely dangerously, and then, more than 200 mutated birds took the zombies and scattered to escape. There were only 5 fighter jets here, and the pursuit ability was limited. Somewhere, in an instant, the Corpse King was carried away by the mutated bird. At this time, the 3 of Shen Feng had just walked to the 5th floor of the building. Looking at the messy battlefield on the ground, the 3 of them knew very well that they were late. Damn it, I can't find any warm ones even if I eat shit, and I just watch the rewards disappear. Yang Chang said depressedly. Lu Xian also shrugged, shook his head helplessly, and said, at that time we entered the sewer, the battle hadn't started yet. Who knew that the battle would have ended just after we entered the TV tower from a blind spot? I can only say the speed of the battle between the supernatural beings, far beyond what we can imagine. In the eyes of Yang Chang and Lu Xian, this is just watching the bounty slip away from their hands. According to Shen Feng's combat power, let alone a Corpse King, even if 10 Corpse Kings fight together, they are not opponents. But it happened to be a step late, and there was nothing left at this moment. More than 50 survivors came down from the top of the building, crying and walking downstairs. The clothes on these people were dirty, and there were traces of corrosion on their skin. They went down while crying. Going down, I can see that they are very sad now. Shen Feng couldn't help but step forward and asked, Big sisters, do you know how the battle above is going? We are here to rescue you, don't be afraid. At this time, Shen Feng thought that these survivors would cry, and was completely frightened by the battle of the Corpse King, so he was going to say a few words of comfort, but it's okay if he didn't say that. As soon as he said it, these survivors all glared at Shen Feng, their red eyes fixed on Shen Feng, as if they were going to tear Shen Feng to pieces. Of course, these people still didn't do this in the end. They measured their own strength and knew that even if they tried their best, they couldn't threaten Shen Feng. A big sister pointed at Shen Feng's nose and cursed, You bastards, didn't you just become supernatural beings? Is this why you don't take our lives seriously? Let you save us, what did you do in the end? Zombies are already threatening to kill people, and you are still rushing upwards. Now only a few dozen of us survived in the TV tower, are you satisfied? Shen Feng felt aggrieved, and explained, I haven't rushed up yet, and I didn't do it, but those who don't care about the lives of us low-level people are precisely the supernatural beings. You didn't despise our lives this time because you fell behind others. Next time something like this happens, you rush faster than others. The big sister's anger didn't disappear, she was still criticizing Shen Feng. Shen Feng didn't think he did anything bad, but in the eyes of others, Shen Feng was no different from those supernatural beings who rushed forward. They were all supernatural beings, and they were all people who desperately wanted to make meritorious deeds. Moreover, Shen Feng couldn't rush up, it must be because he ran too slowly. If he ran faster, he must be among the people who rushed up. Yang Chang couldn't stand it now, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go up to reason, and said as he walked, We came to save you with good intentions, but you complained instead. What are we trying to do? I didn't hit women in the first place, but Shen Feng reached out to stop Yang Chang, stopped his violent behavior, took a deep breath, and said to the big sister, I'm sorry, we did something wrong, please forgive me. The big sister ignored Shen Feng's apology, covered her face and walked down. She couldn't forget the scene of the spray zombies spraying stomach acid into the room. They died in the fire, and counting now, there are not 50 people who survived. A group of people walked out of the TV tower quickly, paying no attention to the three of Shen Feng. Yang Chang couldn't bear it now, clenched his fists and said, I can't bear this kind of thing, boss. You shouldn't stop me, let me teach them a lesson, and see if they still dare to underestimate it. Us? Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and said, No need, in the eyes of these people, we are no different from the previous group of people, we are all supernatural beings, and they are all guys who have been rushing up regardless of their lives. Explained it's useless, beating people will also increase the conflict between the two parties, forget it, it's no big deal to be scolded a few times. Lu Xian spread his hands, with a disappointed expression on his face. He said, It's alright now, I came out for nothing, I didn't get the benefits, but I was scolded instead. Shen Feng shrugged, walked to the side of the window and leaned against it, and said calmly, Perhaps there has been a gap between the supernatural beings and ordinary people. They have no ability to resist, which is the last thing they can accept. At this moment, Lu Xian pointed to a group of mutated birds outside the window and said, City Master, look, the Corpse King is there, he was captured by the birds. Lu Xian suddenly saw birds outside the window, and one of the birds was still holding a zombie with a big head in its claws. Isn't this the Corpse King? He escaped from the siege of many supernatural beings, and the fighter jets were also chasing the mutant bird, but they missed the mutant bird where the Corpse King was, making the Corpse King a small fish that escaped from the fishing net. Scar Corpse King was caught by a white crane and flew away towards the outside of the city. He still wanted to live, so seeing that the people in the city couldn't stay any longer, he had no choice but to leave the city, and he could go out as he came in. He grabbed his body and walked towards the outside of the city. In the air, Scar Corpse King can see the panic scene on the ground. Ordinary people are running on the street. Some soldiers are cleaning up the zombies that can be seen everywhere on the street. There are also people carrying corpses in the city. Half of Yanjing is already in chaos. Therefore, Scar Corpse King is very proud. HMPH, it's all messed up like this. If it lasts for a while, Yanjing will collapse on its own. Scar Corpse King said to himself. However, at this moment, a person rode a bird and rushed forward. The person's body was covered with pitch black armor, and his eyes were shining with coldness. When the Corpse King saw this scene, he was stunned. When can humans and mutated birds cooperate? Underneath this man in armor seems to be a mutated crow, with pitch black feathers on both wings. No, this is a man. This is a supernatural being with wings. Hurry up, someone is coming. Scar Corpse King hastily reminded the white crane that grabbed him, hoping that the white crane would be able to shake off the pursuers behind him. Scar Corpse King obviously forgot a very important point, that is, he can't understand human speech. No matter what he says now, he can't understand, so he is still flying without rushing. As long as there is no fighter jet, if it is chased, it will fly slowly, and it can't fly too high, because if it flies too high, it will easily become a living target. Damn. I really don't understand how Ma Jingshuang successfully negotiated cooperation with a group of beasts. They can't communicate at all. Scar Corpse King was annoyed in his heart. Now that he is flying in the sky, he has no way or energy to escape. Give it to the dumb bird. Li Xiankang is half kneeling on Zhang Ju's back. His whole body is covered with armor, and the armor on his body is not made of steel, but carbon fiber. After all, his ability is to manipulate carbon elements, and it is reasonable to use carbon fiber to make armor. The biggest advantage of carbon fiber is that the material with the same volume is extremely light in weight. Fortunately, the armor on Li Xiankang's body is made of carbon fiber. If it were replaced with metal armor, Zhang Ju would definitely not be able to carry it. Brother, come closer. I can kill the Corpse King with one blow, and the reward will be there. Li Xiankang looked anxious, and quickly said to Zhang Ju, who was under him. Zhang Ju is trying to flutter his wings, but he is only a supernatural being after all, and he originally relies on flying to eat. One regards flying as a skill, and the other regards flying as a guy who eats. Comparing the two, Zhang Ju wants to eat. It is still very difficult to catch up with Zhang Ju was already working hard to chase after the Corpse King. The moment he saw the TV tower on fire, he thought that the credit had already fallen into the hands of others. He heard that a group of supernatural beings from the Xiangsong Bureau all participated in this time. The rescue plan obviously aimed at killing the Corpse King. If a Corpse King was targeted by so many supernatural beings, he would definitely end up dead. However, when Zhang Ju and Li Xiankang searched carefully in the air, they accidentally found the trace of the Corpse King. Under the cover of hundreds of mutant birds, the Corpse King scattered and broke through, and actually escaped the strafing of fighter jets. The two knew that the credit could be obtained. A Corpse King caught by a mutant bird is flying in the sky. No one else can fly, so it is impossible to catch up with a Corpse King flying in the sky. The fighter jets also missed this white crane. Now, as long as Zhang Ju and Li Xian can catch up, they will be able to catch up with the Corpse King. Definitely can kill the Corpse King. Zhang Ju was flying desperately, but seeing the distance between Bei and himself getting farther and farther, the unwillingness in his heart became more and more obvious. Can a cooked duck fly? At this moment, when Bei was about to reach the city wall, a large caliber machine gun opened fire on a 40-story building. Hot bullets shot towards Bai in the sky, and the air defense force on the ground was here. Time worked. A string of bullets flew into the sky and instantly hit the flying white crane. A dozen blood holes were punched out of one of the white crane's wings at that time, and red blood flowed out, spilling on the ground like a rain of blood. Hey! Bai let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. Damn, your uncle, let go of your claws. Scar Corpse King cursed angrily, and he was brought down by the falling white crane. Zhang Ju found this opportunity, flew up quickly, and dived towards the falling point of the white crane, while Li Xiankang smiled and said to the soldiers shooting at the roof, "Good job. Continue next time." The two swooped down to attack the Corpse King, but Li Xiankang couldn't stand still. He was flying flat before, and he could barely keep his body steady. Now that Zhang Ju was diving, he suddenly couldn't stand still, and his body fell from Zhang Ju. Ju's back slipped. Fortunately, Li Xiankang had quick eyesight and quick hands. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Ju's belt, and shouted, "Brother, stop quickly, I'm going to fall." Zhang Ju was also anxious, and scolded, "Damn, don't take off my pants, let go, we will reach the ground soon." Li Xiankang wouldn't let go no matter what. If he fell from such a high place, he must be dead, and now he can't care about his face, he must hold on to straws. After the Corpse King fell from the sky, he landed on Bei's stomach. Fortunately, he was not injured due to the buffer, but right now he was still in the city, and there were no mutant zombies around to use. The situation became extremely critical at this moment. Li Xiankang saw the Corpse King from a distance. Immediately, being stimulated by the reward, he couldn't care about anything else. He shouted surrender to death, and the armor on his body instantly turned into spikes, aiming at the Corpse King. Flying to the past, his move is very lethal, but the disadvantage is that without the carbon element, it is difficult to use the move a second time. Li Xiankang's ability is to manipulate carbon elements, but the ability to extract can only be extracted from charcoal or coal, not from all products containing carbon elements. Therefore, after using the carbon elements on his body, Li Xiankang cannot continue to use powers. Shishi. Countless spikes flew towards the Corpse King, and countless blood mist burst out around the Corpse King. Zhang Ju and Li Xiankang fell to the ground in an extremely indecent posture, raising a lot of dust. Chapter 256. The whole city is in turmoil. Boom. Zhang Ju and Li Xiankang fell to the ground, and they immediately looked at each other with disgruntled faces. Zhang Ju lifted his trousers and tied his belt, pointed at Li Xiankang, and cursed, "You bastard almost killed me, but fortunately my flying skills are good, otherwise I would be implicated by you, and besides, you like to pick people's trousers. I must spread it all over the streets and alleys." Li Xiankang grinned his teeth, hugged his left leg and said, "Are you ashamed to beat me up? You don't carry me well, and you throw me to the ground. Now I have a broken leg. You have to pay me for mental damage and medical expenses fee." Zhang Ju thought he was wronged, but Li Xiankang still felt that he was innocent. He obviously came to fight for the reward for completing the task, but in the end he fell from the sky, broke a leg, and was blamed by others. Who can bear it? The two blamed each other on the ground for a long time, but they couldn't tell a result. In the end, they could only make peace. Zhang Ju carried Li Xiankang with a broken leg and walked towards the Corpse King, but when they arrived at the place where the white crane fell, they couldn't. It was discovered by accident that the Corpse King had disappeared, and only the mutant bird with spikes all over its body was present, and the mutant bird had also been killed. "You can't even kill zombies," Zhang Ju said to Li Xiankang with contempt. Li Xiankang replied angrily, "I'm sure I hit the Corpse King. Look around, we'll definitely find him, and I still want to exchange him for an evolutionary agent." Li Xiankang was very angry at the fact that his strength was doubted. He knew how nice Zhang Ju said when he found him. Now he blames himself when he sees the situation is not right. This kind of person is a typical snobbish shy guy. The two searched around by his body, but found nothing except some blood on the ground. At this time, the Corpse King is moving on the back of a third-order speed zombie. The speed zombie is not running randomly on the street, but is using sharp bone spurs to continuously climb the surrounding walls. It can easily penetrate into the concrete wall and move on the wall, and it can also avoid the observation of many soldiers. The Corpse King's two legs were hit by more than a dozen carbon fiber spikes, blood was flowing continuously, and fell to the ground along the legs. He can no longer run now. Fortunately, there happened to be a speed zombie near the place where the white crane fell, and the Corpse King immediately controlled the speed zombie and fled with his back on his back. Damn. It was almost there. I was almost able to leave Yanjing. In this state, I will definitely not survive. Scar Corpse King said helplessly. Scar Corpse King was seriously injured at this time, and his legs could not walk at all, and the streets were full of soldiers carrying guns. As long as he appeared in their eyes, he would have to eat enough peanuts on the spot. Right now, he can only take one step at a time and look at it step by step. Scar Corpse King hid in an abandoned private house. This was a house that was burned last night. There were dark marks all over the walls. No one would come here for a short time. The blood was constantly flowing, and the Scar Corpse King also felt dizzy at this time, presumably because he had lost too much blood, otherwise he would not have behaved like this before. "I die. I want to take revenge on this miserable world." The Scar Corpse King closed his eyes and issued the final order, which is to destroy the buildings in Yanjing City at all costs and create the greatest chaos. At this moment, all the zombies in the city ran away. 20,000 zombies were airdropped in the city, and more than 10,000 were killed by the soldiers, but there are still nearly 10,000 zombies left, and now these zombies have all become crazy. Grab everything around you and start tearing. Even more zombies are setting fire everywhere. Even in broad daylight, the city of Yanjing was full of gunpowder and smoke. Billowing black smoke rushed into the sky, but the streets were full of people running. And zombies were wreaking havoc everywhere. The originally chaotic area was still on the outskirts of the city, but the mutated birds in the sky did not decrease at all. They kept dropping zombies from the air, and the chaotic crowd gradually rushed to the center of the city. Even the Forbidden City was inevitably affected. In such a chaotic situation, people ran to places where there was no disaster, crying and shouting. During this period, many frail and sick people were trampled to death. The term natural disasters and man-made disasters appeared very early. Some people discovered this problem in ancient times. Often when natural disasters occur, man-made disasters also inevitably occur. The guy in the room has no chance to reach out, but as long as there is a breakdown in order, there will always be wolfish and ambitious people who will take the opportunity to do things that harm others and benefit themselves. So when the chaos in Yanjing City was expanding, a group of idle people gathered. These people did not choose to work after the outbreak of zombies. They just received a little relief food every day to barely maintain their lives. But at this time, their minds immediately became active. Great! Choosing Chen Shengwang. Someone started shouting slogans. Fart. Your mother. Now is the time to shout for justice, robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Immediately, some people criticized such slogans. Not to become kings, there is a use for shouting this slogan. It is better to shout some affordable slogans, maybe attract more people to join. Ever since, a group of people started setting fires while shouting the slogan of doing justice for the sky, robbing the rich and helping the poor. As long as the house is on fire, these people will have to come out of the house, and the situation will become more chaotic. And after the chaotic situation, there will be more things they can do, such as entering an empty house to find valuables. With fuel fueled by a group of guys who fished in troubled waters, the chaos in Yanjing City intensified. There were many people who hated the rich. People who have the advantage of getting more resources, and those who get less resources, are psychologically unbalanced. People who are unbalanced in their hearts do more horrible things. They don't want to rob property, they just want to destroy. They don't need to get more, they just need to make others feel as sad as themselves. And the scale of destruction is getting bigger. The chaos continued until the evening. At this time, the mutated bird was still dropping zombies into the city, but the zombies in the city were no longer crazy. Shen Feng searched for a long time, and finally found the Corpse King hiding in the abandoned houses. The Corpse King had scars on his face, and he looked very vicious, but there was only one zombie protecting the Corpse King. This is a speed zombie, you evil guy, go to hell. Shen Feng pointed to the Corpse King leaning against a corner of the wall. A wind blade flew out, killing the Corpse King on the spot. The huge head rolled to the ground, and the zombies in Yanjing City were lost. After losing command, the level of combat plummeted, and the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that now was the time to eliminate the zombies. Shen Feng took off the clothes of the Corpse King, wrapped up the head on the ground, handed it to Yang Chang and said, "Take the head of the Corpse King back. We don't need to exchange for rewards, we can make it by ourselves, and we can get 2 tubes of different drugs. It can be medicine." Yang Chang took the Corpse King's head, but looked at Shen Feng and asked, "City Master, where are you going? Aren't we going back together?" Shen Feng shook his head and said helplessly, "The city is in chaos, the zombies have not been cleaned up, and people are running for their lives. I will do what I can, at least kill some more zombies. Although it is not very effective, it can be done anyway. With a little contribution, if you can save one person, it counts as one." When Shen Feng was looking for the blood dripping from the Corpse King, he saw many crying people on the street. Countless people were in turmoil because of the disturbance brought by the zombies, and they were completely in panic all day long. He has no ability to resist, so he can only accept it. It is luck to survive, and it can only be destiny to die. Shen Feng couldn't stand it. He couldn't watch his compatriots suffer without being indifferent. Now it was getting dark. The mutated bird had poor eyesight, and would not be attacked by air at night, but the chaos in the city would not end anytime soon. Lu Xian also stood up at this time, and said seriously, "I will go with the city lord. You can't stand people suffering." "Of course I am the same." Yang Chang had no choice but to shrug and leave with the Corpse King's head. He actually wanted to continue fighting with Shen Feng, but with such a valuable thing in his hand, he had to return to the station alone. Shen Feng led Lu Xian to kill zombies on the street, and wherever they passed, all the zombies fell to the ground and died. Lu Xian's ability played a great role at this moment. He could find all the hidden zombies on the street and kill them. However, after the two fought in the city for a while, they suddenly discovered that someone was setting fire and deliberately creating chaos. When this happened, Shen Feng was immediately furious. Originally, there was great chaos in the city, but at this moment, some people wanted to make the situation even more chaotic. Shen Feng rushed up immediately and killed the guy who set the fire. When the situation in the city stabilized, it was already late at night, and the casualties in the city exceeded 100,000. Some of these people died because of zombies, some because of flames, and some were killed by a group of psychopaths after the battle was over. Shen Feng was in a heavy heart. He said to Lu Xian, "I'm really afraid that this situation will happen in Yazhou. The danger is falling from the sky. The ground is full of people running, a group of helpless people. For the vicious zombies, you can imagine how scared they are." Lu Xian quickly said, "Don't be too discouraged, the city lord. At worst, when we go back, we will build more towers. When the air defense force goes up, we will not be afraid of the air attack of the mutated birds. As for now, it is also caused by our inexperience. Yes, experience is built with blood." Shen Feng said such a sentence without thinking. He really couldn't bear to see the miserable situation in the city, and brought Lu Xian back to the station. When Shen Feng and Lu Xian returned to the station, Chu Qiaoyan quickly walked to Shen Feng's side, and said to him, "Li Qi came to look for you, and waited for you for 2 hours, why did you come back?" When Shen Feng heard about this, he couldn't help feeling a stomachache. He was punched by Li Qi before, and he still felt the pain when he woke up the next day. Now, at this time, Li Qi came to the door. Could it be for the purpose of settling accounts after the fall? I blame Jin Ziju, that bastard. If he hadn't stolen a dog, he wouldn't be in the current trouble. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. Shen Feng had no choice but to find Li Qi, and said to her, "I'm sorry I ate your dog before, but you can't blame me for this. Jin Ziju stole it. If it is to settle accounts, it must be Jin Ziju who is more responsible, isn't it?" Shen Feng just wants to bring trouble to the east at this time. Since he didn't steal the dog, the conflict between himself and Li Qi is not the biggest. If Li Qi can turn around, it would be better choose. At this time, Li Qi lowered her head. Her face was very gloomy, her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried, and there were obvious tears on her face. Li Qi knelt down on the ground with a plop, then bent down her noble body, with her forehead on the ground, and knelt down in front of Shen Feng in such a mess. Her lips trembled for a while, and finally spit out this sentence, "Shen Feng, please help me." Shen Feng was stunned when he saw this scene. This is not the Li Qi he knew. This is a very proud person, and he's extremely confident. It seems that nothing in this world will embarrass her, but now, it was such a woman who knelt in front of her and begged for help. Not only Shen Feng was stunned, but even Chu Qiaoyan, who came with her, was also stunned. She didn't expect Li Qi to kneel down so simply. Could it be that something extraordinary happened? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Outer Space Elements. Shen Feng didn't expect Li Qi to kneel down so decisively. He quickly grabbed Li Qi's arm and said seriously, "Don't do this, don't do this. If you need my help, tell me, maybe I can help you. Except for what I can't do, I will try my best to help you." Li Qi was pulled up by Shen Feng, but she was still kneeling on the ground, as if she wouldn't get up if Shen Feng didn't agree to help. "You can definitely help me, I know." Li Qi said affirmatively, and with red eyes, he said his request, "I beg you to lend me the head of the Corpse King. I want revenge. I want to let the guy who killed my parents will pay with blood." "What the hell are you talking about? What is revenge?" The moment Shen Feng heard this, he didn't understand what happened, but he figured out Li Qi's purpose, and he still wanted the Corpse King's head. Probably because he wanted to make potions and become a supernatural being. "When I went out today, my parents were fine. I asked them to wait for me at home, but when I got home, the community was already on fire. I learned from the neighbors that he ran to the street, but his health was not good. He was scattered by the crowd, and was trampled to death in the end." Li Qi said sadly, I'm so sad. I can understand your desire for revenge. How about this? I promise to give you the supernatural potion, but you will follow me back to Yazhou after the war, because I lack scientific research personnel." Shen Feng thought for a while, and suggested to Li Qi. Shen Feng now puts forward a best of both worlds suggestion, not to give supernatural potions in vain. This thing is very precious, but if Li Qi is willing to follow him to work in Yazhou, then it will be no problem. Just because there is a lack of scientific research in the laboratory personnel. Li Qi shook his head vigorously, and explained, "No, I don't need the Corpse King's head to make supernatural potions, but to extract substances. I have studied the origin of supernatural powers, and also studied the evolution principle of evolutionaries, and discovered the difference between a superhuman and an evolutionary must be related to the existence or non-existence of a substance. Hearing such an explanation, Shen Feng couldn't help but nodded, and asked, "Go on, what's the difference between a superhuman and an evolutionary, Li?" Qi knew that if she wanted to get Shen Feng's approval, it was useless to just cry. Sometimes what men don't believe the most is tears, so she had to give a satisfactory answer. Li Qi continued, "Both evolutionists and supernatural beings use evolutionary potions to evolve, and evolutionary potions can be made with the brains of mutated zombies, and the essence of evolutionary potions is virus proteins, and the essence of evolutionary potions and evolutionary potions, the difference is that the materials used are different, the head of the mutated zombie and the head of the Corpse King. After laboratory analysis, we have come to a conclusion that there is a special channel for transmitting information between Corpse Kings, which can communicate over long distances. The battle in Rongcheng, Yanjing's Corpse King can quickly obtain information. This is evidence, so." Shen Feng asked. Li Qi said seriously, "That is to say, there is a special substance in the head of the Corpse King, which is the source of the power of the supernatural being. As long as it can be extracted, it can use its characteristics to find the other Corpse Kings. Position. The current war can no longer be solved casually, only by killing all the Corpse Kings. The war will truly end, and I can take revenge completely." Shen Feng pondered for a moment, and felt that what Li Qi said was reasonable, but the risk was a bit high. If the extraction of this substance failed, wouldn't it be a waste of a Corpse King's head, which was worth 2 supernatural potions? Shen Feng always likes to ask other people's opinions when he has a hard time making a choice, so at this moment Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan and asked, "Qiaoyan, what do you think?" The corner of Chu Qiaoyan's mouth twitched twice, and he asked back, "I'm a liberal arts student, you ask me." Shen Feng looked at Yang Chang and Lu Xian. Both of them spread their hands to express their ignorance. Apparently they had no suggestion at this time. Shen Feng was very helpless. If the senior sister was by his side, or if Professor Chu was by his side, he would be able to give him a suitable answer, but now, he had to make his own decision. Li Qi hesitated when she saw Shen Feng, knowing that the other party's faith was being shaken, and when she thought of her parents who died tragically, she began to kowtow to Shen Feng, and said while kowtowing, "Please believe me, I just want revenge now." Seeing this, Shen Feng quickly grabbed Li Qi's shoulders, and said, I promise you, I promise you. But you want to do experiments in the place I prepared. I don't want to see you run away. If I need any equipment, I will find it." Li Qi raised her head, and the tears in her eyes could no longer hold back. At this moment, her long, smooth hair was already disheveled, wet with tears and sticking to her face. She looked just like her name. Li Qi's name, the meaning is very simple, cute and pitiful. The little bird is close to others. Shen Feng couldn't help but reach out and lifted Li Qi's hair, and comforted him. "Don't cry, you're all cats. Get ready and find a quiet tent to do the experiment." Li Qi did what he said, and proposed the equipment he wanted. Shen Feng quickly arranged for Yang Chang to look for it, and the laboratory is also very simple. Just put a few tables in the big tent, and the sound of guns from the front line can be heard all the time. In the tent, the zombies attacked outside the city all night. Fortunately, with a tall city wall as a barrier, the human side could barely resist the zombies' attack. Guo Pinming has been commanding the frontline operations these days, and his commanding ability is still very qualified. When there is no mistake at all, after Xu Daiping received instructions from his superiors, he immediately told Guo Pinming the news. Guo Pinming always carry out meticulously. The attack of the zombies has become more and more fierce, especially the tactics of the zombies have also changed. They are no longer rushing forward recklessly, but are digging forward. Molotov cocktails and white phosphorus bombs will kill the zombies digging the trenches, but if a batch of zombies die, the zombies will replenish when the flames stop burning, and the process of digging the trenches has not stopped for the next week. The Corpse King kept controlling the attack of zombies from the front, and the mutated birds also kept transporting zombies into Yanjing from the air. He has an advantage in front of his weapons, but the battle in the city is not right. Zombies will land on the ground from any sky in Yanjing. Even the Forbidden City has zombies. In this case, everyone in the city is in danger, and there is no absolutely safe place. It is better to say that there is a place with a basement, Hiding in the ground it will always be much safer, but there is no basement. Once zombies destroy the city, everyone will swarm to the subway. At this time, the subway is not running, and its function has become an air raid shelter. The train from Yanjing to Jinmen runs all day long. Originally, there were 10 trains per day, but more and more people were fleeing. The railway station had to provide 20 trains per day. In order to survive, everyone couldn't wait to leave Yanjing, at least in Jinmen, is not on danger of life in such a critical situation. The people of Yanjing have a voice, that is to make peace with the zombies, demarcate areas for the zombies to live in, and end the war as soon as possible. Only in this way can the crisis be completely resolved, otherwise, the protracted war will kill more people, die more civilians. Some people heard about the battle of the TV tower to encircle and suppress the corpse king. After the news spread among the civilians, they became more emotional. Even if it is for the sake of the overall situation, you can't ignore the lives of the civilians, right? Why do you have to kill the corpse king even if you sacrifice civilians? Are civilian lives worthless? Is only credit the most important thing? The hearts of the people in the city have completely collapsed. Many people think that they must persist until the war is won, while others think that peace must be negotiated immediately. The most important thing is to end the war. Some people don't care what the war is like, they just want to grab a seat on the train, even if you don't have a seat, as long as you can leave Yanjing, that's enough. For many people, Yanjing is an utterly sad place. They thought Yanjing was safe, so they dragged their families to come here, but who knows that this is the most dangerous place. If they can leave Yanjing, I will never come back again, even if this is the capital. Shen Feng takes Yang Chang and Lu Xian to kill zombies in the city every day. Although their strength is limited, they can contribute their own power anyway. The role of these supernatural beings fighting on the city wall is far inferior to killing zombies in the city. You can only shoot the zombies on the ground on the city wall, but you can save people inside the city. Finally, a week later, Li Qi walked out of the tent with dark circles under her eyes. She looked very haggard at this time. After all, she didn't sleep much during this time, except that she would squint for a while if she couldn't hold on. She's been experimenting, but Li Qi's eyes were flickering. She found Shen Feng, and said, I succeeded, I extracted this element. This is an element that does not belong to the earth, or even an element that does not belong to this universe. When Shen Feng heard the news, he immediately became happy, and rushed to the tent with a group of people. There were a lot of data scattered on the table in this temporary laboratory, and the top of these papers was a petri dish. There is a handful of powder in the dish. It is off-white powder. It looks very ordinary. Is this the element you mentioned? It looks very ordinary. Shen Feng looked at the powder and couldn't believe it in Shen Feng's eyes. These powders were like chalk dust, and he couldn't see anything unusual. Li Qi said affirmatively, I dare say that this is the substance that causes humans to acquire supernatural powers. This is an extraterrestrial element, an element that does not belong to our universe. Extracted from the head of a corpse king, although there are only 5, it is heavy, but it is indeed the origin of the ability. Hearing Li Qi's explanation, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning, and said to himself, elements from outside the universe? I seem to have heard of it why can't I remember it? Li Qi was also a little puzzled at this time, and said, I also find it strange that the zombie virus is recognized as originating in the Pacific Ocean, but the instigator is the extraterrestrial element. I don't know how the extraterrestrial element came to the Earth. Now, Li Qi can only prove one thing, that is, the supernatural power comes from an element that does not belong to the Earth, but how this element came to the Earth, she does not know. When Shen Feng heard Li Qi's analysis, he suddenly thought of an incident in Jiangyang. At that time, he got the laboratory information and discussed with Mr. Niu. One hypothesis was rejected, that is, the virus came from last year. A meteorite falling into the Pacific Ocean. I understand. The extraterrestrial elements came to the Earth with a meteorite. Shen Feng slapped his head, and now he figured out the source of the zombie virus. The meteorite that fell in the Pacific Ocean must have the zombie virus. The ocean current spread in the sea, and then entered the rain and fell on the land, eventually causing the zombie infection to mutate. When Chu Qiaoyan and others heard the origin of the zombie virus, they were dizzy and couldn't understand it. Did they all say that the zombie virus was most likely caused by the melting of Antarctic glaciers, so the ancient virus reappeared? It now appears that the virus came from outer space instead. This. I can't understand. I really can't understand. Yang Chang couldn't accept this fact, waved his hands and said, "This is impossible. The zombie virus came from another universe? How could such a coincidence happen? Meteorites from other universes happen to fall on the Earth, causing zombies to explode and beasts to mutate? This is too ridiculous." Li Qi rubbed his dark circles, and said haggardly, "Whether you believe it or not, the fact is that a meteorite caused the end of the world. Otherwise, the outer elements cannot explain it, could it be that you made a mistake in the measurement? Did these elements come from outside the universe?" Chu Qiaoyan asked hastily. Li Qi shook his head, and said seriously, "I didn't believe that it was an extraterrestrial element at the time. I didn't believe it until I did 2 experiments in a row with the same result. And in the brains of you supernatural beings, in fact, there are also extraterrestrial elements, otherwise, you would not be able to use the power." After saying this, Li Qi took out a test tube containing the evolution potion, which was a pink solution, and then took out half of the extraterrestrial elements from the petri dish, and after dissolving it in the evolution potion also became the color changed, and it was a light green solution at this time. Do you understand now? The most important thing in the supernatural potion is the extraterrestrial element. As long as there are extraterrestrial elements, the supernatural potion can endow humans with supernatural powers. Li Qi held the supernatural potion just made at this time show off. Chapter 258 Let It Go. Shen Feng believed what Li Qi said, and quickly asked, "Before you said that you could find the trace of the Corpse King, how do you do it?" Speaking of this, Li Qi also realized that now she only extracted the elements outside the universe, but it may not be that simple to find the Corpse King, so she was also confused, and said to herself, "Is it possible that only the Corpse King has a way to use the outer elements to communicate? How do the outer elements communicate?" At this moment, Lu Xian noticed something strange. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "These elements are releasing a special wave. I can sense it weakly. These elements emit heat. I feel that the communication between zombies and this wave is relevant." Shen Feng frowned, thinking, Lu Xian can feel a kind of wave, and his ability is heat induction, so it must be a special ability to perceive extraterrestrial elements. Thinking of this, Shen Feng quickly said, "Protect this element, I'll call someone right away, maybe others can see something different." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng hurriedly tried to contact Xiao Sheng and Ken Qa, asking them to bring people from the Ability Management Bureau to his side as much as possible, and the reason was very simple, that is to discuss how to use the ability to fight. The two readily agreed to come down. Now it is nighttime. After Shen Feng put down the walkie-talkie, he looked up at the starry sky above his head. Shen Feng used to look at the vast starry sky and felt that it was magnificent, and he also felt a lot of emotion in his heart, but at this time, Shen Feng, who learned the truth, felt in his heart with a heart of awe. This is the heart of awe for the entire starry sky. Humans are often pretentious, and they often think that human beings are the greatest creatures, but now it seems that this is not the case. A small meteorite can bring disaster to human beings, and the vast and endless starry sky does not know that there is something hidden in it. What is it? Opportunity or danger? The stars are so bright, so vast. Shen Feng looked at the starry sky and said to himself. Half an hour later, Xiao Sheng and Ken Qa showed up at Shen Feng's residence with more than 20 supernatural beings, and were invited to enter the temporary laboratory. When they heard about Li Qi's experiment, they were immediately shocked. "I was so surprised that I couldn't close my mouth from ear to ear. No one expected the truth to be like this." Li Qi shook the supernatural potion in his hand, and said in a depressed mood, "I never thought that the supernatural potion I dreamed of would come from an element outside the universe. This is an element that does not belong to this universe. People who can get it are all the pride of heaven." Now that Li Qi has obtained the supernatural potion, she believes that even if she drinks it now, Shen Feng will not do anything to her, but she can't be happy. She used to do everything possible to gain power, just to protect her loved ones, the one I love, but now that my parents have died unexpectedly, even if I get the power, what can I do? Xiao Sheng looked at Shen Feng and asked, "Why did you come to us? If it's just to inform us of this news, it seems that the battle is too big." Shen Feng shrugged and said, "The real purpose, quickly let people with strong detection capabilities in your organization observe extraterrestrial elements. Maybe you can find traces of the Corpse King through this." Xiao Sheng said helplessly, "I know you have no good intentions, kid. It turned out that you wanted to drag us into the water, but you have found the right person. Zio. Sheng turned around and shouted to the two people, Lu Yizhen and Chai Qifu, you two, come out, we need you to appear on the stage, don't embarrass our Ability Administration Bureau, Zio. Sheng called out two people from the crowd behind him. If there are many supernatural beings in the Supernatural Management Bureau, then he is really right. Whether it is combat-type superpowers or auxiliary-type superpowers, there are many. The so-called auxiliary type of ability user is someone whose ability is not very helpful to the battle. Sometimes the combat power is not as good as that of the general evolutionary. Such ability users can only be called auxiliary type of ability users. However, this type of ability user may not be good at fighting, and the ability can be used in some strange places to play a huge role, such as when detection is needed. Now Lu Yizhen's ability is vision enhancement. The eyesight of ordinary people can only see light in the visible spectrum, but he is different. After the eyes are strengthened, the range of the spectrum that can be seen has expanded a lot. Many humans see he can see all the light that cannot be reached, and can even see whether the ability user is using the ability. Lu Yizhen stepped forward, walked to the petri dish and began to look at it. In his eyes, the extraterrestrial elements suddenly became different. It was no longer the gray-white powder before, but bursts of colorful rays of light bloomed out. A situation never seen before. This element is blooming with a strange luster. It is definitely not an ordinary element, but I can't see any other special circumstances. Lu Yizhen said in surprise. Chai Qifu also came forward. His ability is electromagnetic induction. After coming up, he stretched out his palm towards the petri dish, closed his eyes and began to carefully sense the electromagnetic wave. No matter how weak the electromagnetic wave is, as long as he tries hard to feel it, it is perceptible. This element emits a strange electromagnetic wave, and I can vaguely feel that this electromagnetic wave echoes with other places. Chai Qifu said with a frown. When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately cheered up, and quickly said, Brother, quickly perceive carefully. The place that echoes the electromagnetic wave must be the location of the Corpse King. Now that the battle is so anxious, we have to kill the Corpse King. Only then can the war in Yanjing be truly ended. At this time, not only Shen Feng became excited, but everyone in the Ability Management Bureau also became happy. During this period of battle, the Corpse King has been dropping zombies from the sky, causing chaos in the city, and civilians are also brewing. It is definitely not a good thing to go on like this without feeling dissatisfied. What people care about most is the credit for killing the Corpse King. There is no doubt that as long as you can kill the Corpse King, the situation of the war will be one-sided, and such credit will inevitably become a hero among the population, not only becoming famous all over the country, maybe spreading your name all over the world. No, my supernatural perception ability is not that strong. At most, I can vaguely detect electromagnetic waves within a radius of 10 kilometers. I can't do better. I can only feel the general direction of the Corpse King. Jike bit again. He gritted his teeth and said helplessly, manpower is sometimes exhausted. This sentence is very reasonable, just like what Dior said, human beings have limits. Chai Qifu also noticed the limit of his abilities. No matter how hard he tried to perceive, he could not find the specific location of the Corpse King. He is a third-order ability user. Now he has encountered an evolutionary barrier. If he does not break through, the ability will be destroyed. It will not play a stronger role. Hearing what Chai Qifu said, Shen Feng could only helplessly shake his head, then gritted his teeth and said, I've already used up a Corpse King's head, now I need to add a little bit of bargaining chips. What are you doing? Feng Qinghao asked curiously. Shen Feng said to Yang Chang, go and bring all the remaining evolution agents, and give them all to Chai Qifu. Let him evolve to the 4th level first, and maybe his perception will improve. Yang Chang nodded, and quickly fetched the sealed evolutionary base. The small half-bucket of light red jelly looked like jelly, but in fact the evolutionary base had no smell at all. Everyone in the Ability Management Bureau saw so many evolutionary agents, and most of them couldn't help being greedy. Among them, Lu Yizhen was even more envious. Shen Feng, you are really a big business, so many evolutionary agents can be directly obtained. Come out, we have never seen so many good things. Shen Feng wondered, isn't the laboratory able to synthesize evolutionary bases by itself? Why are you so envious? I haven't mastered how to synthesize evolutionary bases in Yazhao. I should be envious of you, Qin. Qi explained. Shen Feng, let me tell you this, one liter of evolutionary agent needs 1,000 mutated zombies to make, And the number of mutated zombies is not that many, so the evolutionary base produced in the laboratory is limited. Those who supply combat-type abilities and auxiliary-type ability users are not eligible to use it. Oh, that's it. Shen Feng nodded, understanding the reason Jin Ziju sighed at this time, and said with emotion, since the establishment of the Xiangxun Bureau, we have never seen the evolutionary base. It can only be said that a new generation has replaced the old ones. We have become stepmothers. The reason is also it's very simple. The Ability Management Bureau is not under the jurisdiction of the headquarters, but the laboratory has a close relationship with the headquarters. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders, handed the evolution agent to Zhaiqifu, and said with a smile, I don't care about the palace fight between you. Now, Zhaiqifu, you should evolve quickly and find the trace of the Corpse King, which is more important than anything else. Exclamation mark. While you evolve, the rest of us are in charge of negotiating tactics. Zhaiqifu is also polite. The opportunity to break through the evolutionary barrier is in front of his eyes. If he does not take the opportunity to evolve now, he may not have such a good opportunity in the future. So I found the camp bed and lay down, and I could vaguely smell a faint fragrance, and I don't know where this fragrance came from. When he ate the evolution potion, his body immediately became hot, and he fell into the state of evolution. Li Qi frowned when he saw Zhaiqifu's movements, and the other party was lying on her bed, but now for the sake of the overall situation, Li Qi can't attack. She shook the supernatural potion in her hand, and said to Shen Feng, then you discuss the plan. I will go to your tent to rest, and drink this potion by the way. Shen Feng nodded, and said to Chu Qiaoan, arrange 2 guards for her to protect her safety. Don't participate in the next battle, just stay at the garrison. Wait to hear the good news of our victory. Shen Feng doesn't know what the next battle will be like, but he can imagine that all the Corpse Kings are hiding underground, and the battle will definitely take place underground. Fighting in such a narrow place must be extremely dangerous, for the safety of Chu Qiaoyan. Considering that Shen Feng doesn't intend to take her with him, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help complaining, but she was persuaded by Shen Feng in the end. She knew Shen Feng's speed. As long as he didn't hold back and didn't worry about it, then when he showed his true speed, no one could catch Shen Feng, and she followed Shen Feng. Departure will definitely become his burden. Then, you must be careful. Remember, I am always concerned about you. If you die. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help telling Shen Feng to be careful at this moment, but Shen Feng covered Chu Qiaoyan's mouth with his hand instead, and said with a smile, don't put a death flag on me. I promise to come back safely, and you take care of yourself. When you recover, we can go wherever we want, just go there. In the middle of the night, Shen Feng gathered more than 20 people with supernatural powers and began to discuss the next tactics. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, he had to kill the Corpse King. Qin Qi's ability can play a big role at this time. When she rescued Shen Feng, she could directly open the passage to the bottom from the ground. Therefore, after discovering the specific location of the Corpse King, Qin Qi what needs to be responsible is to open the channel. Shen Feng suggested, we should go to the west to kill the Corpse King first. As far as I know, Ma Jingshuang is underground in the west. The most important thing is to kill him. Once he dies, all dragons will be leaderless. Zio Sheng also nodded, and said seriously, I think it's feasible. When killing the Corpse King, you must be decisive and kill the Corpse King as quickly as possible. You can't give them the ability to react. Jin Ziju stretched out his hand, and the electric current in his palm kept jumping and crackling. At this moment, he became serious. Don't worry about this. My thunderbolt will definitely electrocute the Corpse King to death in the shortest time. Qin Qi heard everyone's conversation, couldn't help standing up, and asked, although I know that the beheading operation is very important, should I report this matter to the superiors? When Zhangju heard this, he immediately laughed. Big sister, can you stop being so obedient? You said we reported such an important matter. How will the higher-ups react? Have a meeting to discuss? Or let the people from the Xiangxun Bureau come perform this mission instead of us? Qin Qi has nothing to say at this time. Zhang Zi also stood up, took Qin Qi's arm, and said in a low voice, Sister Qin, although what Zhang Ju said is straightforward and vulgar, it makes sense. People who have heard about it will definitely take credit with us. We need to use actions to prove that the Ability Management Bureau is the strongest. Qin Qi nodded helplessly. As the captain of the crowd, she also had to think about the people under her command. Now the credit is in front of her eyes. If she still reports to her superiors, she really doesn't know what the consequences will be. She can only kill first and play later. As long as the task is completed, I believe the leader will not say much. In that case, let's give it a go and tell our superiors with our record that we are the strongest. Qin Kui said seriously. Chapter 259 Soaring into the Sky. Shen Feng led more than 20 people to discuss in the tent overnight, and finally made a plan. This is a beheading operation specially formulated for the Corpse King. As long as the Corpse King is killed, the war will definitely end. And the most critical point is to perceive the position of the Corpse King through Zhiqifu's ability. If Zhiqifu still can't perceive the exact location of the Corpse King at the 4th level, then everything is in vain. I only hope that after he breaks through the evolutionary barrier, his perception ability will be greatly improved. As long as he can accurately find the Corpse King, then with the power of the supernatural beings here, they can definitely kill the Corpse King when the sun rose again. 27 supernatural beings were ready to go. And after waking up, Zhiqifu's perception ability was greatly improved, and his electromagnetic wave induction for a kilometer around him was improved, and there was only a blur in places farther away. It feels, that is to say, that Zhiqifu has to go outside the city to detect the location of the Corpse King on the spot. Shen Feng put the extraterrestrial elements in the petri dish into a small bottle, tied a red thread and hung it around Zhiqifu's neck, and said seriously, "Keep the small bottle well, and return it to me when the war is over. If you lose it, you will pay for it." Chai? Qifu asked with a smile. Mr. Shen, how about this bite? I wonder what kind of meat do you like? Shen Feng pointed to Zhiqifu's chest, and said with a smile, "I like the flesh of your heart, and if I cut off a piece, you will agree, right, Chai?" Qifu's face suddenly became a little reluctant at this time, and he could only reply, "I will definitely keep the small bottle safe, Mr. Shen. Please rest assured." When Zhiqifu saw the small bottle hanging on his neck, he was very excited. Did it mean that this thing can make supernatural potions? If it is greedy quietly, it is said that it was lost in the battle, and Shen Feng can't do anything to himself. But now, Shen Feng has clearly stated the consequences, and Zhiqifu also has to consider the danger of his life. Shen Feng was still not at ease at this time. He drew a wind blade, instantly pierced a smooth cut on the ground, and then said with a smile, "If you think you can withstand my attack, then you can do it yourself. Think about how a wind blade suddenly shoots out in the darkness. Can you resist it yourself, Chai?" Qifu's smile was a bit forced, and at this moment he gave up the idea of being greedy. After all, the consequences of offending Shen Feng were too serious. When the sky is bright, the corpses attack the city wall again. Shen Feng can only choose the south wall to go out. The 3 sides outside Yanjing City are endless corpses. If you go down, you will be attacked by zombies. This is not a wise move. When leaving the station, Chu Qiaoyan waved vigorously at Shen Feng. Her eyes were full of expectation. She knew that Shen Feng was going to do something dangerous, and she could only watch. Suddenly, saw the color of the willows on the street, and regretted teaching my husband to look for a Marcus. Chu Qiaoyan watched Shen Feng and others' figures drifting away, and her heart was full of disappointment. On the one hand, she also hoped that Shen Feng would be a hero of the world. On the other hand, they are worried that Shen Feng will be in danger. This kind of contradictory psychology is like a poem written by Wang Changling after Shen Feng and more than 20 people left the city. The soldiers in Nanchang immediately reported the matter to their superiors. The number of zombies on the site is the least. It can be said that going out of the city is a flat road. If you go out of the city at this time, you are probably running for your life. Don't worry about them. This matter is led by Shen Feng, and he still has more than 5,000 people staying here. It is impossible to leave casually. After the headquarters heard about this incident, they did not think that these supernatural beings had escaped. In their view, Shen Feng is the least likely to escape. Most of Yazhao's troops are in Shen Feng's hands. If he escapes like this, he will definitely not be able to stabilize the situation, so he just took people to do secret missions. The headquarters didn't intend to pursue this matter, but it didn't mean they didn't see it immediately. Someone called the direct leader of the Ability Management Bureau and began to complain. "We heard that the Ability Management Bureau has a secret operation, but the leader is Shen Feng, which is very strange. Does the action of the Ability Management Bureau require outsiders to intervene? Or is the management of the Ability Management Bureau taken over by an outsider?" The Answer from the Ability Management Bureau is very official. Currently, the actions of the ability users are not mandatory orders. The ability users have the ability to decide their own actions, so we have not interfered much. Thank you for notifying us about this matter. We will strengthen management in the future. Of course, the leader of the Ability Management Bureau also felt uncomfortable. Most of the members of the Ability Management Bureau did not notify their superiors. Does this mean that they have no sense of teamwork? The supernatural beings recruited by the people are always unreliable. They are unorganized and disciplined in their actions. It seems that in the future, the resources of the laboratory will be properly tilted towards the Xiangxun Bureau. The leader of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau thought so in his heart. A strategy of checks and balances is necessary. No matter where it will exist, a dominance is always worrying. So, after the laboratory discovered the production method of the supernatural potion, the official establishment of the Xiangxun Bureau, in order not to let all the supernatural beings be in one organization, Shen Feng came out of Yanjing City, and started to go around in circles. The Corpse King is hiding behind the Corpse Tide. It is not so easy to find the Corpse King. The first thing to do is to avoid the Corpse Tide, otherwise tens of millions of zombies will all be killed at once. If you rush up, there are more than 20 people here, and they must be dead without a whole body. Looking at the countless mutated birds above his head, Zhang Ju frowned and said, if so many mutated birds attack us, wouldn't it be a big deal? Shen Feng also felt strange when he heard this, and murmured, it stands to reason that zombies and birds can communicate, so zombies and mutant beasts are also enemies, but now that zombies and mutant birds are united, it's not right. First of all, the communication between humans and other animals is very difficult. Elephants are smart enough, but the communication between humans and elephants is also very simple. In many cases, elephants cannot understand complex instructions. At this time, the mutant bird and the Corpse King can fight together, which is absolutely unusual. Zhao Sheng quickly said, don't think about these problems, let's hurry up, kill the Corpse King sooner, and end the war sooner. It has been fighting for more than 4 months. If it continues to drag on, no one can stand it. After Zhao Sheng finished speaking, he hurriedly led his people on their way. Now killing the Corpse King is the most important thing. Spring is very precious. If the planting season is missed, the crop yield will decrease. In addition, zombies are raging in many areas. The battle must be ended quickly, so that excess troops can be drawn out to recover the rest of the area. A group of people bypassed a tens of kilometers wide Corpse Tide outside the city, and finally came to the mountain to the west. According to Zhaiqifu's induction, the electromagnetic waves emitted by the Corpse King are just below the mountain. Here the group didn't arrive at the destination until noon. The distance was too far. Shen Feng could arrive at the destination in tens of minutes, but the others couldn't. The speed was not outstanding, especially Zhaiqifu. He couldn't find the position of the Corpse King, but his speed is not flattering. Basically, as long as he is a fourth-order evolutionary, he can surpass him. It seems that his abilities are all induction, and he has no advantage in physical matters. After finally arriving on the mountain, Zhaiqifu ran around on the mountain with a small bottle in his hand. At this time, the supernatural beings also escaped with their weapons, and they were about to fight the Corpse King. At this time, we must do our best. Prepare. Finally, Zhaiqifu took a deep breath and stopped at the mountainside. This is among the mountains, surrounded by towering mountains, and there are many caves on the mountain, which are the hiding places dug by the zombies before. I can sense that the zombies are right under my feet, and there are at least 40 electromagnetic waves coming from below, and the waves are very active. Zhaiqifu said with a frown. Zhaiqifu speculated that it was a good thing that all the Corpse Kings in the west gathered together. As long as they gathered together, they would be able to deal with it directly. Qin Qiyi said, get out of the way, look at my methods, wait for me to open a passage directly, and you are all ready to fight. After saying this, Qin Qiyi immediately bent down and pressed his hands on the ground. In an instant, the ground began to sink, and a deep well gradually formed. Maybe Qin Qiyi's usual fighting power is not very strong, but when it comes to changing the terrain, her ability is simply unparalleled. Hey! While Qin Qiyi was making the tunnel, a sharp cry suddenly came from the distant sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that a mutated bird appeared, like dark clouds, heading towards the top of the mountain. The location flew over, and there were a lot of them, at least tens of thousands. Damn, this is a mutated bird. Our location is exposed. Feng King Heo couldn't help but swear. He didn't expect to come here after a distance of tens of kilometers, and now he was about to find the Corpse King, but the traces were exposed instead. So many mutations the bird flew over. There were only 20 people here. They were no match at all. Shen Feng also had an ugly expression on his face. Looking towards the horizon, the sky was full of mutated birds. Moreover, the big bird at the head was even more unusual. It was twice the size of the rest of the mutated birds. It turned out to be a mutated red-crowned crane. The rest of the mutated birds all followed a red-crowned crane in flight. It seems that the red-crowned crane in front is the king of birds, and the rest of the birds are flying with the red-crowned crane. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Zhai Qifu frowned and looked at the distant sky, and felt electromagnetic waves from the red-crowned crane, and immediately became puzzled. Why is there electromagnetic wave induction on the red-crowned crane? Could it be that the red-crowned crane and the Corpse King have extraterrestrial elements in their bodies? Everyone didn't have time to think so much, and they began to think about how to deal with it. Now it has reached the most critical juncture, and they cannot give up at this time. What should we do? The passage has not been fully opened yet, and the mutated bird is about to fly over. What should we do? Everyone immediately started a heated discussion. A decision must be made as soon as possible in view of the current predicament. Qin Qi gritted his teeth and said, "You must delay for me. It will be fine in half a minute." At this time, Shen Feng grabbed Zhang Ju and said seriously, "Carry me to the sky to stop the mutant bird. I have seen you carrying Li Ziankan before, and now you are carrying me as well." Zhang Ju's face turned green when he heard this. He shook his head like an electric fan, and refused. No, it's absolutely impossible. Think about it. There are only 2 of us, and the mutant birds on the opposite side are boundless. Even fighter jets can't do it. There is no way to take so many mutated birds, let alone us. Listen to me. In this situation, we are the only ones to fight. My ability is wind, which can support you in the air and disrupt the flight of mutant birds. Only you can fly on our side. If you don't stand up, who'll stand up? Shen Feng said hastily. Xiao Xing also stepped forward and said to Zhang Ju seriously, "Zhang Ju, I know you are timid, but Shen Feng is right now. For the sake of the overall situation, for the final victory, we must work hard. I believe Shen Feng can protect you." "You believe it's useless. It's not that you want to go to the sky. It's me who is desperate. There is no place to hide in the sky. Surrounded by mutated birds is a dead end." To put it simply, Zhang Ju couldn't help but said, he didn't believe it. Shen Feng was able to protect himself in Xianshan at this time. Shen Feng sneered and said, "Zhang Ju, you are too timid, aren't you? I really don't know how you got into the Ability Management Bureau. I think you should not grow a pair of wings, but a pair of wings. With 2 boards, shrink your hands and feet inward, and all problems will be solved." Zhang Ju had never been insulted like this before, and his face blushed immediately, and he said with a stiff neck, "I'm afraid of death, can't I? You're amazing, so go fight on your own. Why should I carry you on your back?" Shen Feng continued to sneer. If I could fly, I wouldn't even bother to say anything to you. As a supernatural being, I am greedy for life and afraid of death, dare not take risks, and lose the chain at the critical moment. Apart from running for my life, there is nothing I can do. Don't forget, I'm your savior. Is there someone like you? Instead of being grateful to your savior, you laugh at him over and over again. It's inhuman." Scold. Shen Feng lowered his face and asked, "Then what else did you do besides this? When the mutated birds attacked Yanjing, did you fly into the sky to fight? No? Did you save people? No. You are a selfish guy, trying to take advantage of things that are beneficial, just once or twice, but if you keep doing this, who would talk to you? If it weren't for my 11-year-old brother-in-law here, otherwise I'm not going to ask you to do this at all." Zhang Ju was squeezed, his face turned green and red, and when he looked at his companions around him, they all cast contemptuous glances. It seems that what Shen Feng said was right. The people in the Ability Management Bureau didn't like his greed. A villain who is afraid of death? Okay, I'll go and work hard. I've convinced you. Zhang Ju gritted his teeth and said, he is now going all out. No matter what, he must restore his reputation, otherwise, it will be regarded as after returning to the Ability Management Bureau. It was also the ending of being despised. Chapter 260 Air Combat. Seeing that Zhang Ju agreed to fight in the sky at this time, Shen Feng finally showed a smile. The reason why he said these run-on words just now was not because he really looked down on Zhang Ju, but because he was using the aggressive method, which could only make Zhang Ju went to heaven willingly. Only in this way can he achieve the goal of blocking the mutant bird. Now that Zhang Ju has agreed to fight, Shen Feng hastily took out a rope from his bag and said, "Zhang Ju, when you go to heaven later, if you bite this rope, I'm afraid you'll fall off." I grabbed this rope, and my body was naturally stabilized. Did you treat me like an animal? You're even going to put on a ring for me, isn't it so humiliating? Zhang Ju immediately became anxious, that is to say, the cow and horse would be put on a bridle or a bit, but he himself to be treated like this is an insult to one's personality. As the saying goes, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. You can kill me, but you can't insult me. Now bite me. Isn't this bullying? Yang Chang and Lu Xian also stepped forward in a hurry. For the safety of the city lord, they also needed to persuade Zhang Ju. They still remembered that Li Xiankang fell from the sky. Fortunately, he survived the fall, but his left leg was still broken. On the back, a certain means of fixing is still required. Brother, I don't know if you have heard such words. Immediately Lin Chong, horse dismounted Wusong. Lin Chong rode Wusong, and drew with Monkey King. This shows the importance of cooperation. If you and our city lord can't achieve it, that is very dangerous. That's right, isn't it just a rope? It's enough to bite on it. A man can bend and stretch. Now for the sake of the overall situation, we must be patient. Yang Chang and Lu Xian were obviously pulling sideways at this time. Anyway, persuading the overall situation is the most important thing. As long as Zhang Ju agrees, it will be fine. In short, Shen Feng can't be in danger. Zhang Ju heard what Yang Chang and Lu Xian were saying, and couldn't take it any longer, and said, "Isn't it just to stabilize my body? Can't I be tied to me with a rope? Why do I have to bite the rope? Question mark. Isn't this simply a trick to fool a fool?" Shen Feng chuckled, and tied the rope around Zhang Ju's body, specially leaving two nooses on his back. It's right to think about it carefully. You don't need to bite the rope, otherwise, you won't even be able to communicate, and it's more appropriate to tie it to Zhang Ju's body. The mutated bird was about to reach the mountain, and its speed could be said to be very fast. At this time, Zhang Ju didn't have time to say more, and he flapped his wings and flew up. Shen Feng only had time to say take care to Yang Chang and Lu Xian, and then put his feet on the ground. Stepped on Zhang Ju's back. After standing on Zhang Ju's back, Shen Feng put his feet in the noose and tied them up, and his hands were free. It happened that the red crown crane flew over with countless mutated birds, and Zhang Ju was caught by Shen Feng on his back. Immediately bear the brunt. This is the first time for Shen Feng to go to the sky. Before that, he had never even been on an airplane. He couldn't help looking down, but he saw that he was getting farther and farther away from the ground. The red-crowned crane uttered a shriek, and the shrill sound resounded in the air. Countless mutated birds came straight to Shen Feng. Shen Feng also quickly came to his senses. Facing the mutated birds rushing from all directions in the air, he shouted, "The east wind is mighty." In an instant, a gust of wind blew up from Shen Feng's back, directly enveloping countless mutated birds in the sky. The mutated birds themselves are huge. When the gusty wind blows, sand and rocks fly on the ground, while the sky is unobstructed. Yes, it can be said that it is blown by the strong wind even more than the ground. The mutated birds were staggering to and fro, and they couldn't even maintain their body shape. The bigger their wings were, the larger the area that was blown by the wind, and it was difficult to maintain a stable body shape in the strong wind. However, the Bird King was always physically strong, withstood the strong wind, and pecked at Zhang Ju with his sharp long beak. If Zhang Ju was hit, Zhang Ju would die on the spot. When there was no time left, Shen Feng cast the Wind King barrier, and a transparent barrier appeared instantly, blocking the red-crowned crane. Bang! The long beak of the red-crowned crane pecked up and hit the barrier in an instant, but in an instant, countless cracks appeared on the barrier, and even passed through the barrier at the position of the long beak. It was about to hit Zhang Ju on the head, which scared Zhang Ju, and he broke out in cold sweat on the spot. It's amazing, but that's it. Shen Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect the Bird King to be so powerful. He even shattered the Wind King's enchantment with one blow. If he was stronger, wouldn't it be? Zhang Ju was about to explain here on the spot. Shen Feng quickly summoned hundreds of wind blades and shot them at the red-crowned crane. To capture the thief, the king should be captured first. Only by killing the Bird King can the immediate crisis be resolved. After all, The birds below are all under the control of the Bird King. The red-crowned crane couldn't see the transparent wind blade, but at this moment it suddenly sensed the danger, flapped its wings suddenly, pulled out the long beak stuck in the barrier, and flew away to the side. The speed of the wind blade is too fast, which makes it impossible for the enemy to avoid it in many cases. At the same time, Shen Feng cannot control the direction of the wind blade in flight. After all, the speed of the wind blade is so fast that it is too late to control it. It has already flown a long distance, and the closer one has already hit the target. However, the red-crowned crane always has the home field advantage in the air, and its speed is fast. When there is no time to dodge a large number of wind blades from the side, hundreds of wind blades directly hit the mutant bird behind it, and countless blood splashed in the air instantly. The mutated bird was hit by the wind blade and died on the spot, falling from the sky. The red-crowned crane did not dodge all the wind blades, because Shen Feng sent out hundreds of wind blades in an instant, covering a large area. The wind blade hit the red-crowned crane's wing, the sharp wind blade pierced the wing, and the pure white feathers were dyed red by the blood flowing out, and immediately let out a mournful cry. As the king of birds, red-crowned cranes have some wisdom. They found humans appearing in the sky, and they are still thinking about eating some fresh meat. Eating fish every day can't fill their stomachs. Eating zombie corpses tastes bad. So enter the city. You will also be chased and shot by fighter jets, and your life will not be guaranteed. After much deliberation, it is more affordable to eat people who are alone. But now, even in the red-crowned crane's home field, in the high altitude, the red-crowned crane was injured in just one round. If he hadn't evaded in time, he would have been stabbed and received by hundreds of wind blades on the spot. The red-crowned crane screamed in the air, turned around and left. Although the wings were pierced, fortunately no bones were injured. It had little effect on the flight, and it could still struggle to escape to the distance. Seeing this, Shen Feng quickly squatted down and shouted to Zhang Jiu, "Catch up quickly, we killed this bird, don't let it run away." Since Zhaqifu sensed the electromagnetic waves of extraterrestrial elements on it, this shows that the head of the Bird King can also be used to make supernatural potions. Zhang Jiu was a little guilty at this time, and looked down at his crotch. There was already water stains at this moment. The long beak of the red-crowned crane was only 1 or 2 centimeters away from his head, which scared him half to death. When he came to his senses, his crotch was already wet, and luckily Shen Feng was standing on his back, so he couldn't see his distress at this moment. This can't be enough. As the saying goes, God has the virtue of being good at life, and the red-crowned crane knows it's wrong, so let's let it go. Zhang Jiu didn't want to say that he was afraid of danger, but he had an old problem and didn't want to do it. Things started to make excuses. Shen Feng is in a hurry. If the red-crowned crane is let go, who knows what the consequences will be. The teacher said, "It is better to chase the poor with courage, not to be known as the overlord." There is also a saying that starves a sick tiger to death, and kills a dog in the water. If you don't rush up at this time, how long will you wait? Don't chant Buddha at this time, hurry up and catch up. Shen Feng said hastily. Zhang Jiu had no choice but to flap his wings, and chased after the red-crowned crane in the direction where the red-crowned crane was fleeing. Numerous mutated birds surrounded them, as if they wanted to block the two of them, but after Shen Feng fired many wind blades, he saw blood blooming continuously in the sky. One by one, the mutated birds were killed by Shen Feng. Zhang Jiu took the opportunity to rush out of the encirclement of the mutated birds, and went straight to the injured red-crowned crane in the distance on the top of the mountain. Yang Chang and Lu Xian were watching the battle in the sky, but they saw that Zhang Jiu and Shen Feng were surrounded by mutated birds just as they flew into the sky, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The figure, at this time the wind suddenly picked up, and the ground flew sand and rocks, and everyone had to cover their eyes. Fortunately, Yang Chang and Lu Xian were well prepared and put on the windproof goggles. A red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then mutated birds fell from the sky. Then, red-crowned cranes soared into the sky, with bloodstains on their wings, and turned around. Just fly to the distance, without stopping at all. It's just a moment of effort. The victory and defeat are already divided, boss. 1. Yang Chang felt relieved. He knew when he saw the reaction of the mutated birds that his side had won. Otherwise the red-crowned crane would have no reason to escape. The strong wind gradually calmed down, and everyone opened their eyes to look at the sky, only to find that the mutated birds in the distant sky gradually drifted away, and finally only small black spots remained, and these small black spots were still falling to the ground and were killed. The mutated bird can no longer fly. Shen Feng has become stronger in such a short period of time. Yu Hangai murmured as he watched Shen Feng move away. Qin Qiyi has also made a downward passage at this time, and quickly greeted his companions. The Corpse King is below, come with me. After finishing speaking, Qin Qiyi jumped down the deep dark well first. Yu Hangai was a little nervous, and shouted, Sister Qin, wait for me, and then jumped down. Xiao Sheng also came back to his senses, and shouted at the supernatural being, brothers, today is the day to become famous and become famous. Shoulder to shoulder, Yang, Chang and Lucian also came up together. Watching the fun was no big deal, and shouted, if you are a man, follow me and jump down. Everyone will see the credit. The one who rushes ahead is a good man, and the one who lags behind is like a man. Chicken. After finishing speaking, a group of people jumped into the hole with enthusiasm, even the auxiliary supernatural beings. They all jumped down the hole at this time. Right below the burrow is a secret room. Ma Jingshuang and the remaining 40 Corpse Kings are discussing the next action. The Corpse Kings estimate that as long as they persist for another half a month, victory will come. Although Yanjing may not, it can be breached, but it is enough to force the human side to demarcate the residential area. From then on, there is no need to worry about the danger of life. HMPH, human beings think they are rational and think that zombies are failures of evolution, but they forget one thing, that is, while human beings retain their IQ, they also retain the cowardice in their genes. Now Yanjing is going to Jingmen. There are more and more trains, which means that the number of people who are afraid is also increasing. Human beings' ability to withstand is too poor. If the casualties are slightly larger, they will be unbearable immediately. This is the reason for their failure. I think it's because humans underestimate the enemy. If they had deployed air defense forces in the city earlier, the mutant birds would not have had a strong effect. It can only be said that humans treat us as fools who don't know anything. We just dig tunnels. A group of Corpse Kings are discussing underground. Candles and oil lamps are lit on the table. Besides lighting tools, there are also maps and maps. When I looked up, I didn't know when a passage was dug out of the earth and rocks above my head. Looking up from the bottom, I could still see a little light above. Run, enemy attack. Ma Jingshuang reacted the fastest. After all, his mind is also the best. Now at this time, as soon as he saw the passage above, he stood up and ran out to the passage on the 3rd floor. Don't look, he has a big head and light feet, but his speed is not slow at all. In order to escape for his life, he got up and walked out. The rest of the Corpse Kings also hurriedly squeezed towards the door, but the exit was too small. All the Corpse Kings crowded together, only a few Corpse Kings escaped. Qin Qiyi fell down from the passage, saw the Corpse King running away, sneered, and clapped his hands together. On the wall, the exit shrunk instantly, turning into a dog hole. Yu Hangai immediately landed, and said to Qin Qiyi, Sister Qin, resist, I'm going to use my supernatural power. Chapter 261. The End of the Corpse King. Yu Hangai reminded Qin Qiyi, and after that, he cast his supernatural power instantly, and the triple gravity zone appeared instantly, and the more than 30 Corpse Kings who failed to escape in time were all crushed to the ground, and the Corpse Kings who were not healthy were crushed to death by 3 times their weight in an instant. The Corpse King in good health is still crawling towards the dog hole. Even now the Corpse King still wants to live. There is only one life, and the Corpse King understands this truth. Under 3 times the gravity, it is difficult for the Corpse King to move. Even crawling is extremely slow. As long as the Corpse King is not in a runaway state, his physical fitness is actually very average. Under such gravity, the internal organs will burst open on this spot. The loose Corpse King will even break the bones on the spot. At this moment, Xiao Sheng led his people and jumped down, but he didn't expect that there was a triple gravity zone in the room below, and he fell to the ground as solidly as a stone. Plop! Xiao Sheng fell to the ground in disgrace. The gravity zone is a spherical space. Within a certain range, it is triple gravity. At the beginning of the fall, Xiao Sheng didn't feel any problem, but after entering the gravity zone, his body immediately accelerated the fall, and he couldn't stop it. You Hangai, you kid, put away the power from me. You are going to kill me. Xiao Sheng cursed angrily. Yu Hangai smiled awkwardly, and was about to put away his abilities when Jin Zijia fell down. He didn't expect that there was a triple gravity zone below him. After falling, his speed suddenly accelerated, and he stepped on Xiao Sheng's back, almost stamped Xiao Sheng to death. Damn, a bunch of pig teammates. Xiao Sheng said weakly. At this time, Yu Hangai quickly withdrew his supernatural ability, Before Jin Zijo had time to say anything more, a dozen bolts of lightning pierced the air, electrocuting all the corpse kings in the room. Qin Qi opened the passage again, and said to the people who came down, "Catch up quickly, there are still several corpse kings running from here, we must kill them." Xiao Sheng didn't speak, got up and rushed out. The light blue flames on his body were burning fiercely. When he left the room, all the mutated zombies on the third floor underground were blocked in the passageway, and they were heading towards Xiao Sheng's side. "Come here." Xiao Sheng was not timid. He rushed forward and released countless flames. A single spark starts a prairie fire. In just a split second, Xiao Sheng rushed out and burned all the mutated zombies in the passage to death. There was a burning smell in the air. If you look carefully, you can find that all the zombies on the ground were burnt. And Xiao Sheng also saw several corpse kings running away in the passage, and hurried to catch up. Jin Zijo also chased towards the other end of the passage, and Zheqifu could point out the direction at any time underground, and the closer he was to the corpse king, the stronger his sensing ability would be. Almost all the supernatural beings rushed into the passage to chase and kill the corpse king. They did not forget the purpose of this time. As long as they can kill the corpse king, they will definitely get great credit. Just think a little and become famous. They were so excited that no matter where they went in the future, others would give them a thumbs up, praising themselves as a great hero, a good guy who catches thieves first. But after Yang Chang and Lucian discussed it for a while, they squatted down in the room and began to cut off the corpse king's head. Qin Qi saw this scene and couldn't help criticizing, "What are you two doing? Go forward and fight. Is it time to snatch the spoils?" Qin Qi really can't figure it out. Do these two guys, Yang Chang and Lucian, really have no desires and no desires? To know such a good opportunity to make meritorious deeds, who is not scrambling to rush forward to get the credit? These two people are lucky. They squatted down and started to grab the spoils. Yang Chang raised his head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, we won't monopolize the big head. If you follow your thinking, all the heads of so many corpse kings must be handed over to the superiors. This will not benefit you at all. On the contrary, we can get enough rewards by giving these things to the city lord. It's useless to ask for titles or something, we want some affordable things." Yang Chang and Lucian are also very clear. They are Shen Feng's subordinates, not the people of the headquarters. There is no need to be so loyal to the headquarters. It is better to return to Yeshao with these benefits. Shen Feng has always been very good to the people below. Those who are generous, as long as they make meritorious service, will always be rewarded. These rewards are more attractive than false fame in the end. Each of Yang Chang and Lucian had the heads of 5 corpse kings pinned to their trouser waists. Their belts were of good quality, made of real leather, and the material was very strong. They still walked like flying with dozens of kilograms of things hanging on them. Xiao Shen caught up with Ma Jingshuang, and when he stepped forward, he made a move of flaming flames. Infinite flames erupted from his body and spread towards Ma Jingshuang. Ma Jingshuang began to dodge towards the side passage, but unexpectedly, Xiao Sheng's move was a range attack. As long as there was a gap, the tongue of fire would stick in, and Ma Jingshuang was burned to death on the spot. On the fork in the road, Jin Ziju's side was also extremely fast. Lightning flashed across his body, and arcs of arcs formed a defense on his body. This was his previous trick of counterattacking the grid. No matter what kind of zombie approached, it would be bounced away instantly, and Jin Zijo spotted the 2 corpse kings at the end of the tunnel, and shot out lightning, electrocuting them immediately. Once upon a time, the corpse king was majestic, and the appearance of any corpse king would drive hundreds of thousands of corpses. Under the threat of corpse tide, people were in panic all day long, worrying about safety issues all day long. The tide of corpses led by the corpse king was overwhelmed, but now, the mighty corpse king was chased and killed by more than 20 supernatural beings. There are still many corpse kings who escaped in the tunnel, but under the induction of Zheqifu, every corpse king has nothing to hide. He led his brothers to find the corpse king, and he stepped forward with a knife, ending the crime of the corpse king life. After fighting for half an hour, all the corpse kings in the western region were killed. After the corpse king hid underground for a winter, they also fell into a state of pride and complacency. In their view, as long as they hide underground, the underground passages are so complicated, it is absolutely impossible for Yanjing to attack themselves accurately. Not to mention, they can using your own special electromagnetic waves to communicate. The battle situation is absolutely foolproof. But the corpse king did not expect that the people who came to attack him turned out to be a very small number of supernatural beings. The number of these supernatural beings was very small, not even 30, but the powerful fighting power they erupted was unparalleled. To block them is completely idiotic, and they are not opponents of supernatural beings at all in the end. The corpse kings in the West all lost their lives because of their arrogance when the battle was over. Everyone gathered together, but felt a little dizzy. Lu Xian thought of something, his expression changed drastically, and he asked Xiao Sheng, "Did you use a supernatural power just now, Xiao?" Sheng nodded seriously, and said with a smile, "You know all of this, it's a trivial matter. Killing a few corpse kings is nothing more than a trivial matter. Of course, if you want to praise me, I will accept it. I praise your brother-in-law. You used your supernatural ability underground and directly consumed the oxygen in the cave. You are the cause of our dizziness now, and we are almost starved of oxygen at this time." Lu Xian couldn't help cursing. Xiao Sheng's unique ability is flame, and his combat power is indeed very powerful, but there is also a corresponding problem, that is, when fighting underground, the flame will consume oxygen. Damn it, you bastard, you are about to kill us. After being clarified by Lu Xian, the rest of the people were also anxious. Life is in danger. A group of people scrambled to climb towards the upper passage, and quickly came outside the cave, panting heavily, feeling like they were alive after a catastrophe. Lu Xian pointed to the heads on the waistband of his trousers, and said to a group of supernatural beings, "The heads of the corpse king are good things. 10 of them are enough for us. As for you, how do you distribute the heads of the corpse king? That's not my business." If possible, Lu Xian would like to take all the corpse king's heads as his own, but it is obvious that there are too many people nowadays, and they will be accused of being too greedy. Qin Qi stood up at this time, and said sternly, "What else can we do? Of course, we have to hand over all of them to the laboratory. I believe that after seeing our results, the headquarters will definitely look at us with admiration." When Qin Qi said this, the rest of the ability administration also nodded, but they had different expressions on their faces. The reason is very simple. Now the superiors have a strange attitude towards the ability administration. Instead of himself, if the head of the corpse king is handed over, if the supernatural potion falls into the hands of the Xiangsong Bureau, wouldn't it increase the strength of the competitor? It's a pity that Qin Qi's statement is very official. No matter who it is, there is no way to pick out the thorn in her words. Xiao Sheng looked around at the people. As the vice captain, he was about to say something unpleasant. "Qin big sister, I heard that you worked in a private company before, so you should have heard of such things. Don't relax at work, boss driving a Mercedes, fishing at work, and the boss riding a green orange. I don't know, what do you think of these words?" Xiao Sheng started to test, trying to find out what Qin Qi was thinking. What do you want to say? Qin Qi is not a nerd either. Now that Xiao Sheng's hint is so obvious, she understands Xiao Sheng's meaning, and being loyal is not necessarily a good choice when being suspected by her superiors. Xiao Sheng looked at Lu Xian and Yang Cheng at the side, but said nothing. The rest of the Ability Management Bureau also looked at Yang Cheng and Lu Xian. The meaning was simple. There are outsiders here, and some words are inappropriate. Yang Cheng's comprehension ability is very strong. He stood up and walked towards the distance, and greeted Lu Xian as he walked. "Let's go. It's convenient to go, and it's convenient for these people to walk, so that everyone will be happy in the future." Very convenient. Lu Xian immediately followed Yang Cheng to leave. He knew that it was time for others to discuss secrets. If he still eavesdropped, he would be dishonest. It's better to pretend that you don't know anything, so that everyone can save face. After the two left, Xiao Sheng said to Qin Qi in a low voice, "Big sister, it's not that I'm stingy, but we have to think about ourselves. You said that we didn't live up to the expectations of the headquarters when we went up to the Mountain of Swords and down to the Sea of Fire. But how did the headquarters do it? Is it fair to give all the supernatural potions to those pampered second-generation ancestors? Is this reasonable? Don't think about yourself, but complete the task of the superior loyally. Isn't it too much? Is it cheap?" Qin Qi looked at his companions around him, only to find that they were all looking at him with anticipation on their faces. Then, "What do you mean?" Qin Qi asked quickly. At this moment, Jin Zija pointed at Yu Hangai and winked. Yu Hangai immediately ran to the side to watch, while he himself explained, "Big sister, supernatural potions are very precious, and now there is a price but no market on the black market. What's more, they will plot against the supernatural beings, so as to perform surgery to transfer the supernatural powers from the supernatural beings. What's more, They are willing to use a ton of gold to buy supernatural potions, but they can't sell them even at such a high price. With supernatural potions, everyone can eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Besides, even if you don't want to sell them, you can keep them for your own use. We are still young, but there will always be offspring, right? Who wants their sons and daughters no life-saving ability? Isn't this the best gift for the next generation? A group of people began to lobby Qin Qa. Qin Qa is not that kind of nerd. She only knows that she is loyal to her superiors, and she also has selfish intentions, but at this moment, they have chosen their own interests, and for the sake of the future, they must consider the corpse king's head distribute. It can only be said that in the apocalypse, the ugly side of human nature is all exposed. Maybe these people can hide it well in front of the public, but they only need one chance, a chance that needs to be carefully chosen. Then greed and loyalty fights break out, and greed often wins. People with supernatural powers are very glamorous, especially the people of the Supernatural Management Bureau. In the apocalypse, they have gained unparalleled power, and they show the demeanor of a strong man in every gesture. No matter where they go, they are admired by others. It seems that it has surpassed the general level of human beings and has become an existence above human beings. However, when the test came, facing huge benefits, these supernatural beings reacted just like ordinary people. They were all thinking about how to obtain benefits for themselves. As for the collective, unless it belongs to their own collective, who else would care? Chapter 262 The Collapse of Corpse Tide. The moment the Corpse King in the west area of the city was killed, the Corpse Tide in the west of Yanjing City instantly scattered, lost the control of the Corpse King, and all the zombies returned to their previous state, no longer cohesive, loose spreading out to the surroundings. All the zombies that were attacking the city were also withdrawn, as if they had lost their targets. Among them, the mutated zombies are the fastest responders. They have simple wisdom and know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. After they are no longer controlled by the Corpse King, the mutated zombies will just run away. They dare not rush in the direction of Yanjing, but he ran towards the mountain behind him, and rushing towards the city wall was a dead end. But he could still survive if he rushed into the mountain. The mutated zombies are so frightening. There are too many corpses under the city wall. During this time, the zombies have been attacking Yanjing with all their strength. The soldiers in the city failed to rush out to clean up the corpses, and the headquarters could not organize the civilians for a while. The corpses were piled up layer by layer, and the height in the area of hundreds of meters was much higher than in the general area. There are always flames burning on the battlefield. After the corpses of the zombies are ignited, there is a strong burnt smell, and bursts of black smoke appear in the air. Not to mention the mutated zombies, they immediately retreated when they saw the hull-like scene. The soldiers on the city wall were the first to discover the changes in the tide of corpses. Before that, the zombies rushed up like a tide, and one wave ended and the next wave came. Although the zombies could not break through the city wall, the pressure they brought was enormous. Yes, especially the way the zombies dug trenches and advanced, which brought the most direct pressure to the soldiers standing on the city wall and watching the trenches dug by the zombies approaching the city wall. This is simply a kind of torture. The city uses incendiary bombs and white phosphorus bombs to meet the enemy, killing many zombies digging trenches, but as long as the flames are extinguished, the new zombies followed suit and continued digging, with no intention of giving up at all. Seeing that the trenches are getting closer and closer, it seems that the huge danger is also approaching, which is completely unbearable, and the psychological pressure is extremely huge as a result. Just today, the corpse tide lost its command in an instant, and suddenly became scattered. The endless zombies started to retreat, and they trampled on each other during the retreat, causing casualties among the zombies. What's going on? Aren't the zombies going to attack? The soldiers stared blankly at the tide of corpses outside the city. They couldn't believe it. Could it be that the zombies gave up their attack and were about to retreat? Some experienced soldiers felt that this was a trick of the Corpse King to lure the enemy. As long as he rushed out, the Corpse King would definitely turn the tide of corpses and eat the army. It seems that the Corpse King is really at the end of his rope. Use such a poor means. The soldiers speculated endlessly, but only Chu Qiaoyan and Guo Pinming knew what happened. Guo Pinming and Chu Qiaoyan were standing on the city wall directing the battle. When they suddenly noticed the chaos in the corpse tide, they immediately understood that the beheading operation must have been successful, otherwise the corpse tide wouldn't be so chaotic. The two were immediately happy. Stand up, the city lord must have succeeded. Now it seems that the way to end the battle was brought by the city lord. This has never been done before. Guo Pinming laughed, looking excited. After all his family members died at the hands of zombies, he seldom smiled, and he always showed a meticulous expression. But now that Shen Feng won the victory, and the tide of tens of millions of zombies collapsed in an instant, he couldn't help it. Laughed Chu Qiaoan also raised her proud head and said proudly, "This is my man, a great hero who stands up to heaven and earth. No one can compare to him." Shu Daping on the side heard the conversation between the two, and immediately became confused, and quickly asked, "What are you talking about? Do you know the reason why the zombies retreated? Tell me quickly." Shu Daping didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. He didn't participate in Shen Feng's plan, and everyone kept it a secret. Except for the parties involved, no one knew about Shen Feng's decision, so Shu Daping was still kept in the dark in the drum. Chu Qiaoyan didn't want to hide it now. Anyway, the zombies in the west had already collapsed, and the next one was the north and east, and Shen Feng, who carried out the beheading operation, must have gone to the next destination, so saying it at this time would not affect their actions. On the contrary, let people know that this is the credit of Shen Feng, too. Tell you the truth, Shen Feng teamed up with the people from the Ability Management Bureau to carry out the beheading operation. Do you know why the corpse tide in the west collapsed? This is Shen Feng's first goal. Then there's the north, and finally it's the east. Chu Qiaoyan said triumphantly. When Shu Daping heard this, he immediately stammered and asked, You say? Shen Feng did it? Really, why? Did you lie to you? When Shen Feng and the others come back, everything will be clear. I was thinking, how will the headquarters reward Shen Feng? A city lord of Yazhou can't satisfy him anymore. It's best to give him a new position. Listen, go up to the majestic position. Chu Qiaoyan said to himself. Shu Daping was stunned for a while, then suddenly remembered that now that the zombies had collapsed, such a big matter must be reported to the headquarters, so she hurriedly contacted her superiors, reported the whole story of the matter, and followed the instructions for the next step. At the same time, the number of mutated birds in the sky above Yanjing City is also decreasing. Originally, tens of thousands of mutated birds dropped zombies or corpses every day, but now, after the mutated birds came to Yankaiouchi once, the number has been decreasing, and it seems that they have given up the air strikes. There are still a lot of zombies in the north and east of the city. One is Yanshan Mountain in the north of the city. The mountain is complex and difficult to attack, so the number of preserved zombies is the largest, with more than 20 million zombies. Most of the zombies died in the east of the city. There are 8 million zombies left, and these zombies are all commanded by the Corpse King. The Corpse King can emit a special electromagnetic wave, which can span a long distance. Even if it is thousands of miles away from Yanjing to Rongcheng, the Corpse King can barely make contact this time. 180 million zombies besieged Yanjing City, and electromagnetic waves also played a role. The Corpse Kings communicated with each other through electromagnetic waves, and finally decided to besiege Yanjing and force humans to negotiate. Once the Corpse King died, the electromagnetic waves would also disappear in an instant. That is to say, once the electromagnetic wave disappears, the Corpse King must die. The Corpse Kings in the north and east of the city discovered at the same time that more than half of the electromagnetic waves in the west of the city disappeared in an instant, and the remaining electromagnetic waves also disappeared one after another. The Corpse Kings who heard the news were instantly stunned. Hiding in the third underground floor, can this still be killed? Could it be that humans have used new weapons? Originally, the plan to siege Yanjing this time was planned by Ma Jingshuang, but now, Ma Jingshuang has died, and the electromagnetic wave sent before his death is also very simple, only a short sentence. There are enemies with supernatural powers, come and save me. The instigator has already died, and the rest of the Corpse Kings have also exploded. They don't know what to do at this time. Should they continue to attack Yanjing, or should they run away? The Corpse Kings discussed it carefully. Originally, there were hundreds of millions of zombies. After Yanjing was surrounded, the tide of corpses stretched for hundreds of miles. Such a large number of zombies was simply an extremely powerful disaster, but after more than 4 months, the zombies turned. Most of them are dead, and it is not an option to continue fighting recklessly. It is better to run now. Let's take the zombies to the north. As long as we leave the northeast, we can go to Maozu's territory. The Corpse King suggested. As soon as the words came out, the Corpse King immediately objected. Are you so stupid? Can you survive in such a cold place in the north? You are almost frozen to death in the northeast, but you still go to the north. Even if you don't frozen to death, but also starved to death, going to the south is a dead end. Do you think I want to do this? The Corpse King who made the suggestion immediately became unconvinced. There is no other way at the moment. Why don't we just take one step at a time? Going south has a real future. Brightness, but it must be able to get by, not to mention that Yanjing City cannot enter. Even if it continues to go down, it will be blocked by the Yellow River in the end. The Corpse King discussed several times and found that he could only go north, at least leave the border, otherwise, he would be killed by humans sooner or later. When he got to the north, he could at least grow corn, and it was not difficult to survive before leaving. The Corpse King did not forget to stop the enemy. Since the supernatural being can find the trace of Ma Jingshuang, then he may be found on his own side. Therefore, the enemy's attack must be blocked now, otherwise he may encounter some enemies on the way to escape danger. The Zombie King quickly went to the western area of the city, and gave orders to the scattered zombies to kill all the humans he saw. The originally scattered zombies condensed in an instant. Some zombies found more than 20 people on the mountain, so they all started to attack in a swarm. The zombies will definitely complete the order of the Corpse King. As long as the Corpse King does not leave the farthest the control distance, the zombies will always execute the order. The strength of the Corpse King directly affects the number and range of zombies controlled. The stronger the Corpse King, the more zombies he can control. Today, the most powerful Corpse King can control more than 10 million zombies at this time. Xiao Xing and others were dividing water on the mountain. Dividing water is a great knowledge. If it is not evenly distributed, it may cause conflicts, so fairness is the most important thing. But at this moment, Yu Hengai yelled, "Brothers, pay attention, we are surrounded, run!" Yang, Chang and Lucian, who were hiding behind the boulder, were smoking. They were planning what kind of treatment they would receive when they returned to Yazhou. They all heard that Chang Jianyi planned to reward the buildings in the city for meritorious officials. A set of buildings, now a reward for each building. Chang Jianyi is also very generous. Back in Yazhou, we will probably all be rewarded generously. I want to spread the branches and leaves for the Yang family. Anyway, no one cares about it now. I will marry 2 or 3 wives and change one every night. Yang Chang spit out of the smoke ring said very freely. Yang Chang was alone at this time. He wanted to find his parents but there was no news at all, so he also gave up. One person can eat enough for the whole family and the whole family will not be hungry. And since Lucian also leaned on the big rock, thinking about the future, you people are worldly, always wanting to be well-clothed, well-fed, wives and concubines, and my interest is very elegant. I want to find a talented woman to marry. It's best if you know both music and painting, so you can talk about your hobbies. The two were bragging behind the stone, and suddenly they heard Yu Hengai's yell, and they woke up suddenly, wondering, it's surrounded, how is it possible, eh? Group of people quickly became vigilant and looked down the mountain. At this time, there were tens of thousands of zombies rushing towards the hill. The foot of the hill was already filled with zombies. The zombies roared and rushed up the hill. These zombies looked skinny, but the quantity is just too much. Zhang Zi took out the satellite phone from his body and said, I took the satellite phone with me when I left the city. Now, please ask the headquarters for support. Let the headquarters send a helicopter to pick us up. This is impossible. If the helicopter comes to pick us up, these trophies will definitely not be left. We can only rely on our own strength to fight. Jin Zijia said hastily. Wang can't have too many heads, otherwise there won't be any left on his side. Then, don't fight, break out quickly, go inside Taihang Mountain, and come out after the zombies are gone. Xiao Sheng didn't bother to talk much, and rushed into the mountains with his people. Fortunately, there were not many zombies at the foot of the mountain. More than a dozen supernatural beings easily broke through from here. However, within a short period of time, the group of people will not even think about returning to Yanjing. The road leading to Yanjing is full of zombies. With so many zombies, I am not an opponent. Yang Chang and Lucian were a little unwilling, and sighed, it's a pity that the Corpse Kings in the north and east, if we let them go, it would be a big loss. Let's run away first. Maybe the Corpse King doesn't want to give up attacking Yanjing. There is always a chance to continue the beheading operation. Xiao Sheng comforted quickly. Chapter 263 Mutated Bird Habitat. After Xiao Sheng and others were besieged by zombies, they had no choice but to enter the mountain, and they could not be contacted within a short time. The zombies in the north and east of the city were already preparing to go north, and the Corpse King knew very well that the situation was over. Be eaten away by humans. Escape is the best choice. After the headquarters discovered the retreat of the zombie tide, they immediately started a heated discussion on how to pursue it. If it was just a defensive battle, the record is not good enough. If you can beat the zombies on the way to retreat, then you can write a title. The content of the title is very simple. In our arduous pursuit of the battle, we have won the victory, defeated the conspiracy of hundreds of Corpse Kings, successfully defended the capital, and hunted down the zombies for hundreds of miles. In the end, half of the fighter jets were dispatched from the headquarters, and the mutated birds in the city had all disappeared one after another. The fighter jets could rest for a while, and now they needed to chase down the tide of corpses, so they happened to send fighter jets to fight. Half of the fighter jets set off from Yanjing, carried enough ammunition, and started another bombing. The poor zombies were just about to escape, but now they encountered a catastrophe. The shells kept falling from the sky, and the unlucky zombies were cremated on the spot. Well, the Corpse King is the most frightening thing. He could hide in the cave for a while, but now that he is out of the cave, he will be bombed if he is not careful. Who can bear it? Shen Feng rode Zhangju and chased the red-crowned crane. After all, the red-crowned crane is the king of birds. Its speed is extremely fast when its wings are injured. Compared with Zhangju's speed, I don't know how many times faster. The next little black dot, but at this time, countless mutated birds rushed towards Shen Feng, as if they wanted to stop Shen Feng's progress. Shen Feng stepped on Zhangju's back with both feet, constantly casting supernatural powers. Whirlwinds and barriers appeared alternately, preventing the mutated birds from approaching, and at the same time summoned wind blades to continuously kill the mutated birds around him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The feathers fluttered, and before the mutated birds could get close to the two of them, holes appeared one after another on their bodies, and they fell into the air with a mournful cry. Zhangju and Shen Feng fought all the way, killing mutant birds along the way, whether it was a white crane or a swan. They were all killed by them. Zhangju was really tired after flying for 2 hours. Although it was Shen Feng who fought, he was carrying the weight of 2 people on his own, so he really couldn't fly now. Said Shen Feng, let's stop chasing. I'm really tired, let's take a rest. Zhangju said to Shen Feng on his back. Shen Feng was also helpless. He didn't expect Zhangju's physical strength to be so poor. He had been using a supernatural ability for a long time, and he didn't feel exhausted. So he had to say, that's alright, you go down and find a place to rest, and I will also take a rest. Clean up these mutated birds. At this moment, there are only a few thousand mutated birds that are still entangled with Shen Feng. The rest of the mutated birds were all killed by the wind blade. The distance Zhangju took the opportunity to descend. As long as they landed on the ground, the mutated birds' attacks would not be very good. While Zhangju was descending, a small black spot suddenly appeared in the distance. Looking carefully, it turned out that countless mutated birds rushed over. Immediately, Zhangju's dead soul was about to be scared out. So many mutated birds rushed over. If the bird surrounded itself, wouldn't it be dead and lifeless, pounding? The number of mutated birds is too many, so that there will be a lot of friction sound during the flight. Shen Feng heard this sound, and suddenly his hair stood on end. He is not worried about 10,000 to 20,000 mutated birds, but so many mutated birds, who can beat them? The mutated birds in the sky are like locusts, and the number is completely incalculable. If so many birds entered Yanjing, Yanjing might have fallen long ago. Fly fast, we will die if we are caught up. Shen Feng hastily shouted to Zhangju. Zhangju also scolded, if it weren't for you bastard who made me chase hard, would we have bumped into so many mutated birds now? Now I am too tired to fly, you let me run for my life. Really, am I being used as an animal? Shen Feng looked back at the mutated birds in the sky, and his scalp felt numb. He couldn't understand why there were so many mutated birds. The mutated birds that attacked Yanjing before were only 10,000 to 20,000 per day, and at most they would not exceed 30,000. But now it seems that the number of mutated birds is too much, and there are definitely hundreds of thousands of mutated birds. I don't know why the number of attacking Yanjing is so small. It's really a mistake. I think the cooperation between the mutated bird and the Corpse King is not so close. It is just a symbolic dispatch of some mutated birds to attack Yanjing. Therefore, Yanjing can hold on. If the mutated birds attack Yanjing on a large scale, I am afraid even Yanjing can't defend it now. Shen Feng said to himself at this time. Shen Feng has figured everything out. The communication method between the zombies and the mutant bird king is electromagnetic waves emitted by extraterrestrial elements, but the communication efficiency is not good, and the final cooperation is only superficial. If the zombies get mutated with bird's full help, now Yanjing has been defeated, and his bad luck actually angered the mutant bird, causing many mutant birds to come to besiege. The speed of the mutated bird was much faster than that of Zhangju, and it was close to the two people in the sky in an instant. But Zhangju was at least 50 meters away from the ground. If it fell directly, he would definitely be seriously injured. Unlucky, he fell to his death. A person with supernatural powers can't bear such a fall. Gravity is not for nothing. Sweat dripped from Zhangju's forehead. If he was caught up, he would die without a whole body. Fortunately, there was a big river ahead. It turned out to be the Yanging River, and this river was still flowing south. When you see a big river, even if you see a way to survive, if you dive into the water, the mutated bird will not go into the water. Shen Feng quickly reminded, let's get into the water quickly. When the time comes, I will open the barrier and hide under the water, and this will be considered as the past. Zhang Ju didn't have any good ideas. Now Shen Feng reminded him that he simply folded his wings and fell. The moment he fell into the water, Shen Feng opened the Wind King barrier, overboard. Although they hid underwater, there was a lot of air in the barrier, and the two couldn't continue to sink, and soon floated to the surface of the water. Countless mutated birds were circling in the air, and none of these mutated birds could enter the water, so they were all waiting in the air for people to float up. After Shen Feng and Zhang Ju floated to the surface of the water, the mutated birds all attacked the two of them on the surface of the water. The sharp long beaks of the mutated birds kept pecking at the barrier, and soon cracks appeared on the barrier, and finally shattered. Shen Feng cast Eye of the Hurricane in an instant, and with Shen Feng as the radius, a whirlwind rolled up within a few meters, directly blowing countless mutated birds dizzy, but the mutated birds in the distance were still staring at each other, ready to go. Mei rushed forward to peck Shen Feng and Zhangju. Run. For your life. My physical strength is also very exhausted. If this continues, I will be exhausted. Shen Feng said to Zhangju quickly. Zhangju and Shen Feng didn't dare to go ashore, but fortunately they both knew how to swim, and they could hide under the water at critical moments, and they could somewhat escape the attack of the mutated bird. The two drifted for 2 kilometers in the Yanging River, during which time they had been avoiding the attack of mutated birds from the sky. Although it was early spring, the river water was still icy cold, and they would still lose temperature if soaked in the water for too long. Don't dare to leave the river. Once you leave, you will be attacked by densely packed mutated birds in the air. Zhangju regretted it to death now. If he had known that he would not have listened to Shen Feng's words, he could have retreated after defeating the Bird King, but he insisted on chasing after him, which eventually angered the mutated birds. Now he was besieged by Shen Feng. Harmful. There is no unparalleled road. After drifting for a while, a reed marsh appeared on the bank of the river. Although it was only spring, the reeds had already begun to grow, and the dense reed marshes were able to cover people. Go in and hide. Shen Feng hurriedly called Zhangju to go ashore, and while using the wind blade to kill the mutant bird that attacked him, he led him into the reed marsh to hide. The green reeds covered the two figures. The birds have very good eyesight in the sky, but after being covered by the reeds, they can't find Shen Feng at all. Shen Feng and Zhangju were in such a panic, they hid in the reeds and lay down, with a lot of mud covered on their bodies. The smell was suffocating and uncomfortable. They had no choice but to endure in order to survive. The mutated bird hovered over the reeds for an hour, and finally lost patience and flew south. At this time, Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and went to take a bath in the river to wash off all the mud on his body. Zhangju also hurried into the river to clean his wings. It would be difficult to fly if the wings were stained with mud, so he had to keep them dry. While washing his body, Shen Feng said, "It was really dangerous just now. If we hadn't encountered reeds, we would not have survived. Let me tell you, seeing so many mutated birds just now, I was almost scared to pee." Zhangju was a little guilty, and said, yes, the scene at that time was indeed terrifying, and I almost peed out of fear." After washing his body, Shen Feng suddenly remembered something, and quickly found the satellite phone in his bag. Fortunately, this thing is waterproof, and it is covered with a white rubber bag, so the water is not easy to soak in, so it was not damaged by the river water. Usable. Shen Feng looked towards the south, and suddenly said to Zhangju, "Let's go south and look, maybe we will find something different." Zhangju shook his head like a rattle at this moment, and said firmly, "Go by yourself, That's the direction of the mutated bird. I don't want to die. I'll go back to Yanjing after drying my wings. Zhang Zhu made up his mind not to take risks with him. An accident almost happened just now. If it weren't for the reeds below, wouldn't he be beaten to death by mutated birds? Now that the task has been completed, it would be courting death to take risks. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "If you don't go, don't go. I will go south by myself. If I find something, it will be my own credit." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng cast accompanying like the wind and rushed out towards the south. Surrounded by plains, the flat terrain was the most suitable for Shen Feng to display his abilities. Shen Feng's speed is very fast, and the speed of 200 km per hour is easy. After 90 km to the south, Shen Feng found an abnormality. This place is already beyond the boundary of Yanjing, which is the area of Jizhao, but he saw it. There are many mutated birds in the sky. The further you go, the more surprised Shen Feng is. It seems that you can still see many young birds here. Surrounded by forests and wetlands, birds can be heard everywhere. There are no zombies or animals near the wetland. All you can see are piles of white bones on the ground. These bones include human, cattle and sheep, which look very scary. Shen Feng was worried about being discovered by the mutated birds in the sky, so he chose to climb the tree, so that it would not be easy to be found when moving in the forest. In the end, Shen Feng came to a swamp and was stunned. There are countless mutated birds living here. You can also see many white eggs on the ground and in the grass. There are chicks waiting to be fed in their nests. A fully fledged baby bird is learning to fly. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng knew that he had found the place he was looking for. This swamp is the habitat of many mutated birds. Except for raptors, he could see all kinds of birds, including swans, wild ducks, crows and albatrosses. Magpies and sparrows are a large group of birds, which are huge and often fly in the sky without human interference. The birds also have enough food. Whether it is zombies or other animals, it is difficult to compete with the birds in the sky, so the birds have a good time to breed the next generation, and the number suddenly increases. Here, there are at least 1 million mutated birds living there, so many mutated birds are really terrifying. If they continue to reproduce, it will definitely lead to disaster. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. The War is Victorious. Shen Feng took out the satellite phone he was carrying, dialed the number of the headquarters, and said in a low voice, "Headquarters, I found the old nest of mutant birds here. It should be called a habitat. There are millions of mutant birds. Request support. If possible, send a separate plane to pick me up." The headquarters was shocked when they heard Shen Feng's report. No one expected that there were so many mutated birds. There were millions of mutated birds. This threat was more serious than zombies running on the ground, but the mutated bird could not tell when it would attack Yanjing, and no one wanted to be killed by the threat from the sky. Fortunately, Shen Feng reported extremely important news at this time. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would be attacked by the mutant bird. Next time, the headquarters immediately used satellites to observe the location reported by Shen Feng, and found that it was indeed what Shen Feng said. There was a gathering place for mutated birds in the south of Yanjing. There was absolutely no such gathering place years ago. The satellites at that time scanned carefully. After checking the terrain around Yanjing, it was confirmed that there was no danger other than zombies. As a result, when spring came, a group of migratory birds from the south occupied an area instead and formed a habitat. There may also be a connection between this incident and the dead king. Mr. Shen, please report your location immediately. In addition, find a safe place to hide. Next, the headquarters will bomb the habitat of the mutated birds. The headquarters made a decision and must eliminate the danger in the but among. Shen Feng quickly reported the location, and then quickly moved away from the mutated bird's habitat. This can be regarded as public revenge. I was hunted down in the river for 2 kilometers, and I almost scared the shit out of me. Now let you bunch of beasts enjoy being attacked by the air. Shen Feng thought in his heart, the shadow brought by the mutant bird is too great. It can be said that Yankaichi has been attacked by air for more than a week, but the air defense force in the city has not been done well, so that the mutant bird has always been successful in air raids. and countless people suffer from. He suffered from the post-war stress response and hide under the bed with his head in his arms when he heard the air raid siren, shivering day after day. But now at this time, Yanjing finally counterattacked the mutated birds that have been airstrikes all the time. Whether it is the white swan that symbolizes purity and loyalty, or the white crane that is full of immortality, they will all die today, and blood debts are paid with blood. This is only right and proper. Of half of the fighter jets were left in Yanjing City. These fighter jets did not go after the fleeing corpses. It was not because the pilots were timid or tired, but because they needed to be on guard against the air attack of the mutated birds at any time. If all the fighters set off, the mutated birds suddenly, if you don't talk about would sneak attack, wouldn't you even have no strength to fight back? But now that Shen Feng has found the habitat of the mutated birds, all the remaining fighter jets can be dispatched. Attack is the best defense. As long as all the mutated birds can be killed, the sky above Yanjing will naturally be safe. Wu Xiannian set out to fight with many fighters. At this time, his eyes had become firm. Since the death of the squad leader, he didn't know what to do, but in the recent battle, he gradually understood that his task is fighting to protect others. Squad leader, we found the mutant bird, and we are going to avenge you. Wu Xiannian thought silently in his heart. Wu Xiannian has never forgotten that when facing the air raid, the fighter jets ran out of fuel and had no bullets. The squad leader used his life to delay enough time. It was a bright firework, which was more dazzling than any other fireworks. But now at this time, Wu Xiannian, a recruit, is about to avenge the sacrifice squad leader. Hatred is always the most direct motivation. It is the same for everyone. The existence of hatred directly stimulates the desire to fight. The deeper the hatred, the stronger the desire to fight. After the fighter plane arrived at the position marked by Shen Feng, it dropped bombs from high altitude. Whether it was a cloud bomb or a gasoline bomb, as long as it could explode, they all dropped it below. For a moment, the wet and elegant wetland instantly turned into a sea of flames. After the newborn chicks are roasted by the flame, they are cooked in an instant. The mutated bird didn't expect that it was also attacked on its side, which had never happened before, so the mutated bird was about to fight back, and saw 3 big birds flying up from the wetland in an instant, and after screaming, they flew towards the sky. Just fly a few thousand meters in the sky. Mutant birds can also fly up. The 3 huge mutated birds are all kings of birds. They are red-crowned cranes, swans and wild geese, among which there are bloodstains on the wings of red-crowned cranes. Behind the 3 mutated birds, there are countless mutated birds rushing up. It can be seen that the mutated birds are not willing to be bombed, and they are ready to fight back. If the casualties of the mutant birds attacking Yanjing before were not large, it is not that the combat capabilities of fighter jets are inferior to a group of birds, but that these mutant birds are all flying to low places, and the ground is either buildings or crowds. You can't shoot casually, otherwise you will accidentally injure the masses, so the battle over Yanjing is very aggrieved. But at this time, the habitat of the mutated bird has also been found. There are no buildings around, and no crowds are walking around. The fighter jets immediately showed strong combat effectiveness, and large-caliber machine guns fired at the mutated bird. The 3 in front of Bird King immediately changed direction to avoid a strafing, and the countless mutated birds behind them were shot to death by fighter jets. For the 3 mutated birds that escaped from birth, the fighter jets also have countermeasures. They activated the tracking missiles, locked the target and launched them. No matter how the mutated birds dodged, they couldn't dodge the attack of the tracking missiles, so the 3 mutated birds died. Under the pursuit bomb, a piece of flame was left in the air, and the body of the Bird King was torn apart before encountering the fighter jets. The mutant Bird King was definitely the overlord of the sky, but after the fighter jets appeared, these mutant birds could only face the fate of being slaughtered, and had no choice but to flee for their lives. If it is an aviation aircraft, the bird may also affect the engine or the driver, but at this time it is a fighter jet that appears in the sky, which is directly propelled by the tail engine, and will not be affected by the impact of the bird at all. When the Bird King was killed, the remaining mutated birds suddenly had no leader. Many mutated birds flew around and completely lost their unified goal. The mutated birds either flapped their wings and ran for their lives, or continued to fight fighter jets, and eventually could not escape the fate of being killed. The swan is a monogamous concept of love, so in many cases, after the swan dies, the other half will always wander around, which is the object of praise of poets. But now, countless bullets in the air are firing alternately, and there are dangers in all directions. Fighters swoop down from time to time and shoot down. Under the strafing of bullets and bombardment of missiles, the surviving mutated birds scattered and fled. When the swans and wild geese fled their habitats, they uttered mournful calls, as if they were reluctant to part with each other, and also seemed to be grateful for their escape. But all in all, today's bombing caused heavy casualties to the mutant birds, no longer able to attack Yanjing. The habitat that was originally densely covered with the mountains and rivers has now turned into scorched earth, with waves of white mist flying into the air, and the ground is full of potholes. Birds that can fly still have the ability to escape, but birds that cannot fly can only die in the end under fire. The forest is burning. After being ignited by artillery fire, it is still spring. The sky is dry and the forest is ignited. Fortunately, this forest is small and will not spread to other places. The mutated birds lost their habitats, and humans were able to avenge their hatred. A helicopter found Shen Feng and enthusiastically let Shen Feng board the plane. The pilot said excitedly while driving the plane, "Mr. The zombies collapsed immediately, and the zombies in the north and south of the city are also retreating north. We won, yeah, we won, and we can finally go home." Shen Feng also felt a burst of relief. Before, Shen Feng had also imagined the way the war would end. It may be that the zombies were all killed by the heavy snowfall, or that all the zombies died of the plague, and it was more likely that the zombies could not hold on and eventually collapsed under the powerful artillery fire. But never expected that the war would end in his own hands. Thinking that he actually dominated the direction of a battle, Shen Feng also felt like he was dreaming. Within a day, the zombies collapsed, the mutated birds were slaughtered, and the remaining zombies retreated. This kind of thing was done by himself, and Shen Feng was also a little flustered. Now the war ended in his own hands, and he really became a hero among others. After Shen Feng got on the helicopter and returned to Yanjing, just as he got off the plane, the reporters immediately surrounded him with long guns and short cannons. Their eyes were warm, and they began to ask excitedly, "Mr. Shen, I heard that you organized the beheading operation. Mr. Shen, do you think the war in Yanjing is over? Will we be safe in the future? Mr. Shen, are you married? What kind of girl do you like?" The reporters threw Shen Feng one question after another, all expecting Shen Feng to give an answer. Shen Feng was very surprised. He had never encountered such a scene. In peaceful times, if he was able to appear on TV in a serious way, he would have gone out from 10 miles and 8 villages. But at this time, there are dozens of people, big and small. Reporters have found themselves so many questions that they don't even know which answer to pick. Isn't this feeling the feeling of being a hero? In fact, among those who participated in the beheading operation, only Shen Feng came back in a helicopter. Even Zhang Ju was still drying his feathers by the river. It is said that he was the one who organized the beheading operation. The reporters heard after getting the news. Shen Feng was immediately surrounded. First-hand information is also the most important. Shen Feng said to the reporters in embarrassment, "Well, I'm married, and I like my senior sister. It's not convenient to disclose other things at the moment, and I will talk about them later when I have a chance." Saying that, Shen Feng was about to leave here. The reporters caught up and refused to let Shen Feng go. Shen Feng didn't care about these, and cast follow the wind to leave as quickly as a shadow. The reporters couldn't catch up with their cars. In the end, I was so annoyed that I didn't ask anything. Of course, there were keen reporters who caught the point. Did Shen Feng also say something? Can't this just be concocted? As long as the number of clicks goes up, who cares what Shen Feng said? As a result, the news soon had many headlines. Shocked, the man who controlled Yanjing's defense turned out to be him. Shen Feng, who became a hero, actually said that he liked senior sister on such an important occasion. The reason behind it is heartwarming. How can I become a man like Shen Feng? I will give you 10 suggestions. Shocked, the hero who saved Yanjing actually has a unique taste. In addition to the gossip about Shen Feng's personality and family situation, some media are also waiting for news from the headquarters. Only when the headquarters announces that the war is over can the Yanjing battle be considered a final victory. Although victory is now a certainty, there is still a lack of official statement. At dusk, the headquarters finally announced the news of victory. After 135 days, we have experienced several sieges by zombies and long-term air raids by mutant birds. Now the zombies collapsed and fled, and the mutant birds were all killed and injured. No climate, we won, the war is over. A simple sentence caused the city of Yanjing to boil instantly, and the already agitated people's hearts instantly calmed down. All the fluctuations in people's hearts came from anxiety, But when stability is given to everyone, people's hearts will naturally be stable. Up firecrackers started to be set off in the streets and alleys. During the Spring Festival, Yanjing experienced war and failed to celebrate properly. Now that the war has been won, the people immediately began to spontaneously celebrate the arrival of the victory. After the people at the headquarters were happy for a while, they suddenly discovered a problem. That is, it seems that the standard of rewards has not been determined for the few people involved in this beheading operation, and the credit for changing the occupation can be seen by anyone, but this kind of credit is made by the supernatural person. More than 1 million soldiers fought hard day and night, blocking the tide of corpses for several months, but such a credit is still a little less than killing the corpse king and ending the war directly. The headquarters also felt regret at this time. Why didn't the Xiangsong Bureau under his hand make contributions? Why did the Ability Management Bureau and Shen Feng make such a big contribution? No matter how generous the reward is, it seems that it has no effect on the headquarters. At the moment only Shen Feng is back, it's not appropriate to rush to reward. Let's wait until everyone comes back. Next, we have to arrange for the troops to return to their respective jurisdictions. Say it later. Chapter 265. Famous all over the world. The defense of Yanjing lasted for a long time, and during this period, not only the people of the whole country were paying attention to the development of the battle situation, even countries around the world, as long as they could be contacted, one counted as one, and all of them were paying attention to the battle of this world power. The number of zombies is nearly 200 million, and they also encountered air raids and plagues during the period. It can be said that this is a battle that has never appeared in history. If the human side fails, the whole world will lose confidence in fighting zombies. However, when Yanjing announced the victory of the battle, countries that were still watching carefully sent congratulatory messages one after another, especially Southeast Asian countries. These countries are the closest to China and the earliest regions that can receive support. At this time, of course, warm congratulations, and then ask the big powers for support. With the outbreak of the zombie virus, the world pattern has been directly changed. The once capitalist countries in North America have been unable to influence the pattern of Southeast Asia. The small countries in Southeast Asia are also very aware of this, so they have changed their strategies one after another, and started kneeling and licking the big eastern countries. In addition, the Bangzi Kingdom and the island countries in the east also congratulated each other and asked for support. By the way, no matter how strong the former soft power was, zombies would not care. Zombies would not watch young ladies standing on the stage twisting their waists. They would just pounce on them and bite them. On the contrary, the island country quickly formed an army. While cleaning up the zombies, they began to study zombies and various weapons. For the countries around them, the island country proposed trade. The island country needs to import food and weapons, and they will provide chips and cars. Even silver undercurrents are surging in the world, but Shen Feng and his party have become the cusp of the storm, and they can affect the whole body. People with supernatural powers like Shen Feng are the key figures who directly change the situation of the battle. How can they not be noticed? For a while, countless people they are all asking about Shen Feng's past. Some reporters in Rongcheng found Shen Yu directly. They found out that Shen Yu was Shen Feng's sister. If they wanted to know Shen Feng, they must start with him. It can be hyped up. The reporter found Shen Yu and wanted to inquire about Shen Feng's news, but Shen Yu said with a smile, "Please don't follow me casually. All news should be from the official. Although I am Shen Feng's sister, I can't just talk about it casually. So, you should ask someone else." After finishing speaking, Shen Yu quickly rushed out of the reporter's siege. Only then did the reporters realize that Shen Yu was actually an evolutionary, and his physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. The reporters wanted to chase Shen Yu, but they couldn't catch up at all. It was completely impossible for ordinary people to catch up with the evolutionary. What's more, the reporter had cameras and other equipment on his body, which made it even more difficult to catch up. The reporter couldn't find Shen Yu for an interview, so they finally searched around and found Shen Feng's former schoolmates and classmates, and even Shen Feng's teacher. Any news about Shen Feng is very important on the Three Gorges side. General Chen Yi looked at the battle report in his hand and smiled while reading. "I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Shen Feng has really done such a remarkable thing. It seems that the supernatural beings are always beyond ordinary people." Level K. Yiming was on the side, took the battle report and began to watch. While watching, he said, "Shen Feng's action this time is very beautiful, but without the cooperation of the Ability Management Bureau, the beheading operation would not be so smooth, but the media what's the reason for only reporting on Shen Feng, K. Yiming felt that it was unfair. It was obvious that the victory brought about by everyone fighting together, but everyone was rushing to report the news about Shen Feng, which was a bit biased. Why not tell everyone's deeds in detail? Should we people from the Ability Management Bureau be ignored? General Chen explained. It is said that the time of returning to the city is different. Shen Feng was the first to leave the city and also the first to return to the city. So when the tide of corpses collapsed, the reporter interviewed and found only Shen Feng. Furthermore, Shen Feng, after all, he is the organizer of the operation, so it is appropriate for everyone to report on him. K. Yiming shrugged and said, that doesn't matter, I just hope we can get enough soldiers, and then clean up the fish in the Yangtze River. It is said that there are dragons appearing in the Yangtze River, eating people everywhere, and the fishermen don't care. Dare to fish, General. Chen was very happy at this time, and said seriously, as long as the zombies are solved, and then the mutant beast problem is solved, then the world will be peaceful. No matter what mutant beast it is, it can't stop the guns, eh? Real victory is undoubtedly inspiring, especially in this precarious age. No one knows what kind of danger will appear in the end, let alone whether the future will restore peace and tranquility after the war in Yanjing was won. Countless people dispelled their worries. Nearly 200 million zombies attacked Yanjing, but they failed to win in the end. At this time, there are no zombies in most of the north, and the next step is to regain the south. Simple things? Shen Feng quickly returned to the station, and wanted to find Yang Chang and Lu Xian to see how the spoils were, but neither of them came back. It wasn't until night that more than 20 supernatural beings returned to Yanjing in a sneaky way. During the day, they were hunted down by zombies, so they could only run into the mountains, and finally found a way out in the mountains. When they came back, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, they secretly divided the water. If their superiors knew about it, they would definitely be ordered to write a review. When Lu Xian and Yang Chang put the heads of the 10 corpse kings in front of Shen Feng was grinning from ear to ear. With so many trophies, wouldn't it be possible to train 20 superhumans? You guys did a great job. When you get back to Yazhou, if you want something good, just tell me. Shen Feng immediately made a promise to cash out the reward when he got home. Lu Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, it's a trivial matter, let me create my own channel. I'm about to embark on the road of a musician. Lu Xian has not forgotten the promise Shen Feng made before, and now he hopes that Shen Feng can fulfill the promise. As long as he is given a radio station of his own, he can broadcast his own songs every day. Yang Chang also thought about it, and said seriously, City Lord, as long as you don't object to me marrying a few wives, that's enough. Shen Feng looked indifferent, and said, why should I object? If you want to marry, you can marry. Shen Feng doesn't intend to meddle in other people's family affairs. Anyway, after the end of the world, many strong men will have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yang Chang carefully looked around at this time, making sure that no one was eavesdropping, and then said in a low voice, City Lord, we will also keep your relationship with Miss Chu a secret, but there is no wall that is not leaky. I don't object to you marrying Miss Chu, but we can't help you with a deputy City Lord. It turned out that the reason why Yang Chang asked such a question was actually because he was worried that Shen Feng would object. If Shen Feng felt unbalanced and only allowed monogamy, then his dream would be ruined. Shen Feng's face froze, and he nodded awkwardly. He also suddenly thought of Chu Qiaowen's question. If the senior sister found out about this, she would probably be furious. No wonder Yang Chang asked himself not to object to the 3 wives and 4 concubines. It turned out that he was worried that he would be unbalanced. Chu Qiaowen also found Shen Feng. Today, she met several groups of reporters who tried to enter the station for interviews. She immediately discovered the problem, and said to Shen Feng quickly, when those reporters interview you in the future, your answer will be different. Be careful, I always feel that these people want to make gods. Making gods? What are you talking about? Can I become a god? Shen Feng wondered if he heard it wrong. Chu Qiaowen said to Shen Feng in a low voice, Chinese people like to create gods. As long as someone is outstanding, then the people below will spontaneously worship the outstanding person as a god. Once the belief collapses, these people they will step on it one by one, so be careful what you say in the future. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said with a smile, it's okay, it's okay, it's good to be regarded as a god by others, no matter where you go, there are people worshipping, isn't that a good thing? Chu Chaoyan hastily dissuaded him, don't think about it that way. Feathers sink into boats, people fold their sleeves lightly, everyone's words make money, and accumulation destroys bones. Muxiu and Lin Feng will be destroyed. At this time, we still have to stabilize our minds. Step by step. Shen Feng nodded and said, okay, I understand, I will deal with reporters very modestly, but I don't know what kind of rewards those of us who have done meritorious deeds will get. In fact, for Shen Feng and others who have suddenly gained so much fame, some people really don't like it, especially the group of people from the Xiangsong Bureau. They did almost the same thing, but as a result, Shen Feng and the Ability Management Bureau became famous, which made everyone displeased. Changfa sat on the chair and thought about it more and more, and finally patted the table and said, no, you must let Shen Feng and the others know your position, and you can't let them continue to be arrogant. At this time, more than 20 supernatural beings from the Xiangsong Bureau sat down in a room. This is a courtyard house in Yanjing City. Expensive, but for the many young people present, a small house is nothing. Captain, you can't understand the arrogance of the Ability Administration Bureau, so what can you do? After all, they killed the Corpse King, and they changed the situation of the battle. None of us participated. How can we compete for a fame? Some people were helpless, leaning on the chair and drinking tea, feeling helpless about the current situation. Changfa sneered, and said to the crowd, compete for fame? There is no need to compete for it. We still have to give them fame and hold them high. The higher you hold them, the harder you throw them. Haven't you already become a hero? No matter how much you brag, when we do it, let them fall to the ground fiercely. Changfa's brain is very good. He knows that Shen Feng and his group are in the limelight now. If they confront each other head-on, they will definitely not be their opponents. But secretly, this is easy to succeed. After hearing what Changfa said, everyone in the Xiangsong Bureau was stunned, but then they laughed. Indeed, if you can't steal their limelight from the front, then let's kill them. How can we stab them from behind? Of course, stand behind the opponent first. Ever since, people from the Xiangsong Bureau have started to communicate with each other, and let the media hype it up, isn't it a show of limelight? Then allow a few more days to let more people know, and then wait for the right time. Just make a mistake, and you can ruin your reputation. If you just fall to the ground, it's nothing, as long as you can get up. No one around will care, but if you are held up high by everyone, and then fall hard to the ground, then everyone will laughing at the person who is thrown. Such a huge psychological gap, few people can bear it, and the Xiangsong Bureau wants to do this, to praise a group of people who have suddenly gained attention, and when they enjoy other people's praise and praise with peace of mind, they will suddenly reveal their shortcomings and let their image collapse. In this way, they themselves will not be able to bear the pressure. It must be a good feeling to be famous all over the world, and then to be ruined. Changfa said in a low voice, don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame you for blocking my way. Changfa himself also dreams of making contributions. He also hopes to become a hero praised by others, just like his ancestors, to be supported by everyone. This feeling must be very wonderful. Chapter 266 10 Great Heroes. Originally, after the war is over, the soldiers from all over the country who supported Yanjing will return. Whether it is going home to fight or go home to farm, this is a very important thing, but the headquarters still needs to reward, and the rewards for the army are okay. It will arrive sooner or later, but for non-governmental forces, it must be rewarded immediately. This is also to show its attitude. The headquarters will also recognize local forces, so, in the next few days, the issue of rewards has been discussed in Yanjing City. Rewards need to be distributed according to the amount of credit. The most important rewards are weapons and medicines. As for food, many places are short of it, and rewards are impossible. With food support among them, the rewards for the supernatural beings are the most important. After all, for many days, the media has been tracking and interviewing the supernatural beings who participated in the beheading operation, and they have deducted all the process and details of the battle. They also admired them very much, and they all regarded them as great heroes, thinking that it was people with supernatural powers who saved Yanjing. After Shen Feng was reminded by Chu Qiaoan, he began to live in seclusion, reading books in the residence every day, and basically did not come forward to explain the interviews with reporters, and the number of interviews he was interviewed was obviously very small as a result. The media focused all their attention on the members of the Ability Management Bureau, especially Qin Kui and Xiao Sheng. These two people are the captains and deputy captains, and they directly participated in the beheading operation. It is most appropriate to ask them how the battle went. Xiao Sheng: anyone who comes is not rejected. If someone is interviewed, he will be entertained, and if he drinks saliva, he will tell his own heroic story. The other people in the Ability Management Bureau were similar. They basically all accepted interviews and told what happened before. For a while, newspapers all over the city printed photos of these great heroes, and they were different every day. What's more, they found the residences of Xiao Sheng and others specifically, and some were sending flowers, while others were giving chocolates, and even sending love letters. It can be said that their group has become the dream lover of many girls. In this case, the headquarters determined the reward that should be given to the supernatural being, which is an extremely lofty honor. In addition to the honor, it will also reward enough evolutionary bases. The headquarters selected 10 people who performed outstandingly in the beheading operation, summoned them to the headquarters, prepared to award medals to the 10 people, and allowed them to title themselves. Shen Feng came to Yanjing's headquarters, saw Xiao Sheng and others, and couldn't help asking, "What kind of titles do you all want? Besides, the headquarters seems to be too stingy, only giving us medals and titles. Isn't it just a false name?" Xiao Sheng walked in front of Shen Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "We will get what the superiors give, don't be so entangled, and the honor is also very good. There are warm hospitality wherever you go. This is Mo Dao, who has no confidant in the future, who in the world does not know the king." Shen Feng looked around and asked Xiao Sheng, "I heard that you only handed over the heads of a dozen corpse kings. What are you going to do with the rest, Xiao?" Sheng quickly covered Shen Feng's mouth, and scolded, "You are looking for death? You said such a thing in the headquarters. Are you worried that this matter will not be exposed?" Shen Feng was very dissatisfied, pulled Xiao Sheng's palm away, and said, "What are you afraid of? This hall is empty. Who can eavesdrop under our noses? You are too timid, Xiao." Sheng was helpless, and whispered to Shen Feng, "We are going to make the remaining corpse king's head into a supernatural potion, one for each person. Whether it is sold or left to relatives in the future, it is a good choice." Shen Feng nodded, and understood what Xiao Sheng meant. This group of people was not being honest anymore. After the Xiangsheng Bureau appeared, they also began to consider their own interests, and would not foolishly continue to follow the orders of their superiors. However, if you think about it carefully, this is also a very reasonable choice. When the superiors give resources to competitors, don't blame the people below for their opinions. Among the 10 people selected by the headquarters, there are Shen Feng, Xiao Sheng, Jin Ziju, Qin Kui, Yu Henggai, Zhang Zi, Feng Qinghao, Chai Qifu, Lu Yizhen, and Zhang Ju. Except Shen Feng is a folk force, the rest, all 9 of them, are members of the Ability Management Bureau. Shen Feng himself doesn't care. He believes that Lu Xian and Yang Chang don't care about false names. Anyway, he got 10 corpse king heads. The benefits are enough. 1 or 2 more false names is not helpful. It is better to get the reward from the headquarters earlier. Returning to Yeshao is the most important thing. Soon, someone came to meet in the hall. It was a middle-aged man who said as he walked, "Your top 10 heroes have finally come. Please be considerate, and explain to your companions when you go back. It's not that the headquarters is too stingy, but it's because we can't commend all the people who participated in the beheading operation. It's a helpless move to select 10 of you now. It's really the 10 of you who have made outstanding contributions, so you can stand out from the many outstanding people with supernatural powers, Xiao." Sheng also quickly said, "How can we blame the headquarters? We have no complaints about the rewards from the headquarters, and we are also deeply honored to be able to receive the officially recognized medals and titles. In the future, we will definitely unite in the headquarters. Eradicate all enemies, Xiao." Sheng's answer was very official. It was watertight, and there was nothing wrong with it. The middle-aged man took out a watch from his body, handed it to everyone, and said, "I invite you here today to discuss your titles. Tomorrow, we will award medals and titles live on TV in public. Dress up cleanly. For this kind of occasion, you must show your temperament." After Xiao Sheng finished the form, he agreed, Okay, we must be neatly dressed tomorrow. Let me see my title, so I will call it Zurong. It is said that this is the god of Vulcan, and I happen to use flames, Jin." Ziju also immediately filled in the title. "As for me, my title is Zeus." Shen Feng saw that these two people chose titles so casually, and he also relaxed. It seems that titles are dispensable. He took the form and filled in strong grass in the wind. He actually wanted to write Fengshin yes, but there is a feeling of arrogance, so I changed the title. The implication is very simple. The wind knows the strength of the grass. The most important point is that Shen Feng liked to read comics before, even Hong Kong comics. Among them, the title of God of Wind has already been used by others, and if he uses it himself, it means plagiarism. The rest of the people also filled in the titles one after another. They seemed to be indifferent, but in fact the titles they filled in were more handsome than the other. Zhang Zi wrote Ice and Snow Queen, Qin Kui wrote Girl of the Earth, Feng Qinghao wrote Poseidon, Yu Henggai wrote The Strongest Gravity, Zhai Ke wrote Rebirth Prophet, Zhang Ju wrote Fallen Angel, and finally Lu Yizhen, he wrote very simply, Eye of the Sky. After finishing writing, everyone was still teasing each other. Zhang Ju, what are you calling a fallen angel? How about calling him Birdman? Nonsense, you just know how to play with water or fire, and you dare to be called Zhurong and Poseidon. This is arrogance. I think the title of Shen Feng is a bit simpler. What is there to praise about a piece of grass? Nonsense. In the school, beautiful women are called school flowers, and men are called schoolgirls. It doesn't sound good, then. You want to be a little boy, eh? Group of people were making noise in the lobby of the headquarters, and the atmosphere was very cheerful, but Gong Changfa, who was hiding in the dark, was gnashing his teeth. Wait, you won't be happy for long, Guang. Changfa looked at the group of people in the hall, filled with resentment in his heart. If the person who beheaded the corpse king was from his own side, then he would be the one who was proud of himself, but unfortunately, now he could only look at a group of people. Bang Nazuzi is getting carried away. There is a kind of person who doesn't care if he is good or not, but he just can't see that others are better than him. Guang Changfa is undoubtedly such a person. He used to do everything possible to replace the Ability Management Bureau and become an indispensable organization in the headquarters. He is also planning to assassinate the 10 heroes in the hall. After receiving relevant training at the headquarters, Shen Feng and the other 9 people learned about the award ceremony on the second day, so they parted quickly. Before parting, Chai Qifu returned the small bottle hanging around his neck to Shen Feng. When Shen Feng left the headquarters, he put on sunglasses, a mask, and a scarf. He didn't want to be watched by a group of reporters when he went out. It's better to keep a low profile nowadays. Shen Feng was shaking the small bottle in his hand as he walked, and he was still thinking at this moment, if he had the opportunity to salvage the meteorite in the sea, if he could salvage the meteorite, wouldn't he have enough extraterrestrial elements? Then I can train as many supernatural beings as I want to train. It's just that the meteorite fell into the sea. If you want to salvage it, you must take a boat. It's very troublesome. Shen Feng said to himself at this moment. A hoarse voice suddenly came from Shen Feng's ear. Shen Feng, do you have time tonight? Shen Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that someone would recognize him even though he was dressed like this. He turned his head and found that he was passing by an alley, and there was a man in a black cloak standing in the alley. It seems that I have been waiting for myself for a long time. You are Mu Ying? You startle me. Can you not be so surprised next time you find me? Shen Feng recognized it. This guy came to find him now. Is it to let himself can complete the task? Mu Ying repeated in a hoarse voice. Shen Feng, do you have time at night? Shen Feng quickly shook his head and said, no time. No time. I'm going to attend the awarding ceremony tomorrow, and I need to make some preparations tonight. Do you have anything to do? Shen Feng accepted Mu Ying's gift at any rate, but he was embarrassed to just accept the money and do nothing, so he wanted to ask what tasks he needed to do. Mu Ying did not answer this question, but continued to ask, then do you have time tomorrow night? Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and said, I don't think so. I don't have any plans for tomorrow night. After receiving this answer, Mu Ying seemed very satisfied, nodded slightly and said, well, I will treat you to a drink tomorrow night. Please be sure to appreciate it. I will book the hotel, and I will let you know tomorrow. Tell you what the task is. After the task is completed, there will be a gift. Shen Feng nodded, understood, and quickly said, okay, I understand. I will go to the banquet on time tomorrow. Depending on the situation, I may bring 1 or 2 people. After all, I can't hold alcohol well, so they are responsible for carrying me back. Mu Ying nodded and said, yes, you can bring people to the banquet. After Shen Feng returned to the barracks, he began to choose the clothes he should wear tomorrow. After all, it was going to be broadcast live on TV. At that time, people all over the country and even the world would see him. How could he be worthy of such a good opportunity if he didn't dress up a little bit? These days, Li Qi has been sleeping in Shen Feng's tent. She has fallen into an evolutionary state and has been in a coma for 5 days, and she is about to wake up. Shen Feng had no choice but to change to an empty tent to live in. He didn't want to take advantage of others' danger. In addition, there is another reason, because Shen Feng is not a gentleman, but in order to avoid talking, especially if Chu Chaoyan is watching in the barracks, if there is a problem, she is not a light-saving lamp, and the person who used Shen Feng's clothes as a reference, naturally became Chu Chaoyan. She was a child of a wealthy family, she was well educated since she was a child, her aesthetics was particularly good, and she was also very experienced in choosing clothes. Chu Chaoyan looked at Shen Feng carefully, and thought that Shen Feng could not show his real temperament in a normal suit, so he matched Shen Feng with a white shirt and straight crop pants, wearing a black vest outside the shirt, and a wolf fur cloak on the outside. At a glance, Shen Feng's figure is tall and straight. In addition, he often fights. His tight figure is outlined by shirt and vest, and he is covered with a cloak, which immediately shows a domineering and exposed feeling. Shen Feng felt a little uncomfortable. Wearing a cloak felt strange. A cloak was not a cloak, and a coat was not a coat. It seemed that he only appeared for pretend, but Chu Chaoyan said, "Shen Feng, you must wear this outfit tomorrow. Straighten your chest, and be serious. When you walk on the stage, you stretch out your hand and throw off the wolf fur cloak." At this time, thousands of girls will surely be convinced. Shen Feng had no choice but to follow Chu Chaoyan's suggestion and decided to wear this suit to attend the award ceremony, as he had no one else to refer to. Chapter 267 Done and number 039, Thank Me. The next day, Shen Feng went to the auditorium. Such a formal occasion as the award ceremony must not be held in a shabby place, and there are cameras in the auditorium live broadcasting the whole process. Many media are sitting in it, recording today in the scene in the auditorium. A red carpet has been spread on the stage in the auditorium, and tall flower baskets are also neatly placed around. The awarding ceremony was not held exclusively for supernatural beings. In fact, there were still many brave soldiers who would receive awards. Below the auditorium were thousands of people waiting to be commended. Shen Feng came to the table and chairs prepared for him, and after sitting down, he realized that he had been fooled. Why did he still wear a wolf fur cloak? Isn't this too conspicuous? Look at the group of Xiaoxing and Jin Ziju. They are all wearing military uniforms. Although they don't have military ranks, they are uniform. Shen Feng sat on the seat, gritted his teeth, looked at Xiaoxing and the others, and said, "Why didn't you remind me when you were wearing military uniforms? I thought you could do whatever you want to dress gorgeously, but now it's good. I still have to wear furs to go up there. It's so conspicuous." Seeing what Shen Feng was wearing, Xiaoxing shrugged his shoulders and said, "You are not an official, and it is not appropriate for you to wear a military uniform. I thought you would wear a suit to attend the ceremony. Now it seems that your taste is not bad. Wearing this kind of clothes on stage, everyone will think you are domineering." Shen Feng didn't believe what Xiaoxing said, and immediately asked Zhang Zi beside him, "Miss Zhang, do you think this suit suits me?" Zhang Zi's emotional intelligence is still very high, and he said quickly, "It's very suitable. Look, many people in ancient costume TV dramas can only be the protagonists in this kind of costume. When you walk up, you must much attention." Zhang Zi's answer was flawless, but Jin Ziju couldn't help but lash out, "As expected of you, Shen Feng, your clothes really surprised us. You have to wear formal clothes for this kind of occasion. It's good for you. Dress well. Like a mountain sculpture, anyone who sees it will laugh at your ignorance." Shen Feng was very embarrassed. He hadn't studied the relevant knowledge before, and he didn't know what kind of clothes he should wear on formal occasions. Now he made a fool of himself in public. In fact, on formal occasions, you should wear formal attire. Suits and military uniforms are considered formal attire, and some overcoats and Chinese tunic suits are also considered formal attire. Women should wear professional attire, and dresses and other clothing can barely be considered as formal attire. But Shen Feng didn't know. Generally, relevant training would only be given after graduation. Shen Feng didn't know this at all, so it was normal to make jokes. Shen Feng turned around and saw a row of soldiers sitting behind him, so he found a young man and asked, "Hey, brother, I will borrow your clothes to wear later, and I will return them to you when I step down, just to receive the award. That's all. Help the world. However, the soldier who was questioned ignored Shen Feng. He was really anxious to be asked, so he said impatiently, "You can't borrow it. This is a matter of principle. Besides, you are a civilian, and it is not appropriate to wear a military uniform. You give up." Shen Feng was very speechless, looked at the others, and found that there were Li Xiankang and Wang Aoi sitting in the distance, and they also participated in receiving the award. The individual is wearing a suit and is sitting on a seat. If you look carefully, you can find that one of Li Xiankang's legs is relatively thick. The reason is that he fell off Zhang Ju's back and broke his leg. Now he is still on a splint of. Shen Feng hurriedly shouted at the two of them, "Li Xiankang, Wang Aoi, two brothers, lend me the suit to wear, and I will return it to you later." When Li Xiankang and Wang Aoi saw the furs Shen Feng was wearing, they couldn't help showing a mocking look on their faces, turning their heads away as if they didn't hear anything, and their plan was very simple, that is to watch the fun. Now that the awarding ceremony is being broadcast live on national TV, a person appears wearing this thing. Doesn't it depend on the follow-up development of the matter? Shen Feng couldn't borrow clothes, so he couldn't help taking off the cloak on his body. Anyway, there were still vests and shirts inside, and when he wore them, no one could find fault with them at the same time. Shen Feng complained in his heart, "This Chu Chaoyan, did she choose such an outfit for me on purpose, or because she didn't know the importance of the occasion?" After waiting in the auditorium for a short time, the ceremony began. The host, wearing a red dress, went up to read the opening remarks, introduced the people who participated in the award ceremony, and then the ceremony began without much nonsense. The hosts, a man and a woman, are all dressed in festive dresses. The man wears a tuxedo, and the woman wears an evening gown. The female host is the one who attracts much attention, because the evening dress she wears wraps the front chest, and then the dress is gathered around the waist. It has been dragged to the ground, the shoulders, arms and back are exposed, and the seductive curves are presented in front of the eyes of others. How can this not attract people's attention? The headquarters also sent personnel to participate in the award ceremony, mainly responsible for awarding awards. First of all, the top 10 heroes who need to be honored are the ones who directly changed the situation in Yanjing. The media has been hyping them up these days, and many people even regard these people as the saviors. Coincidentally, a total of 27 people were beheaded, but many people said that there was another person named Li Qi, who has the extraterrestrial element she discovered. In this way, 28 people participated in the battle. It corresponds to the 28 mansions. What's more, the media, who saw that the funeral was not a big deal, was hyping up, boasting that the 28 people were the descendants of the stars, and that temples should be built specially for them. Such superstition makes people dumbfounded. The slender hostess came onto the stage first, looked at the camera and announced, "Now let us invite the supernatural beings who saved Yanjing, killed the Corpse King, and changed the situation of the battle to come on stage. We have selected 10 supernatural beings who made the most contributions on Earth are awarded to those who can, and the contributors from high to low are Xiao Sheng, Jin Ziju, Shen Feng, Qin Kui, Zhang Zi, Feng Qinghao, Yu Hengai, Chai Qifu, Lu Yizun, Zhang Ju. Let us applaud and welcome." There was warm applause in the auditorium. Everyone was welcoming the 10 heroes to the stage. Strange, I'm not number one. Shen Feng was a little puzzled. It seemed that he was the organizer of the beheading operation, but now he's the third place. So strange. Shen Feng didn't have time to think so much. He stood up and walked out. The third place is the third place. He doesn't care about this ranking. As a result, Jin Ziju was very enthusiastic, and brought a cloak that Shen Feng had left on the spot, and put it on Shen Feng's shoulders as he walked on the road, and said in a low voice, "My name is Lei Feng, you don't need to thank me, Shen Feng has the intention to kill people at this time. Jin Ziju is just trying to make himself look ugly. Shen Feng was wearing a vest and a white shirt, but a wolf fur cloak was thrown on him at once. He was walking on the red carpet. It was too late to return to his seat, so he could only grit his teeth and put the wolf fur cloak on body, walked onto the stage with a gloomy face. The host didn't seem to expect that Shen Feng would come up in such a dress, but luckily the male host responded quickly and said quickly, "Let us welcome Mr. Shen Feng to the stage. His title is Strong Grass in the Wind. As far as I know, this word comes from an ancient poem of mine, The Wind Knows the Grass." While listening to the host blah blah, Shen Feng walked up to Jin Ziju, glanced at this guy sideways, and said in his heart, "You kid made me embarrassing in public. I want to see your level after the award ceremony is over." How about it? Originally, Shen Feng gave up the cloak, but Jin Zizhu put it on him halfway. This directly caused Shen Feng to appear in front of the national audience. The 9 people around him were all wearing military uniforms. At this moment, he stood out from the crowd. Seeing this scene, many people in the audience couldn't help whispering, "Is that Shen Feng? The dress is really special. It's really special. It looks like the mountain sculpture from before. That is, there is no beard on the face, but this can be regarded as the youth version of the mountain sculpture." Don't talk nonsense. Don't you see that the mountain eagle is somewhere else? The one with a pair of black wings on its back is that. This is the eagle. Zhang Zhu's face turned dark when he heard the discussion below. Can this be related to himself? I think this is Shen Feng's intention. You can see the look of contempt on his face. His face is full of bitterness and hatred, and his brows are furrowed. It is obvious that he is contemptuous of other people. That's right. Isn't Xiao Sheng the first place in contribution? As the organizer, Shen Feng is of course dissatisfied with this kind of judgment, so he intentionally wore clothes that didn't meet the regulations to accept the award. It's really scheming. Shen Feng was too lazy to listen to the audience's comments with a gloomy face. He stood with his hands behind his back and his legs spread apart. Embarrassment. Then the embarrassment is someone else. The award presenter hurriedly took the medals from the tray to wear on the supernatural beings present, and the host also explained appropriately, "Please look, everyone, Mr. Xiao Sheng is receiving the Medal of Doomsday Hero, and his title is Zhu Rong. He is the ancient god of fire, and Mr. Xiao Sheng's ability is to use flames, and the 7,000-degree flames can burn everything." The scene in the auditorium was spread all over the country through the TV signal. When Chu Qiaoyan saw Shen Feng on the TV, he couldn't help but bent down and thumped the ground, smiling brightly. Haha. Shen Feng is too stupid, right? Doesn't he know the atmosphere? I thought he would come on stage in a vest and a shirt. Why is he so dumbfounded? Facts have proved that Chu Qiaoyan did it on purpose. She deliberately chose such an outfit for Shen Feng, and successfully attracted Shen Feng's attention. Chu Qiaoyan thought very simple at the time. In fact, as long as Shen Feng found that the occasion was not right, he could just take off the wolf fur cloak. But Shen Feng didn't do this, so that he made a fool of himself in public. He Liping and Shen Yu's mother and daughter, who were far away in Rongcheng, were also watching the live TV. When He Liping saw Shen Feng appearing, she couldn't help frowning and said to herself, "Why is a Feng dressed like this? It's like an upstart." Shen Yu didn't care about this, but pointed to Xiao Sheng on the TV, and said, "Mom, look quickly, Xiao Sheng is here. He will return to Rongcheng in a few days, and his clothes fit you well." He Liping nodded and said, "Well, they are also very handsome. These 10 young people are all hope for the future." Even in Yeshao, Chang Jianyi was sitting in the office and took the time to watch the live broadcast on TV. When she saw Shen Feng's appearance, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Shen Feng to look like this. Chang Haoji saw this scene, and said excitedly at that time, "Sister, look quickly, my brother-in-law is dressed better than others. Such a conspicuous position is really majestic." Chang Jianyi nodded, and said with a smile, "You also feel majestic, don't you? Then I'll ask someone to make a set for you some other day." While watching TV, Chang Jianyi thought in her heart, "Now that the war is over, I should come back. It's been so long, I really miss it." Shen Feng seemed to be lifting weights lightly on the stage, with a calm expression on his face, but in fact he was stunned. The reason why he was so calm was that he had to hold on until now. After wearing the medal and the host announced the title in public, he was freed. After stepping down, Shen Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Jin Zizhu, and said, "Don't leave after the ceremony is over. I'll be waiting for you at the door." Jin Zizhu shrugged, with a look of grievance on his face. He said to Shen Feng, "I am concerned about you, okay? Yanjing has cooled down in the past 2 days, and you don't wear a coat. Put on clothes. You are still blaming me." Shen Feng pointed at Jin Zizhu's nose, and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm humiliated in public. It's all because of you. If I don't beat you to vent my anger, you really think I'm a bully?" Jin Zizhu spread his hands indifferently. "Hit as soon as you hit. Everyone is a 5th-level power user. I'm afraid you won't succeed." Shen Feng began to wait. 5 hours later, the ceremony was over, and Jin Zizhu made an excuse to go to the bathroom. But he never returned. Jin Ziju, I didn't expect you to lose your face and even piss. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you will have nothing to eat. Shen Feng was so angry that he couldn't swallow it after much deliberation. With this tone, he could only say harsh words, then turned and left. Chapter 268 Encountering a Mortal Jump. After Shen Feng returned to the station, he found Chu Chaoyan and questioned him. Chu Chaoyan immediately showed a pitiful expression, and said aggrievedly, Feng, I didn't know this meeting was so formal. Why are you blaming me? You didn't say that. Clear reason. Shen Feng pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. Chu Chaoyan took the opportunity to comfort Shen Feng. It's okay, no matter what others think of you, you will always be the most handsome in my heart, no matter what you are wearing. In my opinion, it is formal attire, please forgive me. Okay. Shen Feng sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that he would fall for such a woman. He couldn't beat him, he couldn't bear to scold him, so he could only admit that he was unlucky. Okay, let's forget about it. I will take Lucian out tonight. How to eat? Maybe you won't come back tonight. You take someone to pack your bags, and when you get the reward, we'll go back to Yazhao. Chu Chaoyan immediately became vigilant. Are you going out to eat? Who are you eating with? Male or female? Shen Feng said calmly, eat with a woman, but don't worry, she is my employer. I may have to do a task, so it depends on the situation. I will come back as soon as possible, and Lucian will accompany me. You worry about what, only? Then did Chu Chaoyan feel relieved, and said to Shen Feng, now many girls in the city regard you as Prince Charming, but you are a hero in their hearts, so what if I don't pay close attention? I'm not in Yazhao now. Chang Jianyi, don't stare at me. I have to watch closely. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be treated as a philanderer by Chu Chaoyan. How could this work? I am a very upright person, and it is impossible for me to mess with flowers. Of course, Yurin Shu doesn't count, because she posted it herself at the time. The headquarters rewards for civilian forces are also very simple, basically weapons and ammunition. Shen Feng asked for medicines, and the headquarters finally agreed. Common antibiotics such as penicillin and cephalosporin were given a lot, but they were not allocated to Shen Feng for the time being. Side, it will basically be cashed out in a few days. Shen Feng has no shortage of weapons at the moment. He was able to manufacture guns in Yazhao. Although the level is average, it can be manufactured. Now that Yazhao has fallen into Shen Feng's hands, there are iron mines nearby, so it is easier to manufacture guns. What he lacks is not weapons, but medicines. What Shen Feng is most worried about is that the plague will also break out in Yazhao. In this case, it will be a devastating blow. In order to deal with the plague and other infectious diseases, medicines are very important. At dusk, Shen Feng took Lucian away. He was going to attend Mu Ying's banquet. While walking on the road, Shen Feng was still carefully telling her, Mu Ying is hiding very deeply, we must be careful. In short, if I get drunk, you remember to send me back to the station, Lu. Xian nodded and said, I will definitely do it, but I want to ask, what exactly did she ask you to do? Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly, I want to know too. She didn't say anything. Shen Feng quickly arrived at the restaurant. This is where Mu Ying informed him. The two of them were taken to a private room by the waiter. Meat dishes, it is not easy to arrange so many dishes in the apocalypse. Mu Ying greeted with a hoarse voice, please sit down, both of you. I will tell you the mission after eating food and drinking wine. Shen Feng was skeptical, looking at the wine on the table, hesitant, who knows if there is poison in the wine, you. Drink first. Shen Feng said hastily. Mu Ying was not polite, she took off half of the mask on her face, revealing half of her face, picked up the wine glass and drank a glass of wine. Shen Feng couldn't help taking a second look, but found that Mu Ying's exposed nose was very straight and her lips were very red. If she took off all the masks, she must be a beautiful beauty, but she would rather hide under the cloak and mask below. He has been refusing to show his true colors, which is strange. Only then did Shen Feng feel relieved, and began to drink and eat vegetables. Mu Ying accompanied the two of them while they were having dinner. While gossiping, I found these vegetables outside the city, and these meats were all caught by hunting outside the city. They are all natural and pollution-free. Don't worry if you two still want beauties to accompany you, I'll call 2 girls over, Lu. Xian looked expectant and asked, is it really possible? Shen Feng frowned, and couldn't help but said, don't come here, just talk about the task. After completing the task, I have to go back, Mu Ying ignored Shen Feng, went out and called a woman in simple clothes, let her sit beside Lu Xian, and said in a low voice, Mr. Lu, please be casual, and eat to your heart's content. Lu Xian looked at Shen Feng, said with a smile, City Lord, you see that Miss Mu is so polite, why don't you lose face? Lu Xian turned his head and said to the girl who came in, come on, don't be too polite, don't sit on the chair, how hard is it? Sit on my lap quickly, it's soft here. Shen Feng frowned and curled his lips, feeling very helpless in his heart. He regretted that he brought Lu Xian out. If he brought Yang Cheng or Guo Pingming, they would all be able to drink and eat without turning their eyes. Instead, the kid enjoyed it. The woman sitting on Lu Xian's lap was dressed simply, with a camisole on the upper body and a miniskirt on the lower body. It was too cold, and she wore stockings on her legs. While chatting and laughing with Lu Xian, he fed Lu Xian with wine. Lu Xian was proud of himself. Of course he is not a fool. He has been tested with his ability. The people in the whole restaurant are ordinary people and there will be no threat. And Mu Ying and Shen Feng are watching, it's rare for him to relax now, shouldn't this be a good time to enjoy? Mu Ying filled Shen Feng with a glass of wine, brought the glass to Shen Feng's mouth, and said, Mr. Shen is one of the top 10 heroes, and the little girl admires her so much. If you can afford it, please drink this glass of wine. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Xian, and found that Lu Xian was playing a game. The girl who entered the door had a piece of meat in her mouth and was feeding it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't think it was dirty, so he ate it immediately. Shen Feng's expression suddenly became complicated, and he thought to himself, are people in the city having so much fun? It's beyond my imagination. It seems that Lu Xian can't count on it. Shen Feng looked at Mu Ying, and couldn't help but said, you can't pour me wine, how about this, let's have a drink each, and drink slowly. In short, tell me the task content as soon as it's almost done, don't get so entangled. Mu Ying showed a smile at the corner of her mouth, and said, of course, please drink, I will accompany you. Shen Feng watched Mu Ying drink down the wine, so he was relieved, and he drank together. Mr. Shen, I heard that you will be the city lord of Yazhou in the future, and you will be very majestic in the future. Please take care of me. Mu Ying immediately poured Shen another glass. At this time, Shen Feng felt that the wine was getting stronger, and the food and drink in front of him became blurred, so he quickly declined. No, I really can't drink anymore, hurry up and talk about your mission, stop talking nonsense. Mu Ying ignored Shen Feng's words, clapped her hands and found a few women to come in, and said to them, this is Mr. Shen, the hero who saved Yanjing, you can't neglect it, I advise Mr. Shen not to drink, it's up to you, treat him extremely well. Many women gathered around quickly, and they all began to persuade Shen Feng to drink, but Shen Feng refused to drink anything. In the end, someone came up with an idea, you people are just stupid, how can Mr. Shen be such a casual person? How about this, let's each have a sip of wine, and invite Mr. Shen to taste. Is this idea okay? When Shen Feng heard this, his face turned green. If Chu Chaoyan heard what happened tonight, wouldn't he be furious? So Shen Feng had no choice but to say, don't bother you, I'll do it myself, I'll just drink it myself, you all go out, don't waver in front of my eyes. The morning sun shone on Shen Feng's face. Shen Feng felt glaring, couldn't help frowning, and stretched out his hand to block the sun, but when he stretched out his hand, he found something was wrong. His arm seemed to be pressed, so he opened his eyes. Open your eyes and look. It was incredible to see this. Shen Feng found himself lying on a bed, and the bright morning was outside the window. From here, he could see large and small buildings outside the window. It looks so beautiful, but why is there a woman's head on my arm? At that moment Shen Feng was taken aback. He quickly shook the shoulder of the woman beside him, and asked, Hey, what are you doing? Who are you? Why are you here? Shen Feng couldn't help being shocked. He clearly remembered that he was still drinking last night, but now he is lying in a strange place with a woman beside him. Could it be that he made a mistake? The woman next to Shen Feng was shaken to wake up immediately. She looked at Shen Feng with a smile on her face, wrapped the quilt around her body, and said with a smile, Shen Feng, what you did last night, how could you be so fast? Did you just forget? You said clearly last night that you will treat me well for the rest of your life. The woman beside Shen Feng has fair skin and delicate face, especially her jet black hair hangs down softly. He was about to wrap his arms around Shen Feng, but Shen Feng quickly pushed it away. Go away, I have a wife, please respect yourself. Shen Feng said angrily. The woman smiled and said softly, it's okay, you told me last night, you will take me back to Yazhou, and you will build me a splendid house, let me live in it, and you said, I will belong to you alone in the future, you will visit me often and let me dress up more beautifully. After all, the woman was alluding to Shen Feng's words about Jinwu Zhengjiao, which gave Shen Feng a headache. Shen Feng was stunned for a while, then smiled wryly. What are you talking about? How could I be such an upright person? How could I do such a thing? Tell me, did Mu Ying ask you to come? The woman nodded seriously, and said, Mu Ying is my cousin, she indeed asked me to come, but this is my own choice, and I can't blame her. Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and said, so that's how it is, that's how it is, it really is Mu Ying's trick, I've been fooled. I shouldn't have been drinking last night, listen to me, yesterday is for what happened tonight, just treat it as if nothing happened, let's break it up, and I'll give you some supplies later, and today's business is over. But at this moment, the door was kicked open, and a group of men in black came in wearing sunglasses. The leader took out his ID and said to the person on the bed, the Intelligence Bureau is investigating the case. Shen Feng, there is a murder case here that requires your cooperation in the investigation, so tell us honestly. At this time, Shen Feng didn't even have any clothes on, and he was hiding under the quilt naked, but half of the quilt was snatched away by the woman beside him, so he could barely cover the key parts of his body, and said through gritted teeth, you have found the wrong person. I've been drinking here last night and never killed anyone. However, the group of people who walked in were unmoved, and stood in the room and said, Shen Feng, we have the relevant evidence, tell us honestly, did you kill Mr. Li last night? If you don't tell me, once we investigate it, it won't be easy to solve. The corner of Shen Feng's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment he was able to react, why such a coincidence? I just got drunk once, and in the end, everyone came to me. There's only one explanation for everything, that is, the situation this time was premeditated, and I fell into a trap. You guys are playing fairy dance, right? You guys want to blackmail me while I'm drunk. Shen Feng gritted his teeth. Chapter 269. Buy a TV and get a balloon. Shen Feng decided that the group of intruders was with a woman beside him, maybe even with Mu Ying, so he immediately gained confidence, sat up, pointed at the group of people and scolded, hey! Get out, Lao Tzu. If you talk nonsense again, I'll do it, don't think I don't know what you guys are doing. The man in black was unmoved, and still stood where he was, and continued to say, Shen Feng, please cooperate with the investigation. This is a very serious issue, so don't make a playful face. Shen Feng sneered, you guys really pretended to be like that. If I didn't know anything, I would have been tricked by you. But unfortunately, sir, I have seen through your tricks, and still you want to put it on, don't you? At this moment, Shen Feng, who thought he had seen through the opponent's strategy, came up with confidence, thinking that this is what Mu Ying's method is. Isn't it just a fairy dance? It's the end of the day, and it's so old-fashioned to still be playing this old game. The man in black wanted to say something, but at this time Shen Feng got angry, and with a wave of his hand, a whirlwind blew up in the house, blowing 7 or 8 men in black out of the house. The door closed again. While sneering, while getting dressed, I'm playing Immortal Dance with me, and I have to see if I have the ability. Is I, Shen Feng, the one you can cheat if you want to? Shen Feng put on his clothes confidently, and lighted a cigarette conveniently. The men in black who were blown out of the room were not injured, but they were dizzy from being blown by the strong wind. Everyone quickly shouted, quickly ask for help. Shen Feng does not cooperate with the investigation, he must be tricky. He suspects the biggest, he must have killed the person. Shen Feng put on his clothes, sat on the head of the bed, and said arrogantly, go ahead and call, I'll see how long you have been acting. Turning around and seeing the woman wrapped in a quilt, Shen Feng couldn't help but said, I've never liked whoring for nothing, but this time is an exception. Who asked you to play fairy dance with me? I'll wait here. Seeing Mu Ying appear, I want to see what she has to say. The woman wrapped in a quilt brushed the hair hanging from her forehead, pinned it behind her ears, and said softly, Shen Feng, you may have misunderstood, I am not in the same group as these people. Shen Feng didn't care, he leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. You're still pretending now, Let's see how you pretend later. 20 minutes later, another group of people came. Listening to the sound of footsteps, Shen Feng saw that there seemed to be several people who came, and it seemed that there were quite a lot of people acting. Boom! The door that was closed just now was kicked open again. Xiao Sheng walked in with 5 supernatural beings, and immediately saw Shen Feng leaning against the head of the bed, and beside him, there was another man wrapped in the woman in the quilt. This woman looks very beautiful, and her exposed arms are also very white. It seems that she is not wearing anything. The atmosphere froze at this moment. Shen Feng did not expect that the person who came was Xiao Sheng, and the people behind him also knew each other. Among them, 2 girls, Qin Qi and Zhang Zi, were still standing behind him, and people from the Ability Management Bureau appeared here. Official institutions, no one can fake. Shen Feng was stunned, but at this time Xiao Sheng couldn't help it anymore. He thought he was Shen Feng's future brother-in-law, but now he finds out that Shen Feng is doing promiscuous things. He can't help but sneer. When I just received a request for help, I thought someone was pretending to be you. I didn't expect that the guy who just received the award yesterday, who has always regarded himself as an upright guy, turned out to be a murder suspect and just resisted arrest. Shen Feng, let me ask you, what are you doing? Xiao Sheng asked with a sneer. Although Shen Feng can be regarded as one of his own, but Xiao Sheng can't let go of the water at this time, so he can only question Shen Feng directly. Shen Feng smiled awkwardly, and said helplessly, "Didn't I think you were dancing like a fairy? I was drunk last night, and I don't know anything now." Shen Feng fully reacted. It seemed that the incident he encountered was not a simple fairy dance, and he had never heard of the so-called suspect. So could it be that someone wanted to frame him? Hearing Shen Feng's justification, Xiao Sheng's expression finally softened at this time. If he was drunk, he had a reason to explain it clearly. In short, Xiao Sheng did not believe that Shen Feng would be the murderer. Shen Feng and this Li, the young master, has no holidays, so why take the risk to kill someone? As a result, at this moment, the woman on the bed put the quilt on her body, and cried, "Shen Feng, you bastard, have you forgotten how you sweetly talked to me last night? You said you would take care of me for the rest of your life. I will treat me well for the rest of my life, and then trick me to come here, and then I won't admit it when I lift my pants, and I don't remember what I said. What a scumbag." Shen Feng was very embarrassed. Facing the few people present, he could only explain, "I was really just drinking last night. You all know that I drink a lot. After drinking a few glasses of wine, I poured it down. Of course, I don't remember anything. Don't blame me." Zhang Zi came forward with a gloomy face, and suddenly spit on the ground. "Oh, I thought you were an upright gentleman, Shen Feng, but you turned out to be a guy with a human face and a beast's heart. After sleeping with a woman, you didn't even admit it and made all your mistakes. It's all on the wine. It's really amazing." Qin Qi quickly grabbed Zhang Zi's arm and persuaded him in a low voice, "We are here to investigate the case, so don't start a conflict. Shen Feng, let's go out and talk." Shen Feng nodded quickly, and temporarily left this place of right and wrong, feeling very wronged in his heart. Didn't he just drink? Why is it all a trap when she wakes up? Could it be that Mu Ying is plotting against herself? After going out, Xiao Sheng explained to Shen Feng, "Last night, Mr. Li from the Xiangsong Bureau was killed, causing a lot of chaos. So, the city is investigating this matter. Tell me honestly, didn't you kill it?" Shen Feng quickly shook his head and said, "Impossible. I was here the whole time last night, and Lu Xian can testify to me." Zhang Ju stepped forward and asked, "Then where is Lu Xian?" Shen Feng was also unclear, so he quickly asked the waiter to find Lu Xian. 3 minutes later, Lu Xian appeared in front of everyone in a hurry, and there were still several lip marks on his face. One could tell from his current attire that he had just come out of Wenrao Township. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zi couldn't help spitting at Shen Feng's feet again. "Damn, you two are not good people." Xiao Sheng asked Lu Xian, "Shen Feng said that you all drank here last night. Is this true?" Lu Xian nodded quickly, patted his chest and said, "I can testify that the Costella and I both drank in this hotel last night. After drinking, we found a room to sleep in. By the way, this was organized by Mu Ying. She was a treat. If you don't believe me, you can find Mu Ying." Xiao Sheng nodded, frowning, and did not speak. Shen Feng couldn't help but asked, "Why should I be suspected of murder when I drink alcohol? You can't bully people. How can I be so honest and seek revenge?" Xiao Sheng handed Shen Feng a tissue and said, Wipe off the lipstick on your face before continuing to blow it on. A crow standing on a pile of coal can see that others are dark, but not himself. Shen Feng took the tissue and started to wipe his cheeks, but there was actually lipstick on his face. He was stunned. What happened last night? Xiao Sheng explained. Yesterday Mr. Li was killed in public. He was walking on the street with a group of people at that time. Suddenly, a hidden weapon was shot on the back and hit the back of his heart. He died like this. Everyone quickly called the police to find the murderer and the murder weapon. However, there is no hidden weapon on Mr. Li's back, as if he was killed by air. This shows that Mr. Li died in the hands of the supernatural being, Zhang. Zhu also said, in Yanjing now, except you, Shen Feng, who can kill people without hidden weapons, who can do it? Your windblade has long been famous all over the world. Shen Feng was also confused at this time, and said in his heart, you don't need hidden weapons to kill people, so I'm not the only one who can do it, right? Could someone frame me, Xiao? Sheng didn't talk too much. He found the manager of the hotel, and asked directly, find out the surveillance cameras in your hotel, and use the video as evidence. The manager didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly took someone to check the monitoring. It turned out that Shen Feng was not lying on the computer screen. Lu Xian staggered Shen Feng to a room, still yelling loudly, hurry up and send someone to take care of my boss. Don't neglect my boss. This is one of the top 10 heroes who saved Yanjing. Heroes cannot be treated lightly. Lu Xian looked at the monitor, nodded in satisfaction, and said to Shen Feng, look, city lord, how caring I am? Even if you are drunk, I don't forget to take care of you, which shows that I am a good bodyguard. Shen Feng curled his lips, and said angrily, originally, it was enough for you to let me go in alone, but it turned out to be troublesome. Now I can't keep my innocence, Zhang Zi muttered, two scumbags, under the guise of being a hero, abducted women everywhere. Pooh, Zhang Zi couldn't stand it anymore, so he spit on the ground again. Xiao Sheng nodded, and said to the man in black beside him, it turns out that my brother-in-law is fine. He was drinking last night. Now, the truth is revealed. Xiao Sheng of course wanted to protect his own people. Shen Feng had no motive to kill, nor did he have the time to kill. Of course he had nothing to do with this matter. The man in black thought for a while, and continued, isn't there a woman named Mu Ying? I haven't investigated her yet. The manager interrupted and said, don't worry about that. Ms. Mu Ying has been sitting on the rockery in the backyard. She has been sitting on the rockery in the backyard since last night. If you don't believe me, just watch the surveillance. Everyone hurriedly watched the video on the monitor, and as expected, after the banquet last night, Mu Ying came to the edge of the pond in the backyard. There was a huge rockery, and Mu Ying immediately sat on the rockery, stayed all day. At night Mr. Li died at 3:30 in the middle of the night. He was drinking with a group of friends in a small alley in the center of the city. He was attacked as soon as he walked out of the alley. The video shows that Mu Ying sat on the rockery all night, and all the surveillance records down. Zhang Zi frowned, saw this scene, and said, I think this Mu Ying is very suspicious. Why did she sit on the rockery for so long for no reason? Could it be a trick? Let's go and see. Zhang Zi's worry is very reasonable. At night, Mu Ying is sitting on the rockery, but she is wearing a wide cloak. Who knows if Mu Ying will take the opportunity to play a golden cicada to escape her shell? Everyone thought it made sense, so they rushed to the backyard to have a look, only to find that Mu Ying was sitting on the rockery. She was wearing a mask, and the cloak on her body was wet with dew. Said, do you have anything to do with me, Xiao? Sheng asked, where were you at 3:30 last night? Mu Ying still had a hoarse voice. Last night, after I invited Shen Feng to drink, I just sat here. Is there a problem, Xiao? Sheng nodded, and said, that's fine, as long as you have an alibi. I would like to ask, you invited Shen Feng to drink, what's going on? Mu Ying said in a low voice, it's nothing serious, I just want to introduce my cousin to Shen Feng. Is there a problem? Can the Ability Management Bureau still deal with marriage issues? Isn't this the police in the Pacific Ocean? They are lenient. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing inwardly. It's really unlucky to be tricked by Mu Ying. She actually has such a purpose. Now, the suspicion on Shen Feng has been cleared, and Xiao Sheng is about to take his people away. Shen Feng hastily warned, guys, don't go out and spread the matter tonight. If this matter is caught by my wife, I've heard that it's not good. Zhang Zi suddenly stretched out his hand and began to fish in the pond. and finally took out a piece of ice from the water. Suddenly Zhang Zi was puzzled. How could there be ice in the pond? Now it won't freeze anymore. Is there something tricky? When everyone left the hotel, Shen Feng grabbed Lu Xian and left without looking at Mu Ying. Let's go. Pack up and go back to Yazhao. I shouldn't have come to drink last night. I got involved for no reason. If you don't leave now, you will be in trouble. However, at this moment, the black shadow flashed past, and Mu Ying came down from the rockery, stood in front of Shen Feng, and said in a hoarse voice, "You can leave if you want. Take my cousin away. You don't have to. I slept with my cousin, and now I want to leave. Isn't it too cheap?" The corner of Shen Feng's mouth twitched, and he asked, "Emotional immortal dance is the move you use now. I won't follow your trick." Shen Feng is not afraid of Qiang now. He is now the fastest in the world. Can't he run if he can beat it? What's more, Mu Ying seems to be only a fourth-order supernatural being, and there is a big gap between her strength and her own. Mu Ying stretched out her hand to open the cloak, and took out the photo she carried with her. On the photo, Shen Feng was lying on the bed with a woman, and she whispered, "Please think carefully. If you don't do what I say, I will send the photo to your daughter-in-law. Both Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan will share." Shen Feng was stunned at the time. He didn't expect the other party's method to be so despicable, to threaten him in such a despicable way. "There's something wrong with you. You're a supernatural being. Take care of your cousin." "Why should I take care of her? I'll take her back. How can I tell my two wives?" Shen Feng was completely speechless. Mu Ying didn't answer, but just shook the photo in her hand. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian had no choice but to wink at Shen Feng, signaling him to agree. Shen Feng finally sighed, and said, "Let your cousin come with me, but let me tell you first, I am only responsible for taking care of her, but I will not marry her, let alone have any interaction with her." Mu Ying nodded in agreement, and then notified her cousin to go downstairs. Du Xinshi put on her clothes, dressed cleanly, and came down from upstairs. She was wearing a down jacket on her upper body, and jeans on her lower body. Her soft hair was tied behind her head, and her loose bun was tied up with a rubber band. She looked gentle and lovely. People, but the terrible thing is that she still holds a baby in her arms. Yo, City Lord, you posted it. You can't help picking up a beautiful woman for nothing, and you also got a cheap son. Lu Xian didn't expect this to happen. Take care of one big and one small. Two people. Mu Ying introduced, Shen Feng, this is my cousin Du Xinshi. You have met her before. She bought a TV and gave you balloons. I also entrusted you to take care of my little nephew. See you later. Chapter 270 Entrusting Relatives. Mu Ying handed Du Xinshi's mother and son to Shen Feng, who disappeared immediately, and Shen Feng could only bite the bullet and lead someone back to the station. While walking on the road, Shen Feng couldn't help complaining to Lu Xian, "What's your idea, kid? I'm taking someone back now. How can I explain it to Chu Chaoyan? How can I face my senior sister, Lu?" Xian explained in a low voice, "City Master, you are still too kind. Let's get rid of Mu Ying's entanglement first. As for the mother and son, I have observed them. They are ordinary people. Find a secluded place later, go down and finish them off with one knife, and it's over." Although Lu Xian may look very honest, his heart is not bad at all. At this time, Lu Xian actually gave Shen Feng an idea, and made a move to kill without proof, which is simply insane. When Shen Feng heard this, he curled his lips angrily. Am I such a ruthless person? According to my opinion, when I go back later, I will say that a mother and son are your relatives and treat them as your cousin. Chu Chaoyan has a kind heart, and she will definitely not refuse to take her with her. Lu Xian nodded and immediately agreed. Shen Feng and Lu Xian walked in front, and Du Xinshi followed with her head down, holding the child. She had a peaceful smile on her face and looked very satisfied. However, she was obviously not fit enough, and she lost her health after walking a short distance. She slowed down and looked out of breath, making Shen Feng helpless. This is obviously the eldest lady of a rich family, and she can even walk so slowly. Sweat was streaming down Du Xinshi's forehead. She hugged the child and hurried after Shen Feng. She couldn't go as fast as she wanted, and her heart was beating wildly. It's not that easy either. Shen Feng did this on purpose. He wanted to make things difficult for the woman behind him. If she found it difficult and asked to leave, wouldn't the problem be solved? But at this moment, Zhang Ju descended from the sky, stopped Shen Feng with a smile, and said, "Mr. Shen is really kind-hearted." He walked quickly in front, and his wife and son were chasing after him, which is impossible for ordinary people. Shen Feng's face turned slightly red, and he turned to look at the woman behind him. Du Xinqi's face was pale, sweat was all over her face. Although the smile on her face was still there, she looked very pitiful. Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly, "Then it's better to take a taxi, so as not to let others gossip." Zhang Ju said quickly, "Mr. Shen, don't leave in a hurry, do me a favor, take my sister away too, let her live in Yeshao for a few years, and I will pick her up when the situation in Yanjing is stable, brother. Help me once." Shen Feng sighed helplessly, and asked in confusion, "What's the matter with all of you? Why do you push people on me? Your sister, take care of yourself." Zhang Ju was also very helpless at this time, scratched his hair, and said, "It's not that I shirk responsibility, I really don't have the energy to take care of it. My sister is only 13 years old this year, but her abilities are useless, worse than mine. It's useless. I was sent to the grasslands to guard the coal mines, and I really can't take care of them. Then, why don't you put your sister in Yanjing? Now there are no large-scale zombies in the northern land. It's safer to stay in Yanjing than Yezhao. What's the matter with me?" Shen Feng was even more puzzled. Shen Feng's doubts are not unreasonable. It stands to reason that most of the zombies in the north have been dealt with, and the surroundings are plains, rich in resources, and convenient in transportation. It is the most appropriate way to stay in Yanjing, but Zhang Ju put it so strange that my younger sister is left to take care of me. Zhang Ju shrugged, looked at no one around, and said to Shen Feng, "Indeed, there is no big threat around Yanjing, but the gang of Xiangsong Bureau have always disliked us. There is no family burden, but my sister is not good. I went to the grasslands to dig coal. My sister is not safe in Yanjing. I am very relieved of your character." At this moment, Shen Feng wondered if he had heard something wrong, and smiled awkwardly. "You have seen what happened in the morning, and you still believe in my character, so you are probably mocking me." Shen Feng still hasn't forgotten the way Zhang Zi spit before. It's the first time he's humiliating someone like this. The saliva can be spit crookedly, but it's not very harmful, and it's extremely insulting. Many people have seen this incident, especially Zhang Ju was one of the people present. Zhang Ju didn't explain, but just kept persuading Shen Feng to take care of his sister, but Shen Feng had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise you. There are an extra pair of chopsticks on the left and right. Speaking of which, when will you send your sister? We will be going south in about 2 days. If you want to send someone over, hurry up." Shen Feng finally agreed to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju finally cheered up and thanked Shen Feng repeatedly. When Du Xinqi came behind Shen Feng, he couldn't help asking, "Miss, how old are you?" Du Xinqi pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "I'm 26 years old. What's the problem?" Zhang Ju shook his head quickly and said, "It's all right, I'm just asking casually, don't take it to heart." After finishing speaking, Zhang Ju quickly flew away with wings. He quickly returned home and found his sister, who was watching TV at home at this time. Zhang Zixi was still watching the news on TV. Her small face was full of curiosity, and she said while watching TV, "I didn't expect the tigers in the mountains to grow so big. You can't see it in the zoo. It's good to see it with your own eyes." Seeing that his sister was still so relaxed, Zhang Ju couldn't help scolding, "You little girl, are you a tiger? I told you to pack your clothes and luggage quickly. Why are you still watching TV here? You just don't let me worry." When Zhang Zixi saw the big brother coming home, she couldn't help but feel awkward. "I don't want to leave. Our brothers and sisters are dependent on each other now. If I leave you, who knows how I will be treated? If I am abused by others, who can give am I doing justice?" Zhang Zixi is pretending to be pitiful at this time. She is only 13 years old, and she is very worried that she will not be able to live without her family. Zhang Ju quickly said, "Zixi, don't worry, I will entrust you to a good man. His name is Shen Feng. That is the great hero that everyone praises. He is a great kind man. He will not wrong you." "No, I am such a young girl, and I follow a stranger thousands of miles away. Who knows if he is a beast in clothes? What if he molested me?" Zhang Zixi still refused instinctively, and did not want to leave Big Brother at all. Zhang Ju sat down slowly, turned off the TV, and said with a serious face, "Don't worry about this. I have inquired many times and found out Shen Feng's orientation. He likes older women who are intellectual, gentle, and virtuous. That kind of woman, that is, a woman from the sister line. He doesn't like you, little girl, and, After a few years, when I stabilize my conditions, I will find a way to pick you up, Zhang. Zixi lowered her head and remained silent. She has no reason to resist the big brother's decision now, but she still doesn't like it in her heart. When she thinks of going thousands of miles away, in an unfamiliar place, she doesn't know what kind of people she will meet. However, it is still the end of the day. If you encounter danger, it will really be called every day and the earth will not work. Yanjing is not safe now. Mr. Li from the Xiangsong Bureau died last night, and the suspect has not been caught yet. Everyone in the Xiangsong Bureau agrees that it was our Ability Management Bureau who did it, so it is very likely that they will retaliate against us. I will go to the grasslands to the north to protect the mine, but I cannot protect you, so you can only follow Shen Feng south to Yazhao. At least your safety will be guaranteed. Zhang Ju said earnestly. Zhang Zixi still didn't want to agree at this time, but she couldn't think of a reason to object for a while at this moment. Zhang Ju's daughter-in-law came over, grabbed a suitcase in her hand, threw it over, leaned against the wall and said lazily, "Your clothes and everything have been packed, whether it is a coat it's still underwear, it's all inside. If you want to go, hurry up, so I don't worry about it." When Zhang Zixi saw her sister-in-law's behavior, she immediately became angry, and pointed at her nose and asked, "You woman just doesn't know what to do. I'm your sister-in-law, why do you still push me away?" The sister-in-law said lightly, "I don't want to exclude you. I just hate you. You are blocking my eyes. You should leave as soon as possible." Zhang Zixi was completely irritated by his sister-in-law's words, grabbed the suitcase and went out, cursing angrily. It's really a dog's eyes to see people as inferior. 30 years in Hedon, 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully the young and poor. Zhang Zixi is now completely irritated by his sister-in-law. Obviously, he and his big brother are brothers and sisters, but at this time, he has been squeezed out by an outsider to the present situation. It won't be where it is now. At that time, only oneself will be able to bully others, and there will be no chance for others to bully oneself. Zhang Ju hurriedly sent his sister out, and before leaving, he winked at his wife, and the meaning was very simple: you still have a way. In fact, this is not a real family conflict. No matter how much my sister-in-law hates my sister-in-law, she can't be so mean. The reason why she did this is to make Zhang Zixi go out willingly. What kind of danger? Zhang Ju brought his younger sister to Shen Feng's residence, and at this time Shen Feng was explaining to Chu Qiaoan that it was fine if he didn't come back all night, but when he came back, he brought a beautiful woman with him, which was a bit too arrogant. Teach Shen Feng a good lesson, who knows if he will do anything more egregious? Shen Feng explained to Chu Qiaoan, "This big sister is called Du Xinqi, and she is Lu Xian's cousin. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Xian if that's the case." Lu Xian quickly stood up and said seriously, "That's right, this is my cousin. I want to take her and my little nephew back to Yazhao. Ms. Chu, this matter shouldn't cause you any displeasure, right, Chu?" Qiaoyan was suspicious, but she still replied at this moment, "Of course I trust you. Isn't it just taking relatives with you? It doesn't matter." The matter came to an end here, and Zhang Zixi had also come here. Zhang Zixi heard the conversation of several people, and couldn't help but said to Zhang Ju, "Brother, there is no truth in these people's mouths. You said that you entrusted me to a good person, isn't that just talking nonsense?" Zhang Ju couldn't help but flicked his sister's forehead, and said in a low voice, "Stop talking nonsense. You have to know, some words are white lies. Not knowing is more important than knowing, so don't use your abilities casually. Tell the truth, more people hate you." Shen Feng saw the Zhang Ju brothers and sisters from afar, walked over, and asked with a smile, "Is this your sister? She is really small and exquisite. She will leave the day after tomorrow. Come with us to Yazhao." Zhang Ju quickly asked, "Shen Feng, this is my own sister, you must take good care of her, and I will come to pick her up in a few years. If there is anything wrong with her during this period, I will not forgive you." Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly, all right, I'll find her a place to raise her. When you come to pick her up, she must be fat and intact." Zhang Ju handed over his younger sister to Shen Feng, and then left with peace of mind. Shen Feng didn't make much arrangements for Zhang Zixi. Instead, Chu Qiaoyan came over. When she heard that she was Zhang Ju's younger sister, she seemed very enthusiastic. She came up and took Zhang Zixi's hand and said, "Little sister, you will follow me from now on. Well, when you get back to Yazhao, if someone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll help you settle it." Zhang Zixi nodded quickly and said, I won't cause trouble for you. I'm also a supernatural being, and I will work hard. Chu Chaoyan asked curiously, then what is your supernatural power? Can you tell me? Without even thinking about it, Zhang Zixi forgot the big brother's advice and said directly, my ability is mind reading, which can tell whether others are lying. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Say goodbye to family members but return south. When the war in Yanjing was over, the headquarters began to distribute rewards, and the troops also returned to their hometowns to fight. When they came to Yanjing before, everyone went to Jinmen by boat and entered Yanjing by train. The passages of the city have basically been cut off, and only trains can barely pass, but now at this time, more than 1 million soldiers need to return to their original places. It is unrealistic to take a boat. They can only start by car and go back by road. Shen Feng inquired when he would be able to take the ship. He was still waiting to return to Lianyungang and pick up the car and return the same way, but the people at the headquarters replied, it will take half a month before your turn. You can either wait. It takes half a month to line up, or go back by car. Shen Feng had no choice but to take the road back to Yazhou. Fortunately, Yanjing agreed to provide trucks and gasoline, so the group could drive away directly on the day of parting. Shen Feng and Li Qi walked on the city wall. Now there are no people on the city wall except the soldiers on duty. At the gate below the city, people are coming and going. Some soldiers are driving back to their hometown, and some people are going out. Looking for wild vegetables, there are many people saying goodbye at the gate of the city. Shen Feng and Li Qi stood side by side on the city wall, looking at the scenery outside the city. It was a mess. The corpses of the zombies had been cleaned up, but the ground was all scorched earth. Even so, there were sprouts poking out of the soil. However, the vitality of weeds is always extremely strong, and they can also grow on the battlefield. After Li Qi woke up, she had also become a supernatural being. Her supernatural power was to manipulate light, which was obviously not powerful enough. Apart from dazzling people's eyes, it had no other effect. Shen Feng was the first to speak. Well, I planned to take you back to Yazhou, but the laboratory did not allow it. They said that you are an excellent scientific researcher, and no matter what, they will not let you leave easily, so we will meet again by fate. Now, Shen Feng has no way to bring Li Qi back to Yazhou, and the people in the laboratory are not fools. Since they heard that Li Qi discovered the outer space element, this is an ancient discovery, so talents must not be easily let go, so the labs forbidden Shen Feng abducted Li Qi for talents. Every place pays special attention to, and Li Qi can be said to have independently completed the experiment of extracting extraterrestrial elements. This kind of talent must not be taken away easily. Shen Feng can't do anything. When Li Qi heard Shen Feng say this, his eyes were a little sad. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, by the way, I heard that there is a female scientist named Yuan Shu in Rongcheng. The method of making the evolution base is she invented it to concentrate a virus protein of the evolution medicine to make the evolution gene. You can try to make it when you return to Yazhou. Yuan Shu? I know her. I didn't expect her to do well in Rongcheng. Shen Feng shook his head, feeling funny. Li Qi saw that there was no one around, and suddenly took out a piece of paper from his pocket, put it in Shen Feng's hand, and said in a low voice, I have nothing to help you. This is the method of making the evolutionary agent. It is me. You found it secretly. Take it away. Shen Feng smiled wryly, took the paper, feeling a little lonely in his heart, too. Be honest, I was a little sorry for you before. Not only did I ignore you, but I also ate your dog. However, now that you have fulfilled your wish and become a superhuman, we can be considered clean. In the future, if there is a chance, we will still meet. Shen Feng felt a little emotional. There is always a banquet in the world. Li Qi lowered his head, playing with the hem of his clothes in his hand, and said helplessly, now is a troubled time, with mountains, rivers and seas, fierce beasts and poisonous snakes. Yanjing and Yazhou are thousands of miles away, and I don't know if we can meet again. I have investigated, as long as the zombie virus continues to exist, then the animals will continue to mutate, and I don't know when the troubled times will end. Perhaps, this is the last time we will meet. Shen Feng didn't say anything. He was not good at facing this kind of situation, He never thought that he would meet the moment of farewell. The world was in turmoil. Now there are zombies everywhere. Besides zombies, there are also mutant beasts. There may even be threats in the sea. No one knows what the future will look like. Once we part, we may never see each other again. At this cruel moment, I really don't know what to say. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Li Qi couldn't help but grab Shen Feng's head and kissed him proactively. Shen Feng's eyes widened, his hands were stiff, and he didn't know what to do. After a while, Li Qi let go and backed away, smiling and said, "Shen Feng, if you're not married, if you don't have someone you like, even if iron walls stop me, I will elope with you, but now it seems that I do know, in the future, we will meet again by fate." After finishing speaking, Li Qi turned and left, leaving only Shen Feng behind. Shen Feng touched his lips. There seemed to be a trace of warmth left here, and he finally made up his mind, go home. Shen Feng was driving, and sitting in the car were Chu Qiaoyan and Zhang Zixi. Chu Qiaoyan was carefully recording the surrounding scenery. It is now a spring full of flowers. The further south you go, the more beautiful the scenery is. The ground is everywhere. All are red, yellow and purple flowers. Bees and butterflies can be seen everywhere. A thriving scene Chu Qiaoyan recorded in his notebook. Today, we depart from Yanjing and return to Yazhou. You can see the prosperity of spring everywhere. The route has been decided. Go south from Yanjing, enter the Central Plains via Yazhou, and cross the Yellow River to Hubei Province. Going west to Yazhou, it is estimated to take half a month. I just hope that there will be no danger on the way home, but even if there is danger, Shen Feng will definitely protect us. Zhang Zixi was sitting in the car with nothing to do, so she started flipping through the book, and happened to see Chu Qiaoyan's notebook, which contained a lot of poems that she had never read before, so she suddenly became curious, and looked at the notebook. The poem on the website couldn't help but read out, "No one appreciates the independent mountain stream, and the dust and mud fall on the clouds to imprint the rays of light. The beautiful face is printed with snowflakes, and the youth is longer than life." Who wrote this poem? Chu Qiaoyan smiled, turned to Zhang Zixi and said, "Of course I wrote it." "What do you mean?" Zhang Zixi asked innocently. As a student who just entered junior high school, of course she doesn't have the ability to appreciate poetry. She only thinks this poem is good, but she can't say why it is good. Chu Qiaoyan also explained, "This one was written by hand when I rushed to Yanjing in the early winter. The name is Huaixu, and the meaning is very simple. A flower blooms quietly in the mountain stream, and no one appreciates it. While white snow fell from the sky and landed on the filthy ground. Red flowers and white snow set off each other, but these two perishable things are just competing whose life is longer. One day, the flowers will wither, the snow melted, it's so sad." Zhang Zixi muttered. Chu Qiaoyan glanced at Shen Feng, and said in a low voice, "Yes, it's so sad, when no one appreciates it, it's always so pitiful." Shen Feng didn't look sideways, and asked in his mouth, "Why did it involve me again? When I have the opportunity, when I return to Yazhou, I will find a way to clarify our relationship with my senior sister." Chu Qiaoyan smiled and said, "Aren't I worried that you will forget? I remember your words. If you can't do it, don't blame me for fixing you." 2 days later, the convoy stopped by the Yellow River, and it was getting late. Everyone set up camp to rest one after another. Yang Chang took Lucian and went fishing, while the others were cooking. Shen Feng set up the tent, looked at Du Xinchi watching honestly, had to shake his head, went forward to pitch the tent for Du Xinchi's mother and son. He still couldn't figure out why Mu Ying handed over to her cousin herself. "Take care of herself, is she really so relieved?" Du Xinchi said gratefully. "Shen Feng, thank you, I really don't know how to repay you, otherwise." Shen Feng was too lazy to listen to this. He pitched his tent and turned around to leave. He always did this to people who didn't care. He didn't even bother to listen to a word. Du Xinchi bit her lip, looked down at the baby in swaddling clothes. With a sad look in her eyes, Yang Chang and Lucian really caught fish in the Yellow River with simple fishing rods, and there were 5 or 6 caddies of big carp among them. Yang Chang gave one of the big carp to Shen Feng, and he went to roast it himself. The fish went, and he said as he walked, "I have heard that the Yellow River carp is delicious, but today I want to taste what it tastes like." Shen Feng is holding a big carp here, and he feels troublesome. He is not very good at cooking, and it is okay to make a living under normal circumstances, but the Yellow River carp is such a precious ingredient. If it is simply roasted, it seems too much. The food itself is wasted. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't wait any longer. She held the bowl and chopsticks and urged Shen Feng, hurry up and cook, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and bake such a good thing, Zhang? Zixi imitated the example, sitting on the side with a bowl and chopsticks, with an expectant smile on her face. At this moment, Du Xinshi came over, handed the child in her arms to Shen Feng, and said, otherwise, I'll cook, just to thank you. Shen Feng took the child and walked aside to tease him. The child has no official name, only a baby name, which is Xiaolong. This child is just over 1 year old. In other words, he caught up with a zombie outbreak not long after he was born, and his luck is good or bad. Shen Feng was teasing the little baby. The child was not afraid of strangers. When he saw Shen Feng teasing him, he giggled and laughed, and seemed to get along very well. Du Xinshi may not have enough physical strength, but she is virtuous enough. You can tell from her cooking. She killed the fish neatly, then dug out the internal organs and scraped off the scales, wrapped the fish with egg white, and heated the oil in the pan over high heat. After frying, after taking it out, pour the onion, ginger and garlic evenly on the fish, and finally pour a spoonful of hot oil, and the whole fish will sizzle immediately, and the fragrance will be completely released. Seeing Du Xinshi's cooking skills, Shen Feng couldn't help being a little surprised. I didn't expect you to have such good cooking skills. It seems that not only your son can eat well, but I can also eat well, Du Xinshi blushed slightly, lowered her head and said, it's fine if you like it, and I need you to take care of it in the future. Shen Feng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, but Chu Qiaoyan on the side kept his eyes on Shen Feng's body. Seeing this scene, he immediately became jealous and said, this is not a normal relationship, either. There must be tricks in it, ever. Since, Chu Qiaoyan shifted her gaze to Zhang Zixi who was beside her. She thought of the other party's ability, wouldn't it just come in handy at this time? Thinking of this, Chu Qiaoyan said to Zhang Zixi in a low voice, Zixi, go out with me at night, I need to use your supernatural power to do something, Zhang. Zixi didn't know why, but she nodded anyway. She knew that Chu Qiaoyan was the one who took care of her the most. Now that Chu Qiaoyan needed her help, of course she couldn't just sit idly by. Shen Feng came over with a large plate of yellow river carp, and said with a smile, the carp is here, eat quickly, everyone sit down. Chu Qiaoyan nodded, picked up the chopsticks and started to eat the fish. I have to say that the yellow river carp is delicious enough. No wonder there are thousands of dollars in the market, and most people are really reluctant to eat like this. It's just that it's the end of the day, and no one is fishing for yellow river carp, so Yang Cheng has a chance to catch carp. Du Xinshi was sitting beside her, making milk powder for her son Xiaolong. My dear baby, you need to grow up quickly, eat more, and grow up quickly. Shen Feng couldn't help but greeted, Sister Du, let's have some food together, this is your dish, you should try it too. No, you guys go ahead, I'll just have some rice. Du Xinshi smiled and sat there without moving. Chapter 272 The Golden Cicada Escapes Its Shell. On the banks of the Yellow River, when the night is dark and the wind is high, the camp is silent. There are soldiers on duty around the camp. They are bragging while roasting. If there is danger around, these on duty can quickly find out, but in fact there are basically no zombies in the north of the Yellow River, and there is no danger of appearing now. Two thin figures in the camp were moving. They avoided the observation of the soldiers on duty, and quickly came to a remote tent. They gently opened the zipper and saw the sleeping person inside the tent. At this time, Du Xinshi was sleeping inside with her son in her arms. Her sleeping face had a peaceful atmosphere, and she was also wearing simple clothes. The quilt was a little messy, and her plump body was also presented in front of the two of them. Zhang Zixi carefully glanced at Chu Qiaoyan next to her, her eyes full of inquiries. Chu Qiaoyan pointed into the tent, and the two quickly entered. Chu Qiaoyan covered Du Xinshi's mouth, grabbed someone and walked out. After Du Xinshi woke up, she quickly struggled, but at this moment Zhang Zixi took the opportunity to snatch the child from her arms. Chu Qiaoyan was already a third-level supernatural power, the one with extraordinary strength. Of course it was easy to catch the weak woman Du Xinshi, and she was quickly taken out of the camp. Zhang Zixi carefully put the child down, then covered the baby with a quilt, and followed Chu Qiaoyan to the outside of the camp. After the two of them came to a leeward hillside, Chu Qiaoyan threw Du Xinshi down, sneered, and said, now you'd better be honest, and answer whatever I ask you. Du Xinshi woke up from her sleep. She was still very scared at first, but when she heard Chu Qiaoyan's voice, she was relieved a little. At this time, She covered her chest and asked in fear, "What are you going to do?" Question mark. "I didn't offend you, did I, Chu?" Chaoyan asked Zhang Zixi to sit on the side, and then began to ask, "Honestly, what do you do?" Zhenshi said carefully, "I am Lu Xian's cousin, and I want to go back to Yeshao with him." Lie. Zhang Zixi activated her ability at this time, and immediately judged the truth of this sentence at this time. Chu Chaoyan took out the dagger silently, stared at the other party with squinted eyes, and said coldly, "You answer me honestly now, otherwise, I will show no mercy. Seeing that you have been flattering Shen Feng, I feel that something is wrong with you." Of course Chu Chaoyan wouldn't kill people. She wanted to force Du Xinshi to tell the truth at this time. What she was most worried about was that Shen Feng would turn into a big radish. Shen Feng was still very innocent, and there was Chang Jianyi and Yu Renshu. After Yu Renshu left, there was no one else around Shen Feng, but once Shen Feng wakes up to some great habit, then Chu Chaoyan should worry about his future. Is it possible to watch Shen Feng go out for fun and bring girls home? Chu Chaoyan would absolutely not allow this matter. Du Xinshi's face was pale. She didn't expect this ugly little girl to be able to see through that she was lying. Who the hell is this? Could it be that everything you think in your heart will be recognized? At this time, Du Xinshi had no choice but to say, I followed Shen Feng to Yazhao. Zhang Zixi took a look with her supernatural power and said, "This sentence is true." Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan panicked, as if what she thought in her heart was gradually becoming real. She quickly asked, "What is your relationship with Shen Feng? Why did he take you with him?" Du Xinshi glanced at Zhang Zixi with a guilty conscience, and said, "Shen Feng and I are lovers, and he will take me to Yeshao to take care of me." "This is a lie," Zhang Zixi said lightly. Chu Chaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Luckily he didn't question Shen Feng directly, otherwise he would get a reputation of jealousy. But here comes a new question. Why did Shen Feng take Du Xinshi to Yazhao? Could it be Shen Feng's unilateral greed for beauty? Or is it that Du Xinshi wants to climb high and see that Shen Feng is now developed, so she wants to go to Yeshao to enjoy the blessing? Then, what is your real purpose? If you dare to tell lies, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chu Chaoyan threatened while shaking the dagger in his hand as if showing off. Looking at the shining sword, Du Xinshi's face became very ugly, but in the end she still raised her chin, revealing her smooth neck, closed her eyes and said decisively, "If you want to kill, kill it. I just beg you raise my child carefully, and I will die without regret." Seeing this situation, Chu Chaoyan and Zhang Zixi were immediately stunned. They looked at each other, not knowing how to proceed at this time. Zhang Zixi was still the smarter, with a quick mind, and immediately threatened, "Hurry up and answer our questions, otherwise, we will throw your son to death, and let you live in pain for the rest of your life." Chu Chaoyan also reacted, and quickly threatened, "Hurry up, I'm ruthless, and I kill people without blinking an eye." Du Xinshi sat on the grass dejectedly, her face full of pain. She was silent for a long time. She finally spoke. For the safety of her son, she could only tell the truth. "Because my cousin and I took advantage of Shen Feng, used a trick of the golden cicada to escape the shell. For the sake of safety, he also used Shen Feng as a shield, and finally completed his goal and escaped from Yanjing." After saying this, Du Xinshi sat on the ground with her head downcast as if she had lost all her strength, as if all her energy had been taken away. Chu Chaoyan let out a long sigh of relief, with a smile on her face. After getting this answer, she felt much better. All in all, as long as Shen Feng didn't want to mess with women, that was enough. Zhang Zixi pinched Chu Chaoyan, and said in a low voice, "Sister Chu, don't get too excited. Isn't this woman saying she is taking advantage of the city lord, only?" Then did Chu Chaoyan come to his senses. That's right, even if this woman has nothing to do with Shen Feng, she can't let it go easily. She still has to ask clearly. Shen Feng has already been used, he may still be in a daze. I don't know anything. How can I just sit idly by? Chu Chaoyan quickly asked, "Answer you honestly, how did you use Shen Feng?" Du Xinshi has no choice but to tell everything. Originally, this is a secret that no one knows, but for the safety of herself and her children, she can only tell the truth. She also hopes that her cousin will be fine when she is away. It turns out that Du Xinshi's cousin is not called Mu Ying, but Lin Ying. A year ago, she was still a naive girl. In college, she met the person she loves, and this young man treated her very well. The parents of both parties have even met each other. It can be said that as long as the two graduate, They can get married smoothly, but the disaster came at this time. Zombies broke out all over the world. Lin Ying and her boyfriend were not infected. This was something worth celebrating, but then the two entered a survivor base. The owner of this base was a rich man. I heard that there is power, but this young master fell in love with Lin Ying. The young master is about to attack the king, but Lin Ying's boyfriend wants to stop him, but in the end he is beaten to death by the bodyguards beside the young master. Lin Ying is snatched away, and then she is humiliated. A month later, it was thrown into the sewer to fend for itself. Having said this, Du Xinshi couldn't help but burst into tears. Li Hu looked at Chu Qiaoyan with rain, and asked, "Excuse me, Miss Chu, how can ordinary people like us who have no power, and no strength fight against those superior people?" Bad guy? My cousin didn't do anything bad, but she encountered this kind of situation. Is this world treating us fairly? Chu Qiaoyan didn't know how to answer, and she had never thought about how people in other places lived. She always thought it was similar to Zhangyang or Yuzhou, but now it seems that this is not the case, and the lives of people in other places are even more miserable. Zhang Zixi was stunned by this story, but she still wanted to know the follow-up, so she quickly asked, "What's next? What's going on later, Du?" Xinshi was silent for a long time, thinking of what happened to her cousin. She didn't even want to talk about it, but now, she can't do it anymore. Lin Ying, who was thrown into the sewer, was miserable and unfortunate, but she was also lucky at this time. There were many rats in the sewer, and the number of bacteria and viruses was beyond the charts, and she was soaked in the sewage, and Lin Ying fell asleep here. In the past, when she woke up, she had already become a supernatural being. It turned out that there was enough zombie virus in the sewage of the sewer. Lin Ying was infected by accident, but she managed to get enough virus protein and became an evolutionary. There are many viruses that carry extraterrestrial elements, and after being acquired by Lin Ying, they become supernatural beings. Lin Ying woke up and wanted to take revenge like crazy, but after she killed all the people who abused her, she found that the culprit was that the young master had not been found. Later, when she came to Yanjing to fight, she accidentally discovered that this scum had joined the Xiangsong Bureau and became a supernatural being. The world always seems so unfair. Lin Ying became a supernatural being after being tortured a lot, but a guy who has done all kinds of bad things can easily become a supernatural being due to his own power. Lin Ying has already hidden herself under the wide cloak. She was still standing in the dark, while the enemy was standing in a bright place to accept the applause of others in Yanjing. Lin Ying found her cousin, Du Xinshi. Not long after she got married, zombies broke out and her husband turned into a zombie. She could only depend on her child and wait for help every day. Lin Ying and Du Xinshi made a plan to take revenge. If it was a frontal assassination, it would be very difficult for Lin Ying to escape, so Du Xinshi made a suggestion, that is to find a shield, a bright shield. Shen Feng is very suitable. Shen Feng was not Yanjing at that time one of the top 10 heroes, but he has already become a character. He is a veritable city lord of Yuzhou, and he doesn't have a deep connection with the headquarters. This is the most suitable shield. After Lin Ying made a plan, she took Shen Feng to the hotel to get drunk, and then sat on the rockery in the backyard, but she secretly used a golden cicada to escape her shell. The person under the cloak was an ice statue made by her using supernatural powers. And she herself had already hid in a blind corner on the side of the rockery and slipped away quietly. Lin Ying found out Mr. Li's preferences, and often went to a certain willow alley in the city in the middle of the night, so she lay in ambush here. When Mr. Li passed by, she instantly attacked and drove a sharp ice thorn into Li's body. The sun's back hard after Mr. Li fell down, his body temperature melted the icicles, so no one found out what the hidden weapon was. And then, Du Xinshi took advantage of the opportunity to follow Shen Feng away from Yanjing, and Lin Ying also took the opportunity to escape. The war was over and the soldiers had to go home. The headquarters had no reason to stop Lin Ying from leaving. Her revenge was successful, and the matter would be exposed sooner or later. Yes, Du Xinshi can only rely on Shen Feng to survive. Zhang Zixi was always young. She used to be sentimental when listening to crosstalk in the city, and she couldn't help crying when she heard Tan Qingshu. Now that she heard such a sad story, how could she not cry? She couldn't help crying, while weeping and cursing. Why in this world is it that good people don't live long and evil people last thousands of years? At this moment, Chu Qiaoyan could not help but sigh, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. However, Chu Qiaoyan still gritted his teeth and made a decision at this time. Your experience is indeed pitiful. and I sympathize with it, but you took advantage of Shen Feng. He may be lenient and unwilling to care too much, but I don't. Yes. Wait until tomorrow, you can leave with the children, and I will leave rations for you, Zhang. Zixi looked at Chu Qiaoyan, and really wanted to beg Chu Qiaoyan to take the mother and son in, but she herself was dependent on others, so she couldn't say what she asked, and could only keep crying. Du Xinshi knelt on the ground, bowed her body and kowtowed, and said with tears, Miss Chu, although you drive me away, I have no complaints, but please raise the child. I am grateful. I don't have a few years to live. Already alive, I beg you to raise your child. This is my last request. Chapter 273. The god of plague is all over the river. Du Xinshi lay on the ground with her long hair hanging down. She never got up straight. She just kept begging and crying. In this situation, she was extremely helpless. Chu Qiaoyan hesitated in her heart. She had already learned the truth of the matter, but she didn't know how to choose. On the one hand, Du Xinshi used Shen Feng to make a fool of herself in front of others, and even her good reputation would be affected. Taking her in may cause a lot of trouble. But if they don't take them in, they will just watch Du Xinshi's mother and son die. In the wilderness, if they encounter any danger, they will definitely die. Zhang Zixi wiped away her tears, and couldn't help persuading her, Sister Chu, just keep them, they are already so pitiful. Chu Qiaoyan was still hesitating. She lowered her head and began to think. She was thinking, if Grandpa was here, it would be easy to make a decision, right? The breeze blows across the hillside, and under the hazy moonlight, the three women are hesitant at the foot of the hillside. Although Chu Qiaoyan only needs to open his mouth and agree, everything can be perfectly resolved, but this decision is not so easy to make. She needs to consider a lot of issues. Stay here, so that I won't be troubled by Mu Ying in the future. Suddenly, Shen Feng's voice came from the hillside. Chu Qiaoyan looked back, only to find that Shen Feng was standing on the hillside with Xiaolong in his arms. The little baby is holding a bottle in his hand and is feeding. Chu Qiaoyan was very surprised and couldn't help asking, Shen Feng? Why are you here? How much have you heard? Shen Feng shrugged and said with a smile, I just came here not long ago. I only listened to half of it, but I think it's enough. It turned out that when Shen Feng was sleeping, he was suddenly awakened by the cry of a child, so he couldn't help but go to check the situation, only to find that there was only one child left in the tent, but Du Xinshi didn't know where he had gone, so he went. A search began and the three were eventually found below the hillside. Zhang Zixi was still too careless. When she left the tent, she didn't want the child to catch a cold, so she covered the child with a quilt very carefully. But the baby was already wrapped in swaddling clothes, and when covered with a thick quilt, it immediately became stuffy. The child couldn't take it anymore and started crying. Du Xinshi kowtowed again and again, and at this moment she couldn't cry. Thank you, City Lord, thank you. Originally, Du Xinshi was already desperate, thinking that she might be driven away. In this way, she really didn't know how to survive with her children, but now Shen Feng's light words made her feel like a new life. I can't thank you enough. Chu Qiaoyan walked to Shen Feng's side and said in a low voice, can you stop being a good person? She used you and made you look ugly, and she is still a burden to you. If you show kindness now, others will rely on you in the future. What about you? How many poor people are there in the world? Can you manage them one by one? Shen Feng shrugged, walked to Du Xinshi's side, pulled her up from the ground, and returned the child to her, then whispered to Chu Qiaoyan, I don't know how to answer your question, I just know, I can't just watch other people cry helplessly. Once, my senior sister was locked in the utility room for a long time because she had to carry me as a burden, and I don't know how many tears she shed. Chu Qiaoyan sighed. She knew that she couldn't change Shen Feng's thoughts, but what Shen Feng said was also right. If driving people away directly, it would be equivalent to driving them to a dead end. Of course, this is also the reason why Chu Qiaoyan is willing to follow Shen Feng. He may have some small shortcomings, he doesn't know much about literature, he puts himself first in everything, and sometimes he is very narrow-minded, but as long as the advantages are conspicuous enough, the rest of the problems are trivial. Yes, his greatest strength is sympathy. He will not ignore others because of his high status, but is willing to listen to everyone's voice, and will tolerate and accept others at critical moments. It's late at night, let's go, we're going back, we have to continue our journey tomorrow. Shen Feng said with a smile. When Shen Feng led people to re-enter Hubei province, he was very excited. There were singing birds and fragrant flowers everywhere. Spring has arrived. This is the real South. You can still see a lot of peach blossoms on the road, whether it's mountains, rivers or forests. All looked so charming, he knew that he would go home soon. Shen Feng has been walking around the cities along the way, because he doesn't know which cities have been recovered. It would be a disaster if he ran into a wave of millions of corpses. However, when Shen Feng passed through many villages, he discovered an astonishing scene. The stomachs of the survivors were all swollen. No matter men, women, or children, they all looked like this. Clothes could no longer cover their bulging stomachs. You can see the blue and red blood vessels on the belly, and these people are yellow and thin, weak in many places. Corpses can be seen everywhere, including human corpses, zombie corpses, and even mutant beast corpses. Chu Qiaoyan pursed her lips, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the plague god has completely descended, and the schistosomiasis has reappeared in the world, and everyone will suffer again." Shen Feng remained silent. He never thought that he would see this scene on the way home. The mutated schistosomiasis is even more harmful. Adults can even survive in water for a period of time and will actively attack humans and animals. It is not something that can be easily eliminated, but it is a time of troubled times, and there is no way for human beings to unite their forces to deal with schistosomes. Zhang Zixi asked curiously, "Sister Chu, what are schistosomes? Also, what happened to these people's stomachs?" Chu Qiaoyan explained helplessly, and said to Zhang Zixi, "So, don't drink unboiled water in the future, otherwise you will eat parasites, and your stomach will grow bigger before you grow up. The liver is riddled with holes, and even escapes through the belly." Huh? It's so scary, so disgusting. Zhang Zixi's scalp felt numb all of a sudden, and she couldn't help reaching out to touch her stomach. The thought of bugs coming out of her stomach made her terrified. Shen Feng looked at the medicines in the car. Almost all of them were antibiotics, and he didn't bring insecticides. He didn't think about the problem of schistosomiasis when he came back. Now, it's impossible to save people. Let's go. We don't have insecticide, so we can't help them. Shen Feng couldn't stand it any longer, and urged everyone to leave quickly while walking on the road. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help asking, Feng, we don't have any medicine, so is there any Chinese herbal medicine that can kill insects? At least give these people a clear way." Shen Feng frowned and thought about it carefully. He would hate the book when it was time to use it, and the teacher didn't finish teaching the professional knowledge. Now he needs to use the medical knowledge, but he can't remember it. Zhang Zixi has not been able to brush her teeth in the wild these days, and she really can't stand the taste in her mouth, so she uses willow branches to brush her teeth in the car. This is a simple method she learned from other people. When there is no toothbrush, willow branches are good choice. Shen Feng inadvertently looked at Zhang Zixi in the rearview mirror, suddenly thought of something, and quickly replied to Chu Qiaoyan, "By the way, beetle nuts can kill insects." When Chu Qiaoyan heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "That's okay. Isn't there a lot of beetle nut trees in Hunan province in the south? Wouldn't it be good if the people here also learned to chew beetle nuts?" Shen Feng shook his head and said seriously, "You are talking about a peel. I am talking about a beetle nut is a traditional Chinese medicine, and the seeds are used. These are two parts, don't get it wrong. Perhaps, the beetle nut tree in the south can indeed save schistosomiasis patients, but don't hold out too much hope. The schistosomiasis has already mutated. Although beetle nut seeds are indeed insecticides, no one knows whether they can kill mutated schistosomes. The best way to deal with schistosomiasis is not to drink raw water or eat undercooked food." Chu Qiaoyan nodded, still not taking it lightly. After all, Yazhou is located in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. If schistosomes appear in the middle and lower reaches, Yazhou may not be able to survive alone. In fact, the headquarters has also discovered the problem of schistosomiasis. K. Yiming reported the news of schistosomiasis in Hubei province as early as years ago, but the headquarters did not pay attention to it, because at that time they had to face the hundreds of millions of zombies in Yanjing, and the soldiers were overwhelming. Everyone was thinking about the problem at hand, but when the headquarters found time, they learned that the schistosomiasis had spread to the north and south of the river. Traces of schistosomiasis have been found in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, but there are many water systems in the south, and it is easy to spread, so schistosomiasis was also found in the lower reaches of the Pearl River. For a while, the whole country was boiling water, and no one wanted to be infected by parasites. Laboratories around the world have stepped up their investigations. Only by finding out the host of schistosomiasis can they find a way to eliminate it. I don't know if I don't investigate. As soon as the laboratory investigates, I immediately feel troublesome. It turns out that the mutated schistosome can parasitize in the body of snails, and can also parasitize in fish, and even found cercariae on shrimp and crab. All animals can become intermediate hosts of schistosomiasis for humans. Schistosomiasis can also prevent one or two. If you don't drink raw water, you can basically prevent the eggs of schistosomiasis from entering the body, but zombies and mutant beasts don't know that a large number of zombies in the south have encountered the crisis brought by schistosomiasis, and immediately suffered heavy casualties. Even some mutated beasts couldn't withstand the attack from their bodies. A large number of zombies in the south had no time to face the human attack. Instead, they encountered the threat of schistosomiasis first. However, the war in Yanjing ended and millions of soldiers returned to their original places. It can be said that the army will attack the south next. The situation of the zombies suddenly became worse. In addition to schistosomiasis, there are other threats in the Yangtze River, such as the Dragon King in the Yangtze River. Recently, a huge monster appeared in the Yangtze River. Many people saw it with their own eyes. This huge monster would go ashore and eat people. It is called the Dragon King. The Dragon King has been operating in the Yangtze River area. When he was hungry, he would often go ashore to hunt for food. The survivors living on the banks of the Yangtze River suffered greatly from it. Many people were eaten by the Dragon King. When they went to fetch water from the Yangtze River in Jiangliu area, soldiers took boats and carried equipment to hunt the Dragon King, but the Dragon King seemed to be avoiding the soldiers. After eating people in one place, he immediately went into the water and fled. The Dragon King sometimes appeared in Dongting Lake, and sometimes in Poyang Lake. Some people even saw the Dragon King in Jinling. The entire Yangtze River became a hunting ground for the Dragon King. However, it was difficult for soldiers to find the Dragon King, and they could not confirm what species the Dragon King was. And there is no way to kill it. Not only animals on land have changed, but even animals in water have begun to mutate. Piranhas have also appeared in the Yangtze River. Experts speculate that this is because the cities along the Yangtze River threw their corpses into the Yangtze River after their recovery. The fish and shrimps in the Yangtze River have a lot of food, and the fish and shrimps also began to selectively mutate. The energy obtained by eating meat is obviously more than that of vegetarians. Piranhas came into being immediately. After the mutation, piranhas grew long teeth. Such a bite for an ordinary person must be dripping with blood on Yazhao's side. Chang Jianyi sat in the office and calculated Shen Feng's forward speed. That is, in these 2 days, Shen Feng will be back soon, and she misses Shen Feng very much. Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi quickly picked up the phone and notified his younger brother, "Go outside the city and have a look. When your brother-in-law comes back, please notify me quickly, and I will take someone to meet him." Chang Haoji on the other end of the phone quickly replied, "I see, I'll go out right away, and will definitely tell your brother-in-law's whereabouts in time." Chang Haoji brought a bag of snacks, summoned Yunduo to his feet, and then drove out of the city with Yunduo. Although Chang Haoji is still young, he is already a second-level supernatural being. He usually flies around Yazhao. No one can threaten his existence. Chang Haoji sat on the white clouds and began to eat snacks. He leisurely looked at the road in the distance. This road leads to the east. If Shen Feng came back, he would probably take this road. After waiting for 2 hours, Chang Haoji was exhausted and came down from the sky, but he still stood on the big tree by the side of the road, silently waiting for his brother-in-law to appear. He had also watched the live TV broadcast before, and knew that his brother-in-law became as one of the top 10 heroes. The admiration in my heart couldn't be increased. So many people participated in the defense of Yanjing, but in the end only 10 people were great heroes. My brother-in-law is one of them. The whole country knows his skills. I will fight with him in the future. I will definitely become famous." Chang Haoji thought excitedly. Chang Haoji is now 11 years old, still young, and Chang Jianyi does not allow her younger brother to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. It was just a stopgap measure to let him assassinate the corpse king before. You are not allowed to go to the battlefield before the age of 10, and you just stay in the city to read and study. Chang Jianyi's discipline is very strict, but it can't stop Chang Haoji's restless heart. He always dreams of being able to fight on the battlefield and become a hero among others. Chapter 274. The geographical location of Yazhao is really dangerous. If Yazhao is in hand, the upper reaches of the Yangtze River can be cut off, and the southeast exit of Sichuan province is also here. As the transportation hub of the entire southwest region, Yazhao's geographical location is simply extremely important. Shen Feng had a personal experience before returning to Yazhao. Although he entered the jurisdiction of Yazhao early, there are mountains everywhere, especially on both sides of the Yangtze River. Basically, there are no shells that can be landed, and he can enter smoothly. There are only 2 or 3 roads in the city, and Yazhao is on the only way. When Shen Feng saw Yazhao from a distance, he immediately felt relieved. He had already arrived home, and he would see his senior soon. However, at this moment, a vigorous figure suddenly jumped out from the tree by the side of the road, and directly jumped onto the roof of the car where Shen Feng was. Zhang Zixi was taken aback, and said in surprise, "The enemy is attacking, come and escort me quickly." Shen Feng also quickly blew his horn to stop the convoy behind him. He opened the door and saw that it was Chang Haoji standing in Cheshin, making a call with his mobile phone in his hand. "Sister, my brother-in-law is back, get ready quickly, let everyone welcome you." Chang Haoji shouted into the phone. Shen Feng smiled, and said to Zhang Zixi, "Don't be afraid, this is my brother-in-law, named Chang Haoji, who is also a supernatural being." Zhang Zixi nodded, looking at this kid who is younger than her. She felt a little doubtful. Isn't it too exaggerated that such a young person can become a supernatural being? It looks like this kid hasn't graduated from elementary school yet, right? Chu Qiaoyan quietly told Zhang Zixi, "I will arrange a place for you when you arrive in Yazhao, but there is one thing, don't talk nonsense in front of the deputy city lord, especially the matter between me and Shen Feng. You can't even say a word." Although Zhang Zixi didn't know why, she still nodded her head honestly, expressing that she understood. When Shen Feng returned to Yazhao, he immediately saw a crowd of people outside the city. Chang Jianyi was standing at the front. Chang Jianyi made it out of samoyed fur when she killed the mutated dogs that attacked Jiang Yang. It was as pure as snow, and it was the first time she wore it in public. Chang Jianyi's dress was simple, but her whole body exuded a noble aura. The others surrounded her like flowers among green leaves, so dazzling and eye-catching. When Chang Jianyi saw the convoy slowly approaching from a distance, she couldn't help showing a smile. It took only half a year for Shen Feng to leave like this. During this period, the war situation in Yanjing was unpredictable. Jianyi was also very worried, but at this moment, Chang Jianyi finally saw the person who was thinking about it day and night, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Zhang Zixi saw Chang Jianyi standing outside the city from a distance, and was immediately amazed. "It's so beautiful." Chu Qiaoyan coughed softly. "Ahem." Zhang Zixi quickly said, "Sister Chu, you are also very beautiful." Shen Feng led the people back to Yazhao, and the crowd suddenly burst into warm cheers. Everyone was applauding, sending the applause generously. They knew that Shen Feng was their hero, leading the young people in Yazhao. People won the victory, and in the future, the whole territory of Yazhao will definitely wipe out all the zombies like Yan Kaiochi. Chang Jianyi walked in front of Shen Feng and said in a low voice, "Welcome home, I miss you very much." "Me too, I often dream of you in my dreams." Shen Feng said hastily. Chang Jianyi smiled, and said to Shen Feng, "Let's go home, I will show you the new home we are building, it will definitely shock you." Shen Feng nodded, turned to Yang Chang and Guo Pinming and said, "Hurry up and take your people back to the camp. During this time, arrange for the soldiers to go home to visit relatives, and then take action after a while." Shen Feng followed Chang Jianyi and left. Chu Qiaoyan sighed helplessly. She felt that she would never be able to really stand on the stage. Once Chang Jianyi appeared, then Shen Feng would leave her side in an instant. Chu Qiaoyan looked back at Zhang Zixi, then at Du Xinshi, and said, "Come with me, I'll arrange your accommodation. You have to work in Yazhao, and if you don't work, you won't have food. Remember, if you are free, I will find you a leisurely job, looking at fruit trees or something. If not, I can always arrange you in the office. It's troublesome." Du Xinshi also looked at Chu Qiaoyan gratefully. Zhang Zixi looked at this strange city curiously. Entering the city from outside the city, she felt a little deserted, probably because the population was too small, otherwise it would not be like this. Walking into the city, the terrain is gradually rising. The whole city seems to be built on the hills. You can also see a lot of boats on the edge of the Yangtze River. It's so lively. This place was completely a dead city before. Not to mention anything else, the plague alone is daunting. There are mutated mice everywhere in the city. Mutant mice are not afraid of people. Sometimes they will walk on the street openly and desolately. Chu Chaoyan explained while walking. The reason why the city is deserted is because there are too few people. The tragic battle in Yazhou at the beginning caused the survivors to flee one after another. Later, when the plague swept through, the people who remained could not find a clean water source and died one after another. Chu Chaoyan can be regarded as the veteran of Shen Feng's side, and her words are still very useful, and she quickly found a good place for Zhang Zixi and Du Jinshi, a single building on the mountainside, with complete facilities such as water and electricity, then let people leave more than 200 caddies of grain, and then chose to leave Zhang Zixi and Du Jinshi live together, with a child living here, so the problem of living facilities was solved after all. Zhang Zixi and Du Jinshi knew each other, and there was no conflict between the two, and they could take care of each other while living together. Chu Chaoyan was more thoughtful about this point. Shen Feng's side was brought to the top of the mountain by Chang Jianyi. A vacant lot has been cleared here. During the Chinese New Year, Chang Jianyi was planning to build a more dignified residence, and construction started here for a long time. At that time, the workers were laying the foundation in full swing. According to Chang Jianyi's idea, the residence should not only be beautiful, but also practical, so she chose a split-level design to build a 5-story building complex, with a 3rd floor underground. 2 floors are at ground level. The split-level design also has many advantages, among which the defensive function is obvious. The windows will not be open too much, the exposed area will be reduced, and it will not be easy to be targeted. 3 of the floors are located underground, and the defense capability is strong enough. Terraces, as long as there are machine guns on these terraces, it is impossible for ordinary people to break through. A city wall was also built in the periphery, which is an extremely strong fortress. Of course, it is impossible to complete such a huge project in a short period of time, at least it will take 3 months to complete it. It covers an area of tens of acres, has gardens and ponds, and the style is a combination of Chinese and Western styles. The resource consumed is not a small amount. Chang Jianyi pointed to a single-family villa in the distance and said, "Now we will stay there temporarily, and we will move in after the palace is completed. Anyway, we only have a family of 3 now, which is enough for us to live in for the time being. During this time, take a break first. If you need to clean up the zombies in the surrounding cities, let your subordinates lead the soldiers. You don't need to do it yourself." Shen Feng stood on the top of the mountain, feeling the strong wind around him, and couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. Looking to the edge of the city, he could see the river and densely packed buildings. Life is like this, what can I ask for? Shen Feng sighed. He felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life, and in just half a year, he changed from an unknown person to a hero of the Southwest. Is that so? In fact, Yazhou was far from being as peaceful as it seemed to Shen Feng, and there were countless crises and difficulties. After he came to Yazhou City Lord's mansion, he fully understood this point. There were many things that needed to be dealt with, and Chang Jianyi also too busy. Shen Feng can only devote himself to busy work. Josiah Oxio suggested building a city wall outside Yazhou City. Yang Yu suggested that Yazhou send troops to attack the zombies within its jurisdiction, and Tu Zuhui suggested that Shen Feng start farming and issue food stamps. The plans of the 3 of them all have a clear purpose. Building a city wall is very necessary, at least it can make people no longer feel fear and anxiety. Moreover, this can also give people in the city a job to do, and the purpose of going out to kill zombies is to considering reality. The population of Yazhou is too small, so it can only be replenished from other places. It is particularly important to recover the remaining small cities. Among them, Tu Zuhui sees the most clearly that the food problem is the most serious, so it is necessary to garrison land and issue food stamps. Shen Feng immediately approved the 3 people's suggestions, all of which must be done, especially the imperative of farming. It can be said that last year's food crisis was supported by Chang Jianyi alone. Fortunately, her ability is to give birth to plants, and she can complete a harvest in a short period of time. Although the scope of influence is not very large, it is better than it has a long-lasting ability, and it can still barely do it to feed hundreds of thousands of people. The rice with rice tastes bad, but it is enough to feed people. All plans need to be made before they can be completed. Shen Feng immediately arranged for everyone to discuss them. During this period, he secretly went to find Chu Chaoyan in secret. Whenever Shen Feng is free, she will go to Chu Chaoyan. From Chu Chaoyan's place, Shen Feng feels a different feeling. Maybe Chu Chaoyan is not as gentle and considerate as Chang Jianyi, but she knows how to read words and expressions, and Shen Feng is busy. After a day, she will give Shen Feng a gentle massage, and she will also listen to Shen Feng's troubles. With her, Shen Feng will temporarily forget his troubles. Chu Qiaoyan built this place as a love nest for herself and Shen Feng. She doesn't have to worry about the troubles of the outside world, and she doesn't have to suffer from the pressure brought by Chang Jianyi. This place is far away from the crowd, and it is a quiet and warm nest. Chu Qiaoyan and Shen Feng also achieved good things here. A man and a woman share the same room. They are already at the age of dry firewood. It's hard to tell who is more active. The two talk here. Chu Qiaoyan, in order to keep Shen Feng, he tried his best that night. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were sitting in the living room watching TV. Chu Qiaoyan leaned on the sofa and took advantage of the opportunity to put her long snow-white legs on Shen Feng's body. Feng, isn't Chang Jianyi going to build a palace for you? If you have a palace, why don't you stop coming to my place? Chu Qiaoyan asked with a frown. Shen Feng shrugged, pinched Chang Jianyi's calf to help her relieve fatigue, and said lightly, "Don't worry, I will definitely not forget you. It's not a palace. If you want it, I want it too. There is a way to build one for you." Chu Qiaoyan looked at Shen Feng's profile seriously, and asked, "Then do you know what your behavior is called?" Without even thinking about it, Shen Feng replied, "Half-hearted? Or messing with flowers and grass? Nothing is right. This is Jin Wu Zheng Jiao. You can go back and read the history books and you will know. In short, I am like a canary that you dispose of casually. I'll look at it when I want to look at it, and turn it off when I don't want to look at it." In the cage, Chu Qiaoyan said with a smile. Shen Feng sighed helplessly, and reluctantly said, "Then I will find a chance to test my senior sister's tone and see how she will treat her." Shen Feng would take a serious shower before returning home, so he would be clean when he returned home, but even so, he could not reassure Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi was keenly aware that Shen Feng would often during this period of time. No one knew what he was doing. Chang Jianyi had to pay attention to such an abnormal behavior. Why does Shen Feng disappear so often? What did he do? Chang Jianyi decided to investigate quietly. Chapter 275. Someone poisoned. When he was in the city lord's mansion, Shen Feng listened to the discussion of the people below. He suddenly realized that being a city lord is not so easy, and various problems may come to him. If not handled properly, it will be very serious. It might lead to catastrophe, and he had no choice but to think seriously. Fortunately, at this time, Chang Jianyi made a suggestion: go and invite Professor Chu from Jiangyang. As for Jiangyang, let Li Xiong and Cao Fuli take care of it first. If Chu Qiaoyan doesn't come, discuss it, and you can't make a decision. Shen Feng felt that this idea was better, so he hurriedly asked to bring Professor Chu from Jiangyang. Since I can't solve the problem by myself, I need someone with rich experience to help. Professor Chu is a very good choice. He has enough experience and knows how to take the next step. More importantly, he belongs to Chu Qiaoyan. Grandpa, the relationship is here, absolutely reliable. Half a day later, Professor Chu came to Yeshao by boat, and after hearing about the difficulties Shen Feng was encountering, he said directly, "The people under you have already told you the solution, and now you need to distinguish between the primary and the secondary." That is it. Shen Feng quickly asked, "How do you distinguish the primary from the secondary, Professor?" Chu coughed twice, and then seriously said to Shen Feng, "The most direct threat to the safety of human life is the most important thing, especially food. So farming is something that must be done. In addition to farming, and then cleaning up the zombies is a good name. You are the city lord of Yezhou now, and you have a suitable reason to let your soldiers go to fight. As for the repair of the city wall, it is the most important thing. The city wall is not that important, just do it slowly." Hearing this analysis, Shen Feng suddenly realized, and quickly said, "Professor Chu is really my brain truster. I will listen to your analysis for things that I can't decide in the future, Professor." Chu nodded, but when he thought of something, he quickly shook his head. "Sometimes, decisions can only be made by you. I can help you for a while, but I can't help you forever. You have to learn to make decisions by yourself." Shen Feng didn't take this matter to heart, but said perfunctorily, "Understood, Professor Chu. I will definitely think about it seriously. This time I will trouble you." Chu Yangshan shook his head helplessly. He knew that Shen Feng didn't take his advice to heart, and the worry in his heart became more intense. Right now, he is not in good health, and there are chaos all over the country. And he doesn't know what will happen to Shen Feng in the future. How will it develop? After returning home, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi ordered the chef to cook, while the two sat in the living room with their arms around each other and chatted. Chang Haoji picked up a puppy outside the city. This is a puppy that is not yet mutated. It is not easy to survive for such a long time in the apocalypse. Chang Haoji's sympathy overflowed and he took the puppy home. It will be easy to feed in the future, and the puppy is also very obedient, sticking to Chang Haoji. While chatting, Shen Feng secretly looked at Chang Jianyi's side face. He also felt that he couldn't keep hiding from his senior sister. The relationship between himself and Chu Qiaoyan would be exposed sooner or later. The time can't be dealt with. It's better to make it clear now. If you want to kill or cut it, let it be your will. However, Shen Feng was still unable to speak out. Looking at Chang Jianyi's smiling face, he didn't know what to say. The chef quickly cooked a sumptuous dinner, and then invited Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi to come over for dinner. Chang Haoji heard the chef's yell, and quickly came to the table and sat down. The food on the table is very rich, and the table is full of chicken, duck and fish. The food problem does not exist on Shen Feng's side. After all, with Chang Jianyi's ability, he will be able to grow a wave of crops soon. The only drawback, it is easy to suck up the fertility in the land, and a piece of land cannot be planted continuously. Otherwise, if the fertility cannot keep up, it will easily lead to no harvest. Fortunately, after taking Yeshao City, there is a lot of land around, and there is a lot of land that can be planted, and it will not be used up in a short while. Chang Haoji looked at the food on the table and was eager to try it. He was also hungry, but table manners are very particular. If the head of the family does not move his chopsticks, it would be too rude for him to do so, so Chang Haoji is waiting for his brother-in-law to do it quickly. That way you can move along. Shen Feng picked up the chopsticks, but at this moment he gritted his teeth. What should be said must be said now. Now that the senior sister is in a good mood, maybe she can still agree. So, Shen Feng tentatively said, "Sister, I heard that many supernatural beings and evolutionists have 3 wives and 4 concubines. What do you think about this matter, Chang?" Jianyi smiled at Shen Feng, and then said, "I'll sit and watch. After all, lying down and watching is too contemptuous of others. What do you think?" Shen Feng smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect his senior sister to avoid his question so cleverly, so he decided to speak more clearly. "Senior sister, I mean, if I fell in love with another girl, and it was the kind of inseparable girl, what would you do?" Shen Feng asked carefully. Shen Feng didn't say it clearly at this time, but he said 2 ifs. How could he fail to guess the truth? Like Chang Jianyi was as smart as ice and snow. What if? Under normal circumstances, people who would ask such questions are useless. Now, you have a new love. Chang Jianyi put down his chopsticks and looked at Shen Feng coldly. Shen Feng was extremely embarrassed immediately, and quickly explained, "I mean if, senior sister, I mean if." Chang Jianyi stopped talking, didn't eat, stood up and left. Her chest was heaving violently. She was obviously angry. She never thought that Shen Feng would say such a thing. She couldn't accept it at this moment. After thinking about it, "Go. You must let Shen Feng know your mistake. Where's the washboard?" Chang Jianyi stood up and went to the utility room. She vaguely remembered that there was a washboard in the utility room, so she went to find it now, and let Shen Feng know how good she was. Shen Feng saw Chang Jianyi leaving the dining table without saying a word, and immediately had a headache. He knew that he had screwed up, and he clearly said it was if, but the senior sister guessed it right away. Shen Feng hadn't expected it. The situation was obviously good just now, but now it turned into winter's wrath. "Xiaoji, eat by yourself, don't worry about us, I'll coax your sister," Shen Feng said to Chang Haoji before leaving the table. Chang Haoji sighed. He was not in the mood to eat at this time, and suddenly the puppy barked. "Wow!" Chang Haoji picked up a plate of meat from the table and poured it into the dog bowl, stroked the puppy's head, and said, "Little Hay, hurry up and eat. I will take you out to play when you grow up." Chang Jianyi was very angry at this time. She thought of how hard she had been handling various affairs in Yazhou. She had to show a tough side externally, and cared about the health of her family internally. It could be said that all her heart was for Shen Feng. There is a safe and warm home, but in the end, Shen Feng has someone he likes, who is just like him. As a result, Chang Jianyi's mentality completely collapsed. After entering the utility room, she began to look for the washboard, but she accidentally saw a stack of cardboard in the utility room, and immediately thought about it. Yes, The flesh. How can physical punishment compare to mental punishment? Make Shen Feng feel unforgettable, so that he will not dare to half-hearted. Chang Jianyi immediately put the cardboard in the corner, and put clothes on the cardboard, as if she was sorting something. Shen Feng originally thought that the senior sister left suddenly to find a stick to beat him, and he followed up just to let the senior sister vent her anger, and she couldn't let her hold her resentment in her heart all the time. But when he saw senior sister's actions, he became confused and asked, "What are you doing?" Without turning her head, Chang Jianyi continued to fiddle with the cardboard in front of her, and said in a low voice while fiddling, This is making a bed. As for me, I may be a little too stupid. What is half-hearted? So, I want to get back to the original feeling. Maybe, before I lay on the cardboard bed, I would feel anxious in my heart, but I would never worry about the betrayal of the people around me." Shen Feng's face turned red at the time. It was blushing. He obviously knew what Chang Jianyi meant. When they were in Jiangyang, the two were trapped in the utility room. Shen Feng fell into coma, and Chang Jianyi was in a coma. They took care of him all day long, fed him with water and food, and took care of him with his clothes on. At that time, the two of them just slept on the cardboard. Shen Feng felt ashamed. In the end, Chang Jianyi never betrayed him, and cared for him meticulously. When he was fighting outside, Chang Jianyi always handled things in the base in an orderly manner, and never worried him. Shen Feng himself doesn't need to repay Chang Jianyi sincerely, and even wants Chang Jianyi to admit other women. This kind of behavior can no longer be explained by half-heartedness. If you really want to say it, you should throw it away like a shoestring. Chang Jianyi took a sneak peek at Shen Feng, and found that Shen Feng's face was flushed, even the roots of his ears were red, and a smile could not help showing on the corner of her mouth. But she continued to sarcastically, "Maybe I shouldn't just give sincerely. So foolishly fell in love with a bad man, working hard, and he was about to kick me away. Thinking about it, women in ancient times were wronged just like me. Take a high look, and even kick it away." Shen Feng lowered his head in shame, not knowing what to say. He felt that he had become the scumbag that Chang Jianyi said, but he couldn't refute it. However, it is impossible for Shen Feng to cut off the relationship with Chu Qiaoan, because Shen Feng can't forget the more than 10 days that he and Chu Qiaoan lived together underground, and Chu Qiaoan's tenderness is also something he can't forget. Dropped hens, Shen Feng just stood there stupidly, at the door of the utility room, honestly being scolded. His face flushed. Chang Jianyi was also happy to continue to be eccentric, and kept telling her grievances in her mouth, but she pointed her finger at Shen Feng at the door. She knew that attacking the city is the bottom and attacking the heart is the top. Shen Feng was very aggrieved. He didn't know what to say at this moment. He just asked a question tentatively. He didn't expect that this would cause the senior sister to fly into rage. Now he doesn't know how to end it. "You don't have to swear to the sky to show your innocence, but in fact you are not innocent either." While Shen Feng was being scolded in embarrassment, Chang Haoji's cry suddenly came from the living room. "Oh, Zio Hei, what's wrong with you? Zio Hei." Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi felt strange, and came to the living room, only to find that Chang Haoji was heartbroken holding the little black dog he brought home, and the little black dog was foaming at the mouth, twitching constantly, apparently about to die up. "What happened to the puppy? Did you feed it chocolate or something?" Shen Feng asked. First Chang Haoji pointed to the food on the table, cried and said, "I served Zio Hei fried pork with green onions, but he died not long after." Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi looked at the untouched food on the table, and were stunned. Could it be that there was poison in the food? Shen Feng looked at Chang Jianyi. His face was full of shock, and he said in his heart, "Senior sister, you are so vicious, you actually want to poison me to death. Why is that? Is our previous relationship not worth mentioning? I also don't have a brother named Wu Song. If I eat food, no one will avenge me." Shen Feng was shocked in his heart. As the old saying goes, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. Could it be true? Chang Jianyi also looked at Shen Feng at this time, and said in her heart, Shen Feng, you think I'm in the way, not as good as the vixen you just liked? You actually want to poison me to death for other women, not toxic and not a husband, but you are too vicious, right, Chang?" Jianyi felt very uncomfortable. As the old saying goes, there is no husband without poison. Could it be that the ancients were right? Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi looked at each other without saying anything, but they both had bad guesses in their hearts. The faces of Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi were full of surprise. The two obviously did not expect that someone would poison the food, and what they were most worried about now was the person who poisoned Chang Jianyi cried even more sadly at this time. "My little black, you died so badly, I must catch the murderer and avenge you." Shen Feng reacted first and asked, "Where is the chef?" "Where is the chef?" The most direct person in contact with the food is the chef. Shen Feng now only wants to know the location of the chef, which is very important to find out the truth. Chang Jianyi pointed to the kitchen, and Shen Feng rushed into the kitchen, only to find that the kitchen window was wide open, and the person had disappeared, and the poisoner had run away. Chang Jianyi also chased after him. Seeing this scene, he frowned and said, "This chef was recruited a month ago, and he has a daughter with him. I thought he was pitiful and gave him this job. Could it be he was bought?" Both Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi have already reacted at this time. The person who poisoned is definitely not the other party. It must be the chef who was instructed, otherwise, the food on the table is poisonous. Even Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi are likely to be poisoned. Shen Feng, it seems that we are being targeted. Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng with some expectation in her eyes. She hoped that Shen Feng could make a decision at this time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.